Chapter 1940 Feng's Decision. Big Sis Rain, how are things on Zero Wing's side? Based on the latest update, Miracle's forces should arrive on Kama Island in 10 minutes or so. Blue Phoenix asked anxiously as she read the most recent report she had received from her subordinate. It might be fine if Miracle had simply sent 30,000 elite players. But a considerable portion of its army was expert players. This wasn't a trivial matter. If such a powerful team trapped Zero Wing's team, it would be annihilated. Aqua Rose's sea-based peak legacy couldn't help them, either. The battle would take place on land, and Aqua Rose wouldn't receive a boost to her combat power based on Black Flame's attitude. I doubt that Zero Wing will leave Kama Island without a fight, Phoenix Rain said, shaking her head. She felt that Feng was simply too reckless. She then ordered, Blue, relay my commands. Have all nearby guild members gather on Kama Island. We'll hurry and reinforce Zero Wing immediately. I'll get it done. Blue Phoenix nodded. Meanwhile, in the Demonkin's nest on Kama Island, Zero Wing's members were horrified when they heard about Miracle's mobilization. They had never thought that the guild would be so ruthless as to dispatch an army of 30,000 players. This was the army of a super-first-rate guild, not a first-rate guild. Moreover, Miracle had only dispatched slightly fewer Tier 2 experts than the number Zero Wing currently had on the island. If they tried to stand their ground against Miracle's army, the battle would definitely end with their Death's Guild leader. Are we going to retaliate? Aqua Rose asked Feng. No. With our current strength, fighting Miracle would be suicide, Feng said. Shaking his head, they might have had a chance if Miracle had merely dispatched ordinary and elite players. With Zero Wing's team of Tier 2 experts, they could use guerrilla tactics and have a chance of surviving Miracle's 30,000-strong army. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. The expert players Miracle had dispatched were far stronger than ordinary expert players, and if they tried to take these experts on while so drastically outnumbered, not even guerrilla tactics would save them from a miserable death. Miracle was a veteran super-first-rate guild that could rival veteran super guilds in terms of overall strength. It simply hadn't earned the title of super guild due to lacking a legacy. Miracle's Tier 2 experts were of a far higher quality than those from first-rate guilds or recently risen superpowers. The quality difference wasn't a result of a gap in basic attributes, but due to a difference in combat standards. Refinement Realm experts were considered top-ranked players in first-rate guilds, but to superpowers, Refinement Realm experts ranked nowhere near the top. Naturally, the difference between a Refinement Realm expert and one who hadn't reached that realm wasn't easy to make up. Zero Wing had been able to stand against super first-rate guilds and super guilds because these powers had only dispatched a small number of their Refinement Realm experts or by relying on its players' overwhelming advantage in basic attributes. However, this situation was different. In an era where weapons and equipment drop rates had decreased, Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts no longer had as much of a basic attribute advantage. In a one-on-one fight, Miracle's Tier 2 experts would stomp on most of Zero Wing's. Unfortunately, it couldn't be helped. Miracle had secured its foundation after many years of hard work and investment. This was also why the various large guilds tried so hard to nurture experts in God's domain. Experts were a guild's true support pillar. Weapons, equipment, and tools were only one of the many means used to improve a guild's strength. Then, are we going to retreat? Aqua Rose asked. No. We cannot afford to do that. This is a manatite vein we are talking about. Finding another one won't be easy, Feng said. Shaking his head, Aqua Rose was speechless. If they weren't going to fight or retreat, what were they going to do? For now, you'll continue to lead the team and clear out the Demonkin next. Leave Miracle to me. No matter what happens, don't leave the cave, Feng said, chuckling in response to Aqua Rose's Confusion Guild leader. You're not planning on dealing with Miracle by yourself, are you? That's too dangerous. I'll go with you, Aqua Rose anxiously insisted after realizing that Feng intended to act solo. He might be alright if he were surrounded by dozens or hundreds of Tier 2 experts, but if Miracle used magic arrays or traps to suppress him, the army would even whittle his HP down to 0, regardless of how extraordinarily strong Feng was. The various superpowers were even capable of killing mythic monsters, much less a Tier 2 player like Feng. Do I look that stupid? Feng laughed when he noticed Aqua Rose's nervous reaction. Relax. I know what I am doing. After saying so, Feng left the Demonkin nest alone. Meanwhile, a large fraction of Miracle's members had gathered on Kama Island's beach. Even Thousand Miles had arrived to command the battle personally. Miracle's 30,000-strong army occupied more than half of the island's beach. Even the lowest-leveled player present was level 56, and they were all well-equipped. As for Refinement Realm experts, just the ones participating in the expedition this time numbered more than 150, and every one of them was a Tier 2 player vice-guild leader. The Manatite Vein is located in a massive pit in the island's valley. The leader of the assassin party that had tracked Zero Wings' team reported from Thousand Miles aside. I've already stationed my party outside the cave entrance to deal with Zero Wings members. Thus far, the guild hasn't shown any signs of retreating. Zero Wing must be suicidal. They still haven't fled. Thousand Miles laughed. Haven't they made peace with losing their Manatite Vein? Miracle had not tried to hide its large-scale mobilization. With Zero Wing's connection with Phoenix Rain, how could the guild have possibly missed Miracle's movements? The only explanation was that Zero Wing was being stubborn, but it didn't matter. The difference between the two guilds' strength was already massive, and the Sea of Death's inner region was Miracle's territory. Zero Wing didn't stand a chance. Suddenly, the gray-clad assassin's expression darkened as he reported to Thousand Miles. Sensing the change, Thousand Miles demanded, "What happened?" A moment ago, Black Flame abruptly charged out of the cave. Moreover, he discovered the 5 players I left to guard the entrance and killed them all. The assassin muttered softly. Interesting. He dares to emerge alone? Does he plan to use guerrilla tactics with the power of a single player? Thousand Miles's lips curled into a smile. Perhaps we should play along. Relay my orders. Have every team prepare a magic array and use it the moment they spot Black Flame. I want to see what he is capable of in the face of Miracle's army. After Thousand Miles issued the command, Miracle's members swarmed Island in 100-man teams, sweeping across the island like a fine-toothed comb in their search for Feng. With how closely the various teams operated, if one of them discovered their quarry, reinforcements would reach the scene quickly. Meanwhile, roughly 2,000 yards away from Miracle's army, Feng grinned as he watched Miracle's approaching army from the top of the island's valley. He then pulled a tome that radiated demonic energy from his bag. This tome was none other than the ancient Abyssal Book, an abyssal treasure that he could use to open an abyss passage. Dark Abyss. Descend. Chapter 1941, Abyss Descends. Within Island's shriveled forest, Miracle's members advanced on the valley near the island's center. Vice Guild leader. I found Black Flame's tracks. By the looks of it, he has traveled past here before. It's very likely that he is ahead of us in the valley. Although the terrain here is complex, it is also a dead end. As long as we surround the valley's exit, he won't get away, the gray-clad assassin said, grinning at the tracks on the ground before gesturing to the valley ahead. Miracle had already sealed the island with magic arrays, so players couldn't use return scrolls or instantaneous movement magic scrolls to flee. In other words, the only way to leave Island was on foot, while Feng would have the ability to employ guerrilla tactics from within the valley's complex terrain. He had also sealed off his own path of retreat. It might not have been a disadvantage if Feng were merely facing several thousand players, but what awaited him was an army of 30,000. Such a large force was more than enough to search every inch of the valley. Feng wouldn't have room for guerrilla warfare. As long as he revealed himself, he'd be surrounded and killed. Good. Since Black Flame is so eager to die, we'll grant his wish. Leave 50 Tier 2 players to guard the exit. Everyone else search the valley. Leave no stone unturned. Thousand Miles barked as he watched the dark, distant valley. Remember, start recording the moment you spot him. I want everyone to know what happens when you make an enemy of Miracle. I will also reward a piece of epic equipment to anyone who kills Black Flame. Miracle had suffered significant losses in the battle on Savage God Island, and although they had achieved their goal, securing the Savage God's legacy, the various large guilds had learned of the Water Ghost Legion's miserable defeat and the loss of dozens of ships. This had wounded Miracle's prestige among the guilds. Now that Feng was trying to cause trouble for his guild, Thousand Miles was more than willing to slay the man, using the opportunity to restore some of the guild's lost reputation. When Miracle's members heard Thousand Miles's orders, they bubbled with excitement. Although a lot of epic weapons and equipment had been found in God's domain thus far, even the various superpowers considered such items a luxury. Aside from the various superpowers, upper echelons, and peak experts, guild players had no chance of wielding an epic ranked item now that they had the opportunity to obtain a piece of epic equipment by killing Feng. Why wouldn't they be excited? Under 1,000 Miles' command, Miracle's members swiftly entered the valley and searched through the island like a fine-toothed comb. Everyone hoped that Feng would appear before them shortly after Miracle's members began their search. A powerful storm brewed above them. Countless spatial tears ripped apart the dusky sky. Seeing this, Miracle's members slowed to a halt. Watching the scene above Themas, they all wondered what was happening. The numerous spatial tears merged into one massive black hole, nearly half as large as Island. Darkness energy then poured out, making the space around the black hole muddy and violent. A spatial passage? 1,000 Miles, who was quite knowledgeable about God's domain, found the black hole similar to spatial passages he had seen before. Only, the one above Island was on a much larger scale. 1,000 Miles wondered about the spatial passage that had appeared above the island. Deafening roaring drifted out of the pathway. A winged monster, covered in pitch-black scales, then pulled itself from the spatial passage. The moment this scaled monster appeared, Miracle's members felt the threat of death looming over them. When some of the players used their identification skills on the scaled monster, they could not help but gasp. This monster was actually a level 160 lord. How is this possible? Why has such a powerful monster appeared? These players' thoughts became chaotic when they learned the scaled monster's identity. A lord-ranked monster might not be a tough opponent since it was only the equivalent of a Tier 2 player, but a level 160 monster was basically invincible to current players. While the army was stunned by the sudden development, another scaled monster emerged from the black hole. Not only was the second monster much larger than the first, but its aura was also leaps and bounds more powerful. To make matters worse, more scaled monsters followed, swarming out of the spatial passage. 1, 2, 3. By the time these monsters covered half of the sky above Island, Miracle's members had gone from panic to full-on despair. One level 160 lord was enough to wipe out their 30,000-man army, much less an entire force of such monsters. Retreat. Everyone retreat immediately. 1,000 Miles shouted as he snapped out of his daze. Unfortunately, by the time 1,000 Miles had issued the command, the scaled monsters had descended on the players in the valley. They gave Miracle's members no chance for escape. Not only did the level 160 lords attack with unrivaled strength, but their speed was just as overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, several hundred Miracle members had transformed into streaks of light and vanished from the island. Several thousand players had died by the time Miracle's army had fled the valley, and plenty of Tier 2 experts had been among the slain. While Miracle's members ran for their lives, 1,000 Miles noticed a figure at the top of the mountain. He was very familiar with this figure. It was none other than Feng. Like an uninvolved passerby, Feng casually admired the massacre below. Damn it, it must be him. He must be responsible for opening that spatial passage. There's no way these monsters' arrival was a coincidence. Confusion and fury overwhelmed 1,000 Miles as he watched Feng. He actually summoned these monsters just to prevent Miracle from stealing the manatite vein, to prevent anyone from obtaining it? Insane. He is definitely insane. Chapter 1942. So what if I am? A flood of monsters still surged out of the spatial passage above Island. Moreover, as the swarm grew, stronger monsters emerged from the black hole. At first, only lords had come forth, but then, great lords and grand lords had begun to arrive. Now, even mythic monsters appeared from the passage like hungry wolves spotting fresh meat. These monsters descended on the fleeing Miracle members the moment they emerged. Level 160 lords were enough to instant kill Miracle's members, not to mention the higher-leveled Great Lord, Grand Lord, and mythic-ranked monsters. Although Miracle's members had scattered and run the moment they received 1,000 Miles' command, the flying monsters were too fast to outrun. In the seconds after Miracle had initiated its retreat, over 3,000 members had transformed into streaks of light and vanished. Vice Guild Leader. These monsters are even chasing the members that have left the valley. They have no regional restrictions. With how fast the monster force is growing, I'm afraid that they'll annihilate us before we reach the shore. Silent March said, watching the monster-filled sky with a grim expression. An endless number of monsters flew out of the black hole above, and even though their forces had split up, the monsters wouldn't need long to eliminate them all. If the 30,000 players had only consisted of elite members, Miracle's losses wouldn't have been so severe, significantly harming the guild's operations, if they all died, but over 400 of these players were Tier 2 experts. If these players were slain as well. We can't break through? It seems that we have no choice but to use the Magic Breaker scroll to remove the seal on the island. 1,000 Miles gritted his teeth as he watched his guildmates die, one after another. March. Instruct our elite members to do everything they can to attract the monster's attention. Once I remove the seal, have our guild experts use return scrolls to get out of here as soon as possible. Very few magic scrolls in God's domain were capable of removing regional seals. Even a super-first-rate guild like Miracle had only managed to obtain 6 thus far. Normally, these scrolls were reserved as life-saving tools to prevent other superpowers from ambushing their key forces since he was one of Miracle's vice-guild leaders. He had been allocated one of these scrolls. If he used it now, he'd have to wait a long time before he'd receive another, however. He couldn't hold anything back with so many of his guild's Tier 2 experts at risk. Understood. Silent March nodded, following which, 1,000 Miles took an ancient, golden magic scroll from his bag and began to activate it in response. A golden light pillar flew from the unfurled scroll and pierced the invisible magic barrier that enveloped Kama Island. The magic barrier shattered, and players on the island could once again use teleportation spells and tools as the magic seal faded. Miracle's members breathed sighs of relief. With the barrier gone, they would not have to rely on their own feet to escape the island. Once they found a safe location, they could use a return scroll and leave this nightmare. However, just as Miracle's many experts activated their return scrolls to flee this godforsaken island, the scroll's loading bars were interrupted. What's going on? Why can't I teleport? No, we're still under the magic seal's effects. But didn't we remove the barrier? The development left Miracle's fleeing experts confused. Even 1,000 Miles, who had just used the Magic Breaker scroll, was bewildered. Vice Guild leader, look at Black Flame. I think he just used a magic seal. A ranger with sharp eyesight announced as he pointed to the mountain and Feng. Hearing this, 1,000 Miles spun towards Feng. Multiple magic arrays hovered around the swordsman, all of which manifested to seal off Kama Island. Black Flame. You're courting death. 1,000 Miles' gaze was frosty as he glared at Feng. His enraged bellow echoing throughout the valley. Every Miracle member in the valley stared at Feng with hatred and killing intent. They had already used their only Magic Breaker scroll, so only death awaited them if another magic seal enclosed the island. Courting death? Seeing 1,000 Miles' wrathful expression, Feng couldn't help but laugh as he replied, "So what if I am?" In truth, Feng hadn't wanted to open an abyss passage on Kama Island. Once it opened, it would affect the region, and with the exception of himself, the ancient Abyssal Book's owner, the abyssal monsters would hunt down every player within range. Activating the abyssal passage had greatly affected his plans for the Manatite Vein. Although Feng had expected information on the Manatite Vein to leak and had prepared certain countermeasures, he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Moreover, Miracle had intended to take the vein for itself, rather than negotiate. He couldn't afford to be courteous with the enemy guild. He would teach Miracle the price for trying to steal Zero Wing's Manatite Vein. Black Flame. Do you truly think Miracle will let you off the hook for this? 1,000 Miles threatened as he watched the sealing magic array complete. Your entire guild will face Miracle's wrath. Not just you. Guild leader Black Flame. Many of Miracle's experts are on Kama Island. Our guild leader isn't exaggerating. If you complete the seal on Kama Island, Miracle will do everything it can to destroy Zero Wing. Silent March attempted to persuade Feng. Since you have developed Zero Wing to its current power, you should understand the various superpowers' strength. You should know how powerful our guild is. Do you really want to make an enemy of Miracle? Zero Wing had already become a noteworthy force in God's domain, but to a top-ranked super-first-rate guild like Miracle, it was still a trivial opponent. The only reason Miracle had not turned against Zero Wing thus far, despite the guild's multiple transgressions, was that it had much better things to do with its time and resources. However, if Miracle concentrated its strength against Zero Wing, removing the guild from God's domain wouldn't be difficult. You people really are interesting. You clearly came looking for trouble, Yet you're making Zero Wing look like the bad guy here, claiming that our guild is trying to make an enemy of ours? Miracle's members sure are skilled with one-sided plays. Feng laughed. I'll repeat myself once again. So what if I am? Chapter 1943, Zero Wing's Wrath. Black Flame, you're going too far. Thousand Miles shouted hurriedly when he realized that Feng showed no intentions of canceling the magic array. We no longer have the power to take the Manatite vein. We have even lost several thousand elites. If you complete the barrier around Kama Island, you might be able to use these monsters to kill us, but only once. However, Zero Wing will have to face Miracle's full wrath in return. Wrath? Feng could not help but laugh at Thousand Miles. I don't know how terrifying Miracle's wrath is, but you should have a taste of Zero Wing's. First, Feng's voice echoed throughout the valley, and Miracle's members felt a chill crawl down their spines from the indifference and killing intent his stone contained. They had never thought that Feng was so ruthless. He actually ignored his guild's safety to ensure their deaths. Insane. He must be insane. He wants to drag us down with him. How can a guild leader like this exist in God's domain? Miracle's members were bewildered as they stared at Feng. The various large guilds' guild leaders would do almost anything they could to ensure their guild's survival in God's domain. They often set aside their personal feelings for the bigger picture. Feng, on the other hand, didn't seem to care about Zero Wing's survival in the least. Acting entirely on his emotions, however, Feng hadn't lied. While they weren't sure how Miracle would retaliate, they were certain that they'd face Zero Wing's wrath right now. Good. Very good. Since you want to duke it out, show me what you're capable of. Thousand Miles shouted, his eyes turning bloodshot. Everyone, heed my command. Attack Black Flame with everything you've got. The magic seal has a long activation time. If we can interrupt his channeling, he can't seal off the island. I will personally gift anyone who kills Black Flame a piece of epic equipment. The Vice Guild leader is right. Our deaths are not certain yet. As long as we can interrupt Black Flame, we still have hope of surviving. If we kill Black Flame, we'll even get a piece of epic equipment. Right? This battle's outcome isn't set in stone. We still have a fighting chance. Kill Black Flame. Hearing Thousand Miles' orders, Miracle's members knew that their only hope of survival hinged on striking Feng with everything they had. Otherwise, none of them should think of leaving Kama Island alive. Fortunately, the magic seal needed 2 minutes to complete. They weren't completely out of luck as their morale recovered. Miracle's members charged toward Feng while ignoring the abyssal monsters around them. The only thing on their minds was Feng's death-like wild beasts that had awakened from their slumber. The auras of the remaining 20,000-plus players flared as they bared their teeth at their adversary retaliating even in the face of death. Feng sneered at the approaching mob. He stood just below the spatial passage, and as Miracle's members approached, they would encounter more abyssal monsters. With current players' strength, charging at these monsters was suicidal, but Miracle's players were in a frenzy. They disregarded all costs while charging at Feng, and even when their comrades fell beside them, they didn't pull their gazes from their target. Everyone, keep it up. Black Flame is still channeling the magic array and can't move. If even one of us reaches him, victory will be ours. Silent March cried, rallying his troops while a magic seal was powerful. It had an obvious flaw. The player activating it had to remain in a safe place. If the caster moved in the slightest, the channeling process would be interrupted and would fail, although there were indeed a lot of abyssal monsters between them and Feng. Miracle's players on Kama Island greatly outnumbered the monsters. Although the price of distracting the abyssal monsters was considerably high, it was possible, and it would allow a few players to slip by. Reaching their target sure enough, 7 players managed to break through the abyssal monsters' encirclement after a short moment. Arriving within 60 yards of Zero Wing's guild leader. Even if I can't move, I can still use my skills and spells. Seeing the approaching enemies, Feng promptly activated Chilling Field. The moment Chilling Field activated, the 7 Miracle members immediately felt a chill envelop their flesh. Both their movement speed and attack speed significantly decreased before the Miracle members could move within 40 yards of Feng. Icicles exploded from the ground, striking the 7 players as damages in the tens of thousands appeared above their heads. The mana on Kama Island was extremely thin, which limited the combat power players could exert, and with Chilling Field's movement speed reduction, dodging the icicle's attacks became impossible for the 7 miracle players. In the blink of an eye, the attacks killed 2 players. Only the 5 Refinement Realm experts managed to avoid death, however. While the 5 Refinement Realm experts had dodged the first wave of Feng's attacks, the swordsman was far from finished. As a constant stream of attacks bombarded them, the Refinement Realm experts were forced to halt their advance, focusing on defense. Unfortunately, they still took hits from time to time, continuing to lose HP. In the end, all 5 died before they could move within 20 yards of their target, although Refinement Realm experts were frightening existences in first-rate guilds. Their evasive and defensive maneuvers were unrefined before Feng died. Following which, Feng struck one group of Miracles members after another, mercilessly slaying every player that came within his attack range. None of them could get within 10 yards of Feng. Seeing this, Miracle's surviving members were dumbfounded while Silent Mars came within 50 yards of the swordsman. She stopped her advance and took out a single target, Tier 4 offensive magic scroll. Numerous spiraling wind blades then formed around Feng. Under Silent March's control, these wind blades bombarded the immobile guild leader. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out in succession, the resulting shockwaves throwing dust and dirt into the airs. Finally dead, Silent March could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief as she watched the dust clouds surround Feng's location. She had used a large number of guildmates as bait to get within 50 yards of the swordsman and find an opportunity to use the magic scroll without her opponent noticing. But once the dust settled, it revealed Feng's unharmed figure. Golden divine runes circled his body, isolating him from the outside world. These runes were the result of the 7 Luminaries' ring's absolute defense, however. Rather than the runic barrier, everyone's attention was on the pitch-black magic arrays around Feng. The arrays had completed and sealed off Kama Island. Chapter 1944. Slaying 1,000 Miles. 1,000 Miles is paled when he saw the fully formed magic arrays. Magic scrolls, like the Magicbreaker scroll, was the only way to remove the magic seal. Once it was complete, and before its duration ended, it's over. We're doomed. When the rest of Miracle's army saw the magic barrier slowly spread out from above them, they were distraught. Thousands of abyssal monsters had already emerged from the spatial passage. They had thought it would be possible to reach the island's shores before their annihilation when there had only been several hundred. But that hope was gone. Several hundred more Miracle members had died while the army had succumbed to their despair. Players only snapped out of their daze, fleeing like madmen, when the fallen players' weapons and equipment hit the ground. Although they knew that they had no hope of surviving this, they prayed for a miracle to save them. Vice Guild Leader, what should we do? Silent March asked anxiously as she watched Miracle's Tier 2 experts fall. One after another. Weary out of options now that the magic seal is complete. Have our experts bring up the rear. We're retreating, 1,000 Miles said, shaking his head. Now that the magic seal had taken shape, not even he had a countermeasure. Fortunately, he was one of Miracle's vice guild leaders, and his guild had allocated him plenty of life-saving tools. Unfortunately, he'd only be able to save a small number of players with the tools he had on hand. But Silent March felt her heart bleed as she watched the abyssal monsters slaughter their guild's experts in the valley. Miracle had brought more than 7,000 experts to Kama Island. This was the first time their guild had suffered such a severe loss since joining God's domain. Enough. If you don't hurry, I can't guarantee our safe escape. 1,000 Miles snapped gravely. He, too, was reluctant to make the decision. He was, after all, responsible for this offensive operation. He wanted nothing more than to kill Feng, but he understood that with Feng's strength and the abyssal monster's interference, slaying the swordsman was impossible. All he could do was leave this godforsaken island as quickly as possible. Understood. Silent March nodded as Silent March began her retreat. Several hundred experts formed a tight circle around her, guiding Silent March and several upper echelons out of the valley. Black flame. Just you wait. It won't be long before I pay this back tenfold. 1,000 Miles bellowed as he glared at Feng, already thinking of ways to deal with Zero Wing. After ensuring that his guild's upper echelons had gathered around him, 1,000 Miles retrieved a dark purple globe from his bag. Countless divine runes had been engraved on this crystal globe, the globe itself giving off waves of pressure. This globe was one of the treasures Miracle had obtained from an ancient ruin, Wind God's Orb. The Wind God's Orb was a consumable that temporarily granted players the power of the Wind God. With the Wind God's power, players could fly freely through the sky for 5 minutes. Moreover, players' flight speed would be so incredible that not even flying ships could keep up with them. Whether one was using the Wind God's Orb for escape or pursuit, the orb was a very useful tool. Unfortunately, it could only be used 10 times. Once all 10 uses had been expended, the Wind God's Orb would turn into dust. Although the magic seal on Kama Island prevented teleportation, it did not prohibit players from flying. As long as they had the power of the Wind God, they could easily shake off the abyssal monster's pursuit. Moreover, 5 minutes of flying would be more than enough to escape Kama Island. Once they were off of the island, fleeing from the abyssal monsters would be a piece of cake. After taking out the Wind God's Orb, 1,000 Miles began to chant an incantation, granting him and the others the Wind God's power. With 1,000 Miles as the center, a gigantic, dark purple magic array formed on the ground, hungrily absorbing and devouring the surrounding mana. At the same time, a powerful storm enveloped 1,000 Miles and the others, preventing other players from approaching the group. The Wind God's Orb? Feng muttered. He could not help but feel a little astonished when he saw the dark purple globe in 1,000 Miles' hands. Miracle really is quite generous to have given him such a precious item, but you must be dreaming if you think you can escape with that. Feng then activated Gale Domain, transforming into a blur as he flew toward 1,000 Miles. The Wind God's Orb had been extremely famous in God's Domain, a masterpiece crafted by an ancient civilization. As long as there were no magic arrays that prevented flight in an area, even Tier 5 players wouldn't stop a player endowed with the Wind God's power. Only Tier 6 players would have the ability. Hence, the Wind God's Orb had been publicly acknowledged as one of the top 10 treasures for pursuit and escape in God's Domain in the past. However, the Wind God's Orb had an obvious flaw. It required a lengthy channeling time. Each endowment required roughly 15 seconds, although Feng was currently around 800 yards away from 1,000 Miles. He could cross the distance in less than 10 seconds with the effects of Gale Domain. Of course, Miracle's members noticed Feng's movement. Black flame. 1,000 Miles' rage burned even brighter when he saw Feng's approach. Escort team, block him with everything you've got. I'll kill him myself in a moment. He had called off the assault on Feng simply because he found the task troublesome. He had decided to ignore the man and let the hateful bastard live for a few more days. However, Feng ignored his benevolence and now targeted his Life Vice Guild leader. Rest assured, we'll make sure he doesn't leave your sight. We'll show this brat just how ignorant he is. A silver-armored, middle-aged man confidently declared as he watched Feng's approaching figure. After saying so, the middle-aged man, who led the escort team, and the team's 200-plus members vigilantly awaited Feng's arrival. Once the flying swordsman was within 100 yards, the escort team activated their berserk skills. A few members even activated a magic array, trapping Feng within a magic barrier shatter. When Feng was less than 60 yards away from 1,000 Miles, he activated Power of Darkness and swung down Killing Ray Lightning Slash. A blue lightning bolt tore through the sturdy magic barrier, and by the time Miracle's players noticed it, the bolt had pierced through 1,000 Miles' body, devouring all of his HP. Chapter 1945. Miracle defeated. How is this possible? Silent March stared at 1,000 Miles' empty HP bar with wide eyes. Shocked, that attack had been too fast and sudden. The escort team had clearly trapped Feng in a magic barrier that even a Grand Lord would need some time to struggle free from. Yet Feng had broken free and killed 1,000 Miles with the same single attack. Any player capable of rising to the position of Vice Guild leader in a superpower had more than just strong management abilities, but also had enough individual strength to convince others to follow them obediently. Although 1,000 Miles had been focused on activating the Wind God's Orb, landing a ranged attack should have been impossible, but Feng had taken advantage of the moment. 1,000 Miles had lowered his guard due to the magic barrier, claiming the man's Life God's Domain had many spells and skills that quickly took effect, and by the time these abilities activated, even experts would be hard-pressed to dodge them normally. Players had to predict the attack's trajectory. taking preemptive measures to dodge or block the attack. However, Feng's execution had been so fast that she hadn't even noticed his movements when he activated the skill. Needless to say, it would have been impossible for Thousand Miles, who had been distracted, to notice the attack. The other members around the Vice Guild leader's corpse were just as stunned. They stared at the body with incredulous looks. Thousand Miles was one of their guild's Vice Guild leaders. Not only was he extraordinarily powerful as an individual, but the guild had also given him plenty of treasures. Even super guilds would have a difficult time killing Thousand Miles. In fact, regardless of the several thousand abyssal monsters on Karna Island, they had never considered that the monsters might kill Thousand Miles, yet their Vice Guild leader was dead. Moreover, Thousand Miles hadn't died at the hands of a superpower. He hadn't even died while surrounded by enemies, overwhelmed and outnumbered. Instead, a guild leader from a guild that had only recently become famous had claimed his life. If news of this spread, it would cause a sensation throughout God's domain. Black Flame, the escort team's leader, turned ashen as he shot Feng a glare. From today on, neither you nor Zero Wing will have a place in God's domain. Not even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion can protect you. Had someone from another superpower killed Thousand Miles, it would not have had much of an impact on Miracle's reputation. At most, the public would think that the offending superpower had grown stronger. However, the fact that a minor power like Zero Wing was responsible for the Vice Guild leader's death was humiliating. If word of this got out, Miracle would become a laughingstock among the various superpowers. Others might even assume that Miracle had grown weaker, doubting its qualifications as a super-first-rate guild. If Miracle did not annihilate Zero Wing after such an insult, it would have no hope of mingling in God's domain in the future. That's my business, Feng said while slashing the abyssal blade at the escort team. Lightning edge. Countless arcs of lightning streaked toward the dazed escort members, although a portion of the escort members had reacted to the attack quickly and dodged Lightning Edge's trajectory. The attack killed more than 70% of the team. I'll kill you. The escort leader, Nameless Hacker, gnashed his teeth in rage as he watched his teammates die. Nameless Hacker and the other survivors charged at Feng, killing intent flashing in their eyes. They would slay the swordsman even if they had to sacrifice their own lives. I'll support you. Silent March was just as resolved to kill Feng. After activating her Berserk skill, she began to chant an offensive spell, aiming for the guild leader. Although Nameless Hacker was not a match for Miracle Dragon, he was a peak expert at the Void Realm. If he had 20+ melee refinement realm experts supporting him, not even a domain realm expert would dare to take him on. Furthermore, he had the support of a magical class expert, Silent March. She could make up for the melee player's flaws by launching attacks at Feng's blind spots, which the melee players could not reach. As Nameless Hacker reached Feng, he raised his greatsword and executed a downward slash. The greatsword transformed into a rainbow that descended on Feng. As the rainbow passed, even space began to crack at the same time. The other escort members circled to Feng's sides and executed their strongest skills. As they attacked, they paid no attention to defense. They were fully intent on trading blow for blow with Feng. Once Silent March saw Nameless Hacker use his ultimate move, she followed by releasing her channeled spell, the Tier 2 curse, Death Coffin. With Feng in the center, death energy filled a 30-yard radius, constantly corroding the players' lives. Silent March planned to use the escort team to buy time for death energy to detonate, killing the team and Feng. Meanwhile, Nameless Hacker and his comrades paid no heed to Silent March's spell. Now that Thousand Miles was dead, they had no way to escape Karna Island before the abyssal monsters killed them. In any case, they were more than willing to sacrifice themselves if it meant Feng's death. In response to his opponent's suicidal attacks, Feng used Dragon Breath and 9 Dragon Slash. He had no intention of dodging the attacks. His basic attributes were far beyond Nameless Hacker and Miracle's members. He could simply stop the attacks with brute force. Boom, boom, boom. The moment Dragon Breath collided with the descending rainbow, a massive explosion shook the valley. Dragon Breath shattered the rainbow and blew Nameless Hacker away. Abyssal Blade's phantoms, meanwhile, put a stop to the melee refinement realm expert's assault before the death energy Silent March had summoned could detonate. Feng used Instant Strike to appear before her and swung Killing Ray at the female necromancer. Although Silent March tried to block the attack with her staff, she was too late. Killing ray shattered the magic barrier protecting Silent March and cut straight through her neck, instantly obliterating her HP so fast. The escort team members were stunned first. 1,000 miles had fallen. Now, even Silent March had died before the rear-line healers could do anything about it. Feng's attack power and attack speed were terrifying. Without Silent March's assistance, Nameless Hacker and the others were utterly helpless against Feng. Even though they still had their healer's support, Feng killed one after another. With the Abyssal Monster's interference, the entire escort team had been eliminated in less than 20 seconds. Seeing this, Miracle's surviving experts, who had been rushing over to help, turned and fled, losing any motivation to attack Feng. Unfortunately, the flying Abyssal Monsters gave Miracle's members no opportunities to escape Karna Island. In less than 10 minutes, all of the 30,000-plus players Miracle had dispatched to the island were dead. None left the island alive. Chapter 1946, Impossible Outcome. After Miracle's forces on Kama Island were annihilated, the Abyssal Monsters circling above began to scatter to the surrounding areas, and Feng couldn't be any happier to see it. Although this turn of events would be a problem for players developing in the Sea of Death, it would benefit him. The Abyssal Monster's presence would deter anyone from approaching Kama Island. However, the Abyss Passage he opened above the island was small, unlike the Medium Passage in the Twin Towers Kingdom. As a result, its influence would be very limited in the continent of God's domain. Abyssal Monsters couldn't roam freely since they were foreign to this world. Hence, the world's power constantly suppressed them. The farther they ventured from the Abyss Passage, the stronger this suppression would become. With the power of a small Abyss Passage, the passage's range of influence was very limited. Moreover, he could only use this method to deter players once each ancient Abyssal book could be used to open only 2 Abyss Passages, a Medium Passage and a Small Passage. King's Return's Hellfiend had already opened the Medium Passage to deal with Immortal Light in the Twin Towers Kingdom, and now that Feng had used the remaining Small Passage, he'd have to make sufficient sacrifices if he wanted to use the book to open another passage. He would need to sacrifice 50,000 players for a small passage, 300,000 players for a medium passage, or 1 million players for a large passage. Capturing so many players to sacrifice would be an immensely difficult task. He might be fine if his actions went undiscovered, but once other players found proof of his wrongdoing, the consequences would be horrendous. After watching the Abyssal Monsters venture away from Kama Island, Feng began to loot the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's temporary residence on Thunder Island, Big Sis Rain, I've notified every fleet in the Sea of Death. Since we cannot command those under 9 Dragons Emperor, we only have 3 fleets heading towards Kama Island. They should arrive in half an hour at the earliest. Blue Phoenix reported they had begun to gather their forces the moment they had heard of Miracle's interest in visiting Kama Island. However, the island was located in an extremely dangerous sea zone, and the various superpowers on Thunder Island didn't usually operate in that area. As a result, their fleets had been some distance from Kama Island when the situation had occurred, and even the closest ships would need some time before they'd arrive. Half an hour? Hopefully they'll make it in time. Phoenix Rain nodded. While half an hour wasn't very long, it wasn't very soon, either. If Zero Wing acted rashly, annihilating the guild's forces would be child's play for Miracle's 30,000-strong army. However, if Zero Wing's members split up and hid, they might last for another half an hour. Just what is Zero Wing trying to do? Despite knowing that Miracle has dispatched an army of 30,000 to Kama Island, Zero Wing is insistent on clashing with Miracle. Blue Phoenix was exasperated over Feng's decision. She had the feeling that Zero Wing must have fought so many first-rate guilds that it was treating Miracle like one of those old enemies. Zero Wing only had 500 members on Kama Island. Even if these members were all a part of Zero Wing's main force, they wouldn't even serve as a warm-up for Miracle's army. After all, they were talking about 30,000 elite and expert players. Moreover, all of those players were from a veteran super-first-rate guild. Not a first-rate guild. As Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix discussed the situation, the doors to the guild leader's office swung open, and 2 people walked in. The moment these 2 people entered the office, Blue Phoenix's expression darkened. Rain, long time no see. 9 Dragons Emperor greeted Phoenix Rain with a smile after entering the room. It seems you have secured quite a harvest in the Sea of Death. You've already replaced quite a few pieces of your equipment. Nine Dragons Emperor, why are you here? Phoenix Rain responded dryly. Nine Dragons Emperor was closely tied to the ambush she had suffered on Savage God Island. If not for her lack of evidence, she would have long since reported him to the Great Pavilion Master. Just the sin of setting her up would instantly get Nine Dragons Emperor banished from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Unfortunately, Nine Dragons Emperor was too clever to leave evidence. No matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find any proof this is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild residence. Is there some reason that a pavilion master such as myself cannot be here? Nine Dragons Emperor returned Phoenix Rain's question nonchalantly. Although this is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence, this place is under my management. I believe you of all people understand how the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion operates. Neither pavilion is allowed to interfere with each other's work. Or do you need me to remind you of the rules? Phoenix Rain asked coldly. Fine. I won't waste words with you. I am here on official business. The Great Pavilion Master has issued an order. Since this is such a crucial moment, you're not allowed to interfere with Miracle, Nine Dragons Emperor said, chuckling. If you still don't get it, I'll explain the order in greater detail. The Great Pavilion Master had stated that you are not to interfere with the situation on Kama Island, and you must recall all of the ships you have sent. Have I made myself clear? All matters on Thunder Island are under Big Sis Rain's management. Why would the Great Pavilion Master give such a command? Blue Phoenix refused to believe a word Nine Dragons Emperor Sadie knew you all would ask that. Here is the Great Pavilion Master's order. He had intended to inform you directly via call, but fearing that you would disobey, he sent me here to carry his orders out. Nine Dragons Emperor said as he playfully displayed the system message Ku Rong had sent him. How could this be? Phoenix Rain frowned when she saw the message. Our guild is in a precarious situation, and Zero Wing has made too many enemies. All of the various superpowers have expressed their opinions on the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. After lengthy consideration, the Great Pavilion Master has decided not to interfere in the matter between Miracle and Zero Wing to avoid exposing the pavilion to even greater danger. If you refuse to follow orders, then all responsibilities on Thunder Island will be transferred to me, Nine Dragons Emperor said, smiling. Even if you sent reinforcements, it would be futile. 1,000 Miles is leading the operation personally. Zero Wing has no chance of survival. He was very pleased with Miracle's actions whether Phoenix Rain helped Zero Wing or not. Zero Wing would suffer severely, and Phoenix Rain would lose a powerful helper. Fortunately, this increased his chances in the next contest for Thunder Island. The naval power Zero Wing had displayed near Savage God Island had been too frightening, forcing him to take the guild seriously, but there was no need for that now. Now that Miracle had crippled Zero Wing, the latter would no longer pose a threat in the upcoming contest. Moreover, with Zero Wing's main force crippled and Ku Rong's current attitude toward the guild, he could take advantage of the situation to deal with Zero Wing's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire. Big Sis Rain, what should we do? Blue Phoenix asked anxiously. Phoenix Rain considered the matter, her expression ugly. She hadn't expected Ku Rong to interfere. Rain, you best decide quickly. I don't have that much patience. If you can't, I'll make the decision for you, Nine Dragons Emperor threatened. The twisted expression on Phoenix Rain's face delighted him greatly. Phoenix Rain frowned, however. Before she could say more, she received a message. It had been sent by the spy she had planted in Miracle. How is this possible? Phoenix Rain was stunned as she read the message's contents. She simply could not believe what she read. Rain, are you trying to disobey orders? Nine Dragons Emperor demanded after Phoenix Rain's long silence. Inwardly, though, he grinned ear to ear. As long as Phoenix Rain refused to obey Ku Rong's orders, he would take control of Thunder Island. It would save him a lot of effort with his future plans. Sure. Of course, we'll follow orders. Phoenix Rain smiled as she glanced at Nine Dragons Emperor. Blue, notify the fleets to return immediately. Return. Blue Phoenix was confused. Are we really doing this? Nine Dragons Emperor stared at Phoenix Rain in shock. He had never expected her to be so decisive. Of course, the battle on Kama Island is already over, Phoenix Rain said. Including 1,000 Miles and Miracle's other upper echelons, The 30,000-man army has been eliminated. There's no longer a need to visit the island. Chapter 1947, Bountiful Harvest. Miracles been annihilated. Nine Dragons Emperor was dumbfounded when he heard Phoenix Rain's announcement. How can this be? Miracle wasn't an ordinary super-first-rate guild. Aside from its weaker legacy, it was stronger than some super guilds overall. Furthermore, 1,000 Miles had led the operation personally. If another superpower had to face Miracle's 30,000-man army, the battle would be bitter even if the superpower thoroughly prepared. Much less annihilate Miracle's forces. Annihilating Miracle's army would be far more difficult than simply defeating it. If Miracle's 30,000 players decided to scatter and flee, no power should be able to eliminate them all even if the army were badly outnumbered. How could Zero Wing possibly achieve such a feat? Big Sis Rain, are you sure? Even if Zero Wing managed to obliterate Miracle's army, 1,000 Miles shouldn't have died. As one of Miracle's vice guild leaders, he should have plenty of life-saving tools on him. Killing him should be much harder than annihilating Miracle's army. How could he possibly die? Not even Blue Phoenix could believe the report. As a member of a superpower herself, she knew just how serious the various superpowers protected their upper echelons, especially their vice guild leaders. Even before God's domain, the various superpowers' guild leaders and vice guild leaders had faced assassination in other virtual reality games. This wasn't new to them, however. As the various superpowers adapted to God's domain, they provided even better protection for their upper echelons. Take the ambush Phoenix Rain had faced on Savage God Island, for example. While Miracle might have had the ability to slay the main force members under Phoenix Rain, it hadn't been able to kill her. Had Phoenix Rain's subordinates faced annihilation, Phoenix Rain would have used the life-saving tools the guild had given her to flee the island. Of course, losing her main force members would have affected her plans. When Nine Dragons Emperor heard Blue Phoenix's question, he could not help but nod in agreement. He decided that the news must be fake. It would have already been impressive if Zero Wing's small team of 500 escaped Miracle's forces, but no matter how strong those players were, annihilating Miracle's army should have been impossible, not to mention slaying 1,000 Miles. I wondered the same thing, but I've just verified the information. Miracle has issued a red annihilation order on Zero Wing. It's the highest-ranking annihilation order available in Miracle. Issuing this order means that there are no options for reconciliation between Miracle and the order's target, and only one of them will be allowed to live, Phoenix Rain said. Why would the guild issue a red annihilation order if Zero Wing didn't annihilate its army? That is a lie, right? Miracle's army had more than 400 Tier 2 experts. Such a severe loss will certainly affect Miracle's future plans. Blue Phoenix still couldn't believe the news, but faced with the facts, she had no choice but to accept it as truth. Miracle had issued the red annihilation order in the past, but only when the guild had expected a decisive battle with another superpower. No matter how she looked at it, now that Miracle had used the order on Zero Wing, it must have suffered a humiliating loss against the smaller Guild 9 Dragons Emperor. What a pity. It seems that my ally is quite reliable and no longer requires my help. If you have nothing else, I must ask you to leave. Unlike you, I don't have much free time. I still have to take care of many matters on Thunder Island. Phoenix Rain smugly dismissed Nine Dragons Emperor Yu. Veins bulged on Nine Dragons Emperor's forehead. After taking a moment to calm down, he sneered and said, Phoenix Rain, don't get excited so soon. Zero Wing might have gotten lucky and defeated Miracle, but you know better than I just how frightening Miracle is. Zero Wing has ignorantly pushed itself onto the path of annihilation. It won't be long before Zero Wing is thoroughly removed from God's domain. After Nine Dragons Emperor finished, he turned and left the office in a huff. Seeing Nine Dragons Emperor's frustrated expression, Phoenix Rain felt refreshed. However, she knew that Zero Wing had gotten itself into more trouble than ever before. Phoenix Rain wasn't the only one to learn of Miracle's extermination. All of the various superpowers received reports on the battle on Kama Island. Zero Wing really is impressive to cause so much damage to Miracle. Even 1,000 Miles was slain. The guild has dragged Miracle's reputation through the mud. Let's see if Miracle still dares to call itself #1 among super-first-rate guilds. I had never thought that Miracle would suffer such an upset one day. If Miracle doesn't deal with this matter properly, it will become a laughingstock in the sea of death. Zero Wing is quite powerful. With such capabilities, it should easily rank among the top 5 of up-and-coming guilds. The news of Miracle's slaughter surprised all of the various superpowers, although they also pitted Zero Wing. With how much potential Zero Wing had displayed thus far, it was guaranteed to become a super-first-rate guild if given enough time. However, now that Zero Wing had provoked Miracle, the guild had no future to speak of. Had Miracle's defeat been minor, it would have, at most, sent some guild experts to harass Zero Wing. As a superpower, Miracle had a lot on its plate, after all. Couldn't utilize its full strength to deal with some small guild, however. This situation was different. Not only had Zero Wing slaughtered Miracle's 30,000-strong army, but it had also killed Thousand Miles, one of the guild's key figures. This was a great embarrassment for Miracle. If the super-first-rate guild didn't obliterate Zero Wing and restore its reputation, even as a superpower, it wouldn't survive long in God's domain. Meanwhile, Zero Wing, which hadn't been particularly famous in God's domain outside of Starmoon Kingdom, had become a household name. Even the kingdoms and empires far from Starmoon Kingdom now knew the name Zero Wing. Meanwhile, back on Kama Island Dash. After working tirelessly for more than 2 hours, Feng finally collected the items Miracle's members had dropped. Miracle had dispatched over 30,000 players to Kama Island, and over 7,000 of them were experts. The guild had also sent more than 400 Tier 2 players. One could easily imagine how powerful the dropped items were. However, Feng did not store everything in his bag, which only had a limited amount of space. Hence, he only stored the best items, ignoring the common weapons and equipment. Even so, he still claimed more than 7,000 items, including over 500 level 50 fine gold weapons and equipment, and over 100 level 50 dark gold items. When exploring a corner of the valley, Feng noticed a crimson crystal globe on the ground. Within the globe burned a golden flame, and as if the flame had a life of its own, it transformed into a small, flaming dragon as Feng approached Fire Spirit. Feng gasped when he saw the item. Chapter 1948, Special Epic Tool. Snapping out of his daze, Feng stepped forward and picked up the crystal globe. Although he had seen this crystal globe at an auction during his previous life, he found it hard to believe that the item before him was the same one. He had to verify his suspicion. Sure enough, it really is a fire spirit. Miracle is amazing. It actually got its hands on this. Feng could not help his elation as he inspected the crimson globe. Current players should be wholly ignorant of the fire spirit. Even if they managed to find one, they wouldn't know the fire spirit's true value based on the fire spirit's attribute panel. It was a weak epic tool that could only cast one spell, the Tier 2 spell, Fire Spirit. When cast, the spell would summon a Tier 2 fire spirit of the same level. In other words, obtaining the epic tool only granted players one additional summoning skill. While a Tier 2 fire spirit might be of some help to Tier 1 players, it was hardly of any use to Tier 2 players and above. Moreover, each fire spirit summon cost 5 magic crystals. Although the summoned fire spirit did not have a duration, to Tier 2 players, 5 magic crystals per summon was very expensive. Moreover, the summoned Tier 2 fire spirit wasn't even stronger than the summoners. Rather than wasting 5 magic crystals to summon a meat shield, it was cheaper to party with an MT. Because of this, the various large guilds paid no attention to the fire spirit. Despite being an epic tool, however, Fire Spirit had one passive skill called Devour Mysterious Flame, which allowed the fire spirit to absorb mysterious flames, growing stronger. Unfortunately, no guild dared to use this passive skill. Mysterious flames were incomparably precious in God's domain, helping lifestyle players increase their production success rates. Losing a Tier 1 mysterious flame might not be so painful, but only a fool would sacrifice mysterious flames at Tier 2 and above to strengthen an epic tool. Tier 2 mysterious flames were, after all, just as valuable as ordinary epic item. Sacrificing a Tier 2 mysterious flame to upgrade the fire spirit was simply unprofitable. No one knew what the fire spirit would do after devouring the flame, and on the off chance that it received a minor basic attribute boost, the sacrifice would be an utter waste. Hence, the powers that obtained a fire spirit generally considered it useless. Even worse, the fire spirit would drop upon death. If one accidentally died after expending a mysterious flame to upgrade the fire spirit, they'd die a second time from regret. However, players hadn't yet discovered the fire spirit's frightening growth rate after devouring a mysterious flame, especially a high-tiered flame. Not only would feeding the fire spirit mysterious flames increase its tier, but its life rating would also improve. One guild in the past had become incredibly famous due to the fire spirit. The guild had been Thunder Family, a first-rate guild. A super first-rate guild had backed Thunder Family into a corner, and all of its territories, save the guild's main city, had been taken. Everyone had thought that the Thunder Family was finished, but the guild had summoned a fire spirit. The highest-tiered fire spirit in God's domain had only been Tier 3 back then. However, the Thunder Family had summoned a Tier 4 fire spirit. Moreover, it was an archaic species ranked fire spirit. Fire spirits might not be as durable as ordinary monsters of the same rank and level, but as pampered children of fire, they had plenty of Tier 4 curses. A Tier 4 archaic species was already a challenge to take down, not to mention one with multiple Tier 4 curses. One could easily imagine what the influence the Thunder Family's Tier 4 fire spirit would have on a large-scale battle. In the end, Thunder Family had won the final battle at its main city. Afterward, the various major powers had paid more attention to the epic tools known as fire spirits. Although Thunder Family had remained a first-rate guild even after 10 years in God's domain, no superpower underestimated it. The guild had eventually nurtured its fire spirit to Tier 5, and its life rating had risen to Fallen Angel. It had become almost invincible among opponents of the same tier, and even Tier 6, God-rank players had fled from one-on-one battles with the Tier 5 fire spirit, including its many Tier 5 curses. The fire spirit had become a terrifying adversary. One could say that obtaining a fire spirit was the equivalent of obtaining a capable Tier 5 helper. It was unimaginably valuable. However, nurturing a fire spirit wasn't easy. Thunder Family had practically bankrupted itself to nurture its fire spirit to Tier 5. Even superpowers had a hard time getting their hands on Tier 3 and 4 mysterious flames, and unless one obtained them in secret, countless problems would plague the player. Even so, the fire spirit was worth the cost. The fire spirit tool had another amazing aspect, as well. After devouring enough mysterious flames, the tool's rank would increase. Once it became a fragmented legendary item, it would gain an additional skill called Flame Refinement. The skill could grant a maximum often players the fire spirit's flames. Naturally, the strength of these flames would depend on the fire spirit's strength. The stronger the fire spirit was, the stronger the flames would be. In the past, various superpowers and first-rate guilds would frequently rent these flames from Thunder Family, which, in turn, allowed the guild to make a fortune. Although Aqua and Snow failed to find any clues leading to Tier 2 and Tier 3 mysterious flames, they did obtain quite a few Tier 1 mysterious flames. I can use them to feed the fire spirit. Feng was quite satisfied as he gazed at the crimson globe in his hand. Tier 1 mysterious flames might not upgrade the flame spirit by much, but if it devoured enough of them, it would undergo a qualitative transformation. After Feng finished organizing the loot, he returned to the cave that contained the manatite vein. He then set up an abyssal barrier and a teleportation point outside of the cave. In the future, Zero Wings members would be able to teleport directly there without worrying about the abyssal monsters. From now on, the manatite vein belonged exclusively to Zero Wing. The guild wouldn't have to worry about competition from other superpowers, and it wouldn't have to dispatch players to guard the mine. The island's abyssal monsters would serve as a natural deterrence, following which, Feng regrouped with Aqua Rose and the others, continuing to lead them deeper into the Demonkin nest. Defeating one patrol squad after another, the Demonkin nest was quite large, and the pathways within were incredibly complex. As a result, exploring the nest was far more difficult than Feng had assumed. Guild leader, I found the nest's boss. Fire Dance excitedly announced. To mine the manatite vein, they first had to defeat the nest's guardian boss to stop the Demonkin from respawning. The Demonkin would only respawn once the guardian boss had, but the bosses based in or veins had very long respawn times. Although the guardian boss would grow stronger with each respawn, it wasn't a cause for worry since players would be much stronger by the time it did. Alright, I'll lead the team to you. Feng rejoiced when he heard Fire Dance's sudden declaration. He immediately led his team to her location. However, when Feng made it to the cavern, Fire Dance stood in and saw the Demonkin. He was stunned. The Demonkin was 6 meters tall and fully geared in dark gray armor. Its back was decorated with all sorts of long swords. Currently, the Demonkin stood in the middle of the cavern with its eyes shut. A Tier Master. Chapter 1949, Tier Master. Everyone felt stifled as they watched the quiet Demonkin in the middle of the dark cavern with grim expressions. Demonkin King, Ava. Mythic, Tier Master. Level 68. HP 600. 000 000/600. 000 What kind of monster is that? How is it giving off such intense pressure? Is that really a tier 4 monster? I can already feel death loom over me just by looking at it. Why do I feel like I can't even hit it even though it's just standing there? Huh? What does tier master mean? Although none of them knew what a tier master was, after a long time fighting in God's domain, they had developed their instincts. Those instincts screamed a warning. If they set foot in this cavern, they'd get a one-way trip to hell naturally. Feng wasn't particularly surprised by his team's reaction. After all, their instincts were correct. If they entered Ava's cavern carelessly, their deaths would be guaranteed. The concept of a tier master was still foreign to current players. It was akin to a king among those of the same tier, but unlike ordinary archaic species or dragons, a tier master's strength didn't originate from extraordinary attributes. Rather, it came from the monster's extraordinary combat standards. Dealing with tier masters was far more difficult than dealing with archaic species that had high attributes. A fight against a tier master was a test of players' combat standards. If players' combat standards were lacking, they would die instantly. In comparison, players would have a fighting chance against an archaic species even if they were at a disadvantage in terms of attributes. Moreover, when raiding tier masters, players would not be able to use their numerical advantage. In fact, raiding a tier master with more players than necessary would only increase the raid difficulty. Tier masters were capable of summoning an army of monsters, and they would summon more monsters based on the number of players participating in the raid. The summoned monsters might not have high attributes, but even the weakest combat standards would be at the trial tower's 3rd floor. This was why tier masters were so fearsome. Normally, tier masters only spawned after level 100. Feng had never considered that the boss guarding Island's Manatite Vein would be a tier master. Guild leader. This boss is giving off a very dangerous feeling. We have quite a few players with us. Should we send some players in to test the waters? Aqua Rose suggested. When dealing with unknown bosses, particularly field bosses, teams usually dispatched a small group to test the boss's abilities and search for appropriate countermeasures to avoid excessive losses. After all, dying in the field meant losing a full level. Even when resurrected, players still lost half a level of EXP. Forget it. Compile a list of data on every member of the team. I'm going to reform a 100-man raid team, Feng said. Shaking his head, there was no point in probing a tier master. Such bosses were straightforward. Unlike other bosses, which used many strange skills and spells, a tier master would only use normal attacks and the occasional team-wipe move. If players could keep up with the boss's combat standards, they could defeat it. If they couldn't keep up, it didn't matter what strategies they employed. They'd all die. Moreover, the 500 tier 2 players present were all true experts in the guild. Whether they lost half a level or a full level, it would deal a significant blow to Zero Wing. They'd be better off going all out on their first try. Following which, Aqua Rose gathered the details on the 500-man team and sent the information to Feng. She had collected data on players' basic attributes, weapons, equipment, and current progress in the trial tower. After planning for about half an hour, Feng finally decided on the 100 members that would take part in the raid. The weakest of the players he had selected had already reached the late stage of the trial tower's 6th floor. They would have no problems facing the tier master summon mobs in a one-on-one. All right, Cola, start the raid. Feng commanded. Once everyone had their tasks, Cola nodded seriously. Although he was nervous, he willed himself to enter the cavern. The moment Cola stepped into the cavern, a bright light illuminated the space. Rather than a cavern, this place looked like an ancient temple. Faded murals covered the cavern walls, and stone pillars stood at intervals, supporting the cavern's vast ceiling. Although severely damaged, magic arrays were visible on the stone ground. Once Cola was within a certain range, the Demonkin king opened its eyes. The moment Ava's crimson eyes were revealed, Cola felt as if he had plunged into an icy hell as a chill seeped into his bones. Unlike other monsters, whose auras contained death and violence, Ava's aura was calm and indifferent. Before Cola could overcome the frosty sensation, Ava moved. Unlike other monsters they had faced, Ava wasn't lightning fast. They could all follow every single movement with their eyes, but despite the several hundred yards between the boss and Kola, each of Ava's steps rapidly devoured the distance crap. This monster's an expert. Kola had an incredibly bad feeling as he watched Ava approach. Hurriedly, he raised Titan Guard to defend himself. Dang. A crisp, metallic clang reached everyone's ears as dazzling sparks flew from Kola's Titan Guard. Kola stumbled back several steps before stabilizing himself. However, before he could catch his breath, another sword descended on him. This time, Kola instinctively raised his shield to block the attack. As they watched Kola receive a series of attacks from Ava, everyone could not help but gasp. Although Kola only lost around 13,000 HP from each attack, the Tier Master continued to push him back. In the battle between the expert MT and the Guardian boss, Kola was at a complete disadvantage. He had no opportunities to launch a counterattack. He could only defend himself. If he diverted his focus in the slightest, Ava's blade would likely find its mark. When the rest of the 100-man team came within 100 yards of Ava, the Demonkin King bellowed with anger. Multiple Demonkin then began to rise from the ground, ranging between level 64 and 66. By the time they stopped emerging, a total of 200 Demonkin stood before the players. Among them, the weakest was a chieftain, while the strongest was a lord. At first, Zero Wings members paid little attention to these monsters due to their low ranks, but after clashing with them, these expert players were stunned. These Demonkin commanded incredibly high combat standards. The weakest Demonkin could easily reach the Trial Tower's 3rd floor, while a few Lord-ranked Demonkin could reach the 5th floor, the publicly acknowledged expert standard in God's domain right now. Of course, Demonkin's attributes were already higher than players. Combined with expert combat standards, the Lord-ranked Demonkins instantly slew several Tier 2 players. Fortunately, Violet Cloud managed to rescue some of them in time, reducing the number of casualties. Thank goodness. It seems this Demonkin King is only at the late stage 5th floor standard. Defeating it shouldn't be a problem. After watching Kola fight Ava for some time, Feng had a rough estimate of the Guardian boss's combat standard, and he could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief. Not all Tier Masters were equal. The weakest among them were close to reaching the Trial Tower's 6th floor, in other words, the 5th floor's late stage. In a large guild, a player with such a combat standard would be considered a relatively strong expert. As for the stronger Tier Masters, some had even reached the Void Realm. Fortunately, Ava was one of the weakest Tier Masters. Had it been slightly stronger, Kola would have died instantly even if he met the attribute requirements for this raid. The only reason Ava was able to suppress Kola was its mythic-ranked attributes. Although Kola's life dangled off the side of a cliff, Ava couldn't push the MT any farther. Furthermore, Kola could activate his Berserk skill to bridge the gap between them. Under Feng's command, Kola activated his Berserk skill, instantly decreasing the raid's difficulty. Meanwhile, with Turtledove and Yi Wumian tanking most of the mobs, the rest of the team was free to attack the Demonkin King, decimating its HP 90%, 70%, 50%. When Ava only had 1% of its HP remaining, Feng activated Divine Providence and finished the Demonkin King off with Shadow Blade and Lightning Slash. As soon as the Guardian boss fell, a system notification reached everyone's ears. Chapter 1950, Demonkin King's Loot. System. Congratulations. You have killed the Demonkin King Ava. Due to the Demonkin King's death, all Demonkin in the area will not respawn. System. Congratulations. You have obtained the first kill on the Demonkin King Ava. Rewards doubled. Guild popularity plus 500 and humanity reputation plus 20. When they heard the system announcements, Zero Wings members cheered in joy. Now that they had killed the Demonkin King, the Manatite vein had finally come under Zero Wings' control. Their guild could now mine the vein freely. Currently, only a few superpowers had possession of or veins that produced magic crystals. Once the system notifications ended, the Demonkin King's corpse burst into countless particles of light. Items began to manifest in the air, falling to the ground one after another. These dropped items glowed with colorful lights, dazzling the watching players. By the time they stopped appearing, a small mountain had formed on the ground as expected of the first kill reward. The loot is frightening. Feng was a little astonished as he gazed at the small mountain of loot. Although the Demonkin King hadn't dropped as much loot as the Void Serpent, It still surpassed ordinary mythic monsters of the same level after Feng had the healers start resurrecting the dead. He began to organize the loot. As his team watched expectantly, Feng spent more than 20 minutes inspecting the items. The Demonkin King had dropped a total of 176 items. Although more than half consisted of materials, there were still 33 weapons and equipment, a considerable amount. As many as 17 were level 60 secret silver weapons, and equipment level 60 secret silver equipment was better than level 55 fine gold equipment at this stage of the game. Even level 50 secret silver equipment was extremely rare among the various large guilds. Let alone level 55 fine gold equipment without hesitation, Feng held an internal auction for the 17 level 60 secret silver equipment pieces. Although level 60 secret silver equipment was too high-leveled for most of the players on the team, there were level reduction gemstones in the guild warehouse. They should be able to equip level 60 weapons and equipment after equipping the gemstones. Everyone on the team fervently bid for the weapons and equipment. As for the 8 level 60 fine gold and 6 level 60 dark gold weapons and equipment pieces the Demonkin King had dropped, he had no intention of distributing them via internal auction. Instead, he stored them in the guild warehouse and made them available to the guild's core members for purchase. Not only did these items cost a large number of GCPs, but players also needed to contribute sufficiently to the guild. After all, weapons and equipment of such level and rank could even tempt superpowers. He would not allow other guilds to claim the items by spending a few GCPs. The Demonkin King had also dropped 2 pieces of epic equipment, a pair of cloth armor boots and a leather armor belt. Both pieces offered excellent attributes. The boots granted magical class players a chance to reduce their spellcasting time by half, while the belt increased physique by 5% and granted players the leap skill, which gave players greater flexibility. After some consideration, Feng decided to give the boots to Aqua Rose and the belt to Fire Dance. Both women's combat standards ranked among the top in Zero Wing, and they could best utilize the power of these 2 epic equipment pieces. At this point, Zero Wing lacked peak experts more than anything else. Compared to the various superpowers, the guild's number of peak experts was pitiful. Moreover, as the various superpowers gathered more peak equipment, Zero Wing's attribute advantage would decrease. Hence, instead of splitting the guild's peak equipment among its many experts like the various superpowers, Zero Wing needed to concentrate its resources for greater effect. After Aqua Rose and Fire Dance equipped their new epic equipment, their basic attributes soared. Among the 2, Fire Dance's current equipment lineup was simply dazzling. Fire Dance currently wore 6 pieces of epic equipment, as well as the fragmented legendary weapon 1000 transformations. Not even a super guild's guild leader was a match for her equipment now. Even if she encountered a superpower's apex experts, she'd have a high chance of triumphing. However, the Demonkin King's remaining items delighted Feng far more than the materials, weapons, and equipment the boss had dropped. No matter how many Demonkin patrol squads they had killed, he hadn't been able to get his hands on the last fragment of the Magicbreaking crossbow design. Fortunately, it had finally dropped from the Guardian boss completing the design, so this is the Magicbreaking crossbow. Sure enough, its production method isn't easy. It's no wonder why only superpowers had managed to mass-produce the weapon. Feng could not help his excitement as he gazed at the complete design in his hands. The Magicbreaking crossbow had been the perfect tool for ordinary players to combat experts in the past. Even ordinary Tier 0 players could defeat Tier 3 and 4 experts with the power of this weapon. Because of this, the various large guilds had treated it like a precious treasure. Unfortunately, the Magicbreaking crossbow design was incredibly rare, and as a result, most guilds, those that hadn't acquired the design, had only amassed a small stockpile of the tool. Even Shadow had only collected around 500 crossbows after spending a long time accumulating them. Even so, a 100-man expert team that was fully equipped with Magicbreaking crossbows could kill a Tier 4 player, much less 500 crossbows. The only downside to the Magicbreaking crossbow was that it was a consumable item. It would disappear once its durability ran out. Hence, guilds avoided using the weapon unless they had no other choice. But now that Feng had the complete design, this flaw wouldn't be a problem. Although crafting the Magicbreaking crossbow required very rare materials, a master engineer, a master forger, and a master alchemist, these requirements weren't a problem for Zero Wing. After Feng stored away the Magicbreaking crossbow design, he shifted his attention to a small, magic crystal box. Among the items the Demonkin King had dropped, This small box's value was only second to the Magicbreaking crossbow design. This item was a bloodline box, capable of randomly generating a single bloodline when opened. The bloodline this box would generate would range between basic and advanced rank. The box was no less valuable than an ordinary fragmented legendary item. Hopefully, it gives me something good. Once Divine Providence's cooldown had ended, Feng took a deep breath and activated the godly skill. He then activated the bloodline box. Chapter 1951, Superior Vein. After Feng clicked to open the bloodline box, a loading bar appeared before him. Once the loading bar was full, the bloodline box slowly opened, brilliant, colorful light escaping from under the lid. The colorful glow instantly attracted the attention of Zero Wings players. However, as their gaze rested on the strange box, an imposing aura washed over them. Despite the aura's weak pressure, the players instinctively cowered in fear and reverence. They felt like lowly ants standing before some great being. The party members only relaxed after the colorful light faded, revealing the bloodline box's bounty before Feng. A crystalline bottle laid inside the bloodline box, the silver liquid within radiating a cold, tranquil feeling. Curious, Feng inspected the bottle. He had only come across a few bloodlines in the past, so he couldn't determine what kind of bloodline the silver liquid was based on appearances alone. However, upon seeing the silver liquid's attribute panel, Feng was stunned. Space-time bloodline. Feng's hands nearly trembled as he gazed at the silver bloodline. Although he did not know much about bloodlines, he knew that those with the three supreme attributes, illusion, space, and time, were incomparably rare in God's domain. Although the bloodline before him was only basic rank, it was far more valuable than any ordinary advanced bloodline. Space-time bloodline. Reduces all spells cast time and cooldown. Improves vitality, followed by intelligence, endurance, agility, and strength. Amazing. Feng was flabbergasted after reading the space-time bloodline's introduction. While increasing magic damage was extremely important to magical class players in God's domain, their spells' cast time and cooldowns took precedence. Stronger spells had longer cast times, but enemies, be they players or monsters, wouldn't give players a lot of time to cast spells. As a result, magical class players preferred items that could reduce their cast times over items that increased magic damage. Moreover, reducing a spell's cast time would also reduce the casting difficulty, which would, in turn, increase a player's spell completion rate. Guild leader? What is that? Its aura is almost like divine might, Blackie asked curiously, as he looked at the crystalline box in Feng's hands. Took a lot of effort for even the slightest move when subjected to that aura. Fortunately, the aura had only washed over him for several seconds. This is something that can guarantee expert players a straight path to the apex of God's domain. Feng said, chuckling. Take a look at its attributes for yourselves. Saying so, Feng shared the space-time bloodline's attributes with Blackie, Aqua Rose, Alluring Summer, and Violet Cloud. Amazing. Whoever gets this bloodline will have no trouble completing their Tier 3 promotion quest once they get that far. Aqua Rose muttered as she stared at the space-time bloodline, entranced. She had never expected to find such an amazing item in God's domain. Its effects could practically rival a legacy. Alluring Summer and the others nodded in agreement. Just the basic attribute growth the bloodline granted could greatly affect the user's future. In addition, the reduced cast time and cooldowns would improve as a player reached higher levels. With this bloodline, even an ordinary magical class expert could become a peak expert with enough time. If the guild provided further resources, a somewhat talented player wouldn't have any issues reaching Tier 4 in the future. Looking at the four people before him, Feng could see the burning passion in their eyes. He suggested, "We can't let this bloodline just sit around. Why don't you discuss among yourselves and decide who will take this bloodline?" The space-time bloodline was incomparably valuable. Regardless of which player he gave it to, they'd have no issues reaching Tier 4. Unfortunately, relying on a basic bloodline wouldn't be enough to reach Tier 5. They'd also need luck and individual strength. I already have my Sea God's legacy. Let someone else have this bloodline. Aqua Rose said after giving the matter some thought. I'll pass too. I'm normally busy with the guild's management. I won't be able to put this bloodline to good use, Blackie said as he swallowed his desire. He also felt that someone else should have it. Let's give it to little sister Violet. She only has an advanced legacy. Her current equipment isn't that great, either, but she has the highest combat standard among us, Alluring Summer suggested. If Violet uses this bloodline, it'll be a great help when raiding dungeons or in PvP in the fields. I agree. Aqua Rose said healers were inconspicuous to most players. But as a team commander, Aqua Rose knew how important these players were. If a team had a powerful healer, it would alleviate the pressure on the team's MTs. While Violet Cloud's current weapon and equipment were considered high quality in the various superpowers, the items weren't anything special in Zero Wing. Compared to her and Alluring Summer, Violet Cloud's equipment standard was lacking. If Violet Cloud obtained the Spacetime Bloodline, Zero Wing would have one extra peak expert it could rely on since everyone has already decided. This is for you, Violet, Feng declared as he handed the Spacetime Bloodline to Violet Cloud. Considering his companion's points, he agreed with the wisdom of the decision. Violet Cloud, who hadn't said anything, was speechless. However, she was quite happy to receive the Spacetime Bloodline. With this, her basic attributes would no longer be so much lower than the other main force members after dealing with the Demonkin King's loot. Feng had Fire Dance lead a small group of players to eliminate some of the scattered Demonkin in the nest while he led the rest of the team to take care of the remaining Demonkin patrol squads. He also had Aqua Rose survey the Manatite vein and calculate the mining volume so they could determine the suitable amount of manpower to dispatch. Although teleporting here would be convenient, each teleportation would consume a large number of magic crystals. Hence, it was best to plan properly to maximize their profits. Moreover, as it was still necessary to keep the Manatite vein a secret, it was best to inform as few players about it as possible. After about 4 hours, they finally killed the last Demonkin near the Manatite vein. In the end, many of the team's players had risen from level 57 to 58, and Aqua Rose had completed her survey of the Vein Guild leader. We're rich, Aqua Rose excitedly announced. Based on the information I've obtained, the various superpowers Manatite veins required between 1,500 and 2,000 players to mine at maximum efficiency, and their chances of obtaining magic crystals are between 5% to 7%. Meanwhile, after our experiments, we'll only need around 1,600 people to mine at maximum efficiency, but we'll have a 7% to 9% chance of obtaining magic crystals. Our vein is almost a superior vein. Alright, dispatch players to mine this vein immediately. I'll leave the management to you. Keep the vein confidential, Feng said, nodding. This outcome didn't particularly surprise him. He had long since known that Kama Island's Manatite vein was a superior vein. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to capture it first. Also, Guild Leader, I received a message from the secret pavilion some time ago, stating that Miracle has issued a red annihilation order on Zero Wing. Moreover, Miracle has secretly dispatched a large number of experts to the Black Dragon Empire. The guild likely plans to attack our branch guild members. Aqua Rose said worriedly. They have trouble striking us in Star Moon Kingdom, so they're starting with the Black Dragon Empire? Feng chuckled. He then said, Alright, I got it for now, just focus on the Manatite vein. I'll prove to Miracle that Zero Wing isn't just unshakable in Star Moon Kingdom, but in the Black Dragon Empire as well. Chapter 1952, Dark Tidings. Black Dragon Empire, Lake Heart City. Due to the teleportation gate to the Ice Crystal World, Lake Heart City had become one of the most popular cities in the Black Dragon Empire. A flood of players visited the city each day to travel to the Ice Crystal World and obtain its unique resources. Moreover, it was much faster to level in the Ice Crystal World than on the continent of God's domain. Even adventurer teams eagerly rushed to the new otherworld, not to mention the various large guilds. Meanwhile, Nine Dragons Emperor sat by a window in a high-class restaurant not far from the teleportation plaza, quietly watching the teleportation gate with a grin. Suddenly, a tall, muscular man approached with hurried steps. He was none other than Blood Dragon, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's branch guild leader in the Black Dragon Empire Pavilion. Master, good news. I've discussed the situation with Miracle. As long as we provide information about the Zero Wing members in Lake Heart City, Miracle will take care of everything. Once the matter has been dealt with, we will secure Zero Wing's possessions in the Empire. Blood Dragon respectfully reported. Miracle sure moves quickly. Nine Dragons Emperor smiled upon hearing Blood Dragon's report. I knew Miracle wouldn't let things slide. I had planned to remove Zero Wing from Lake Heart City quietly, but now, I won't have to put in the effort. Based on the information I've received, Miracle has dispatched at least 20,000 expert members and 80,000 elite members, Blood Dragon said. To ensure the total annihilation of Zero Wing's branch in the Empire, Miracle's elders have decided to send their first Vice Guild leader to command the battle. By the looks of it, Miracle plans to end the battle swiftly, restoring the guild's reputation as quickly as possible. They've even sent Shredded Soul? Nine Dragons Emperor was slightly surprised by the news. He had only met Shredded Soul a few times, but almost everyone in the virtual gaming world knew about the man. One could say that he was a mythical figure. Since his rise, Shredded Soul had been responsible for numerous miraculous feats. He was no doubt the most capable subordinate under Miracle's guild leader some time ago. Shredded Soul had led Miracle's forces in a victory over a super guild on the western continent of God's Domainal, and occupied a neutral city. This incident had caused a huge sensation among the various superpowers and was the reason that Ku Rong, the great pavilion master, wanted to avoid a conflict with Miracle. Miracle was simply too strong. If not for its lacking legacy, it would have already been crowned as a super guild. The fact that Miracle had sent Shredded Soul was utterly unexpected. They didn't only send Shredded Soul. To put a swift end to Zero Wing, Miracle also dispatched 12 of its guild elders. Zero Wing's doom is assured, Blood Dragon said. Those capable of rising to the position of elder in a superpower had a list of impressive achievements in the virtual gaming world. They also had to display certain individual combat standards. Without sufficient strength, after all, no one would listen to their commands. In Miracle, a player had to reach the Void Realm at the very least to become an elder. Since Miracle had dispatched so many experts, the guild had certainly prepared plenty of trump cards as well. It was clear how furious the guild was with Zero Wing. Good. Keep an eye on Zero Wing's people. Notify Miracle the moment you notice any changes. Nine Dragons Emperor instructed, smirking as he watched the numerous Zero Wing members on the street outside. I had thought of involving Beast Emperor, but it seems that won't be necessary. Meanwhile, in Starmoon Kingdom's Zero Wing City, after Feng had assigned Aqua Rose her tasks, he used a return scroll to teleport to Zero Wing City. As soon as he exited the guild residence, he could tell that the city's player population had slightly decreased. The city wasn't as lively as it had been during his previous visit, and there were far fewer guild players in the city. When Feng reached the Candlelight trading firm, he noticed that the shop's business had slowed considerably. As well, guild leader, you're back. When Melancholic Smile noticed Feng enter the shop, she hurriedly reported, the invites we've sent to the various corporations have all been returned. Even some of the corporations that had previously expressed interest in our auction have lost interest. They've declared that they are only willing to purchase Zero Wing City's virtual stores. None of them are willing to rent? Feng was surprised by the news. Has something happened in Witch's Hill? 3 hours ago, 2 guilds established towns in the area. Although both are only basic towns, they have received support from the kingdom's various large guilds. All of these guilds intend to share responsibility for the 2 towns' development. Moreover, both towns are selling a large number of virtual stores and are currently negotiating with the various corporations, Melancholic Smile said, nodding. Based on our investigations, a few major corporations and first-rate guilds have expressed interest and plan to invest in the towns as well. If they reach an agreement, it will severely affect Zero Wing City's development. Why don't we sell a small number of our virtual stores, guild leader? We've recently moved to a new training ground, and we have to spend a lot of money on multiple aspects. With our current daily income, we can't afford to support the training ground. Not bad. They actually set up towns in Witch's Hill so soon. Feng chuckled. Don't worry about selling the virtual stores for now. If we really need credits, you can sell some of Candlelight's lower quality weapons and equipment. Sell them in batches and don't reduce the price too much. We'll store the higher quality items in the guild warehouse. After saying so, Feng transferred all the weapons and equipment he had looted from Miracle's members to Melancholic Smile. When Melancholic Smile saw the items, she was dumbfounded. Of the 7,000 plus weapons and equipment Feng had just given her, even the most inferior was level 50 secret silver equipment. Although mainstream players had already reached level 50 equipment was still difficult to come by, especially for Secret Silver rank and above. Even if she only sold 1,000 pieces of level 50 Secret Silver equipment, she'd earn enough credits to sustain the guild for quite some time. After all, many players and the various large guilds in particular preferred to purchase items with credits, rather than spend their coins. Guild leader, I can really sell these items? Melancholic Smile asked. Normally, Feng objected to selling God's domain's resources for credits more than anyone. Doing so was putting the cart before the horse after all, yet Feng actually wanted her to convert so many important items into credits. Do it. Just make sure that you don't sell them for too cheap, Feng said, chuckling as he shooed Melancholic Smile away. Normally, he wouldn't agree to something like this since Zero Wing needed resources. But since the guild had secured the Manatite vein, things had changed. Moreover, while level 50 Secret Silver weapons and equipment were precious right now, after a little more time they wouldn't be. Rather than wait for these items to depreciate, selling them for credits to sustain the new training ground was a wiser option. Once she had Feng's confirmation, Melancholic Smile left excitedly with the weapons and equipment. She then sorted the items and selected those with inferior attributes to sell in the Candlelight trading firm's various branches. However, these items would cost credits, not coins. Chapter 1953. How dare they? Zero Wing City, Candlelight trading firm's first-floor hall. Although many of the guild players that had resided in Zero Wing City had shifted their operations to the new guild towns in the Witch's Hill, the city was still independent players' first choice when visiting the area. The two guild towns weren't a match for the city's level of convenience or its wonderful environment. While players browsed the merchandise in the first-floor hall, a new counter appeared. According to the sign hovering above the counter, it offered weapons and equipment in exchange for credits in NPC city shops. Items could only be purchased with coins or traded for certain special items, such as magic crystals. There was no function that allowed players to purchase items with credits. However, guild towns and cities were a different story. The owner could freely determine what currency they'd accept. The new counter attracted the attention of every player in the hall the moment it appeared. What's going on? Candlelight is selling weapons and equipment for credits? They're not garbage weapons and equipment, are they? I doubt it. Who would buy them if they were trash? I bet that they're ordinary weapons and equipment. After all, Candlelight is Starmoon Kingdom's #1 trading firm, and multiple lifestyle masters work for the firm. The new items are probably these masters' failed products. Even so, it's better than nothing. I have wanted to replace my level 45 equipment for a while now. However, I don't even have enough coins to buy a piece of ordinary level 50 equipment. Indeed, if Candlelight's asking price isn't too high, I might buy a few pieces for myself. Everyone quietly discussed the new counter. Many among them had already approached out of curiosity. They wanted to know what kind of weapons and equipment Zero Wing was trying to sell. Several dozen level 50 weapons and equipment had been laid out on the counter, and every one of them gave off the glow unique to Secret Silver items. The dazzling sight dumbfounded the players that investigated the counter. What's going on? These are level 50 Secret Silver weapons and equipment. Am I hallucinating? Did Zero Wing make a mistake when it set the currency requirement? Even large guilds' internal members have a hard time obtaining a piece of level 50 Secret Silver equipment, yet Zero Wing is selling them, and they're only selling the pieces for credits. Amazing! Scram! I was here first. I'm buying 5 pieces. I want 10. The players that had only planned to window shop went into a frenzy. Regardless of whether they could use these weapons and equipment right now, they intended to buy as much as they could. Each piece of equipment only sold for a few thousand credits, while the weapons sold for over 10,000 credits. It was much easier to buy these items with credits than with coins. Relatively well-off players, in particular, immediately purchased an entire set. In the end, it took less than 3 minutes for the 100-plus Secret Silver weapons and equipment to sell out, and Zero Wing instantly earned over 600,000 credits. Crap. They've already sold out? I knew I shouldn't have hesitated and bought more. I could have made a small profit by reselling them. The moment the weapons and equipment sold out, many of the independent players who had hesitated regretted their decision. They hated themselves for acting quicker. However, after another 10 or so minutes, Another batch of weapons and equipment appeared on the counter. Like the first batch, every piece was level 50 secret silver. Rank is 0 wing. Insane? Is selling more? Out of the way. I'm going to buy as many as I can this time. Upon seeing the new batch of weapons and equipment, the independent players' eyes turned bloodshot as they charged over to the counter this time. The items sold out in less than a minute. Meanwhile, news of the Candlelight trading firm's level 50 secret silver weapons and equipment quickly spread. Shocking many powers. What's going on? Our guild has had a massive headache over acquiring more level 50 secret silver equipment. Yet Zero Wing is selling such items in large quantities? Is Zero Wing going to disband soon? Is Zero Wing's warehouse overflowing with these items? Quick! Send someone to camp the Candlelight trading firm. As long as Zero Wing sells these weapons and equipment for credits, buy as many as you can. Although the various large guilds had already raided level 50 100-man team dungeons, they had been limited to normal mode. None of them had any progress in hard or hell mode. Only the various superpowers had the power to challenge these modes. Hence, level 50 top-tier weapons and equipment were still extremely rare. Normally, players could only obtain such items by defeating field bosses or completing high-difficulty quests. At this point, the various superpowers didn't even have enough level 50 secret silver weapons and equipment to gear their expert players fully yet. Zero Wing had so many of these items that they were selling them so cheaply to the public. However, while most of the various large guilds assumed that was the case, the various superpowers knew otherwise. Zero Wing was simply offloading the loot it had taken from Miracle. News of the battle between the two guilds had only reached the various superpowers thus far. Most first-rate guilds had no idea of the incident, let alone those weaker than first-rate guilds. Black Dragon Empire, in one of Lake Heart City's high-class restaurants. Uncle Yuan, is this Zero Wing's way of complaining that Miracle isn't killing it fast enough? Purple Jade was astounded when she read the latest report. Even newly formed superpowers would not dare to provoke Miracle to such an extent. Yet Zero Wing was so bold as to throw fuel on the fire. I don't know. But based on my understanding of Shredded Soul, he won't let Zero Wing get away with this. He'll employ the most ruthless methods to deal with the guild, Yuan Tiexin said, chuckling. However, this has definitely made our trip here worthwhile. Even if we don't see Miracle's true strength, we should at least witness 3/4 of it. They had come to Lake Heart City to investigate Miracle's power. This was only the third time Miracle had launched such a major assault on another guild, and every major operation was a golden opportunity to investigate a guild's strength. Meanwhile, inside Miracle's temporary residence in Lake Heart City, Miracle's upper echelons and durs currently filled the residence's spacious meeting room. However, the room was deathly silent as everyone focused on an emaciated, middle-aged man. Although he appeared frail, none in the virtual gaming world dared to look down on this man. He was Miracle's first vice guild leader. Shredded Soul. Damn it. Damn Zero Wing. How dare they? I will tear their corpses to shreds. Thousand Miles's expression had twisted in an ugly mask as he read the latest report on the enemy guild Zero Wing. A cold glint flashed in Shredded Soul's eyes as he read the report. How courageous. They dare to sell our items so openly. It seems it has been so long since Miracle has taken action in the Eastern continent that even an upstart guild dares to look down on us. If any of Miracle's members find Zero Wings outside of an NPC town or city, regardless of their rank in the guild, they are to kill them all on sight. Chapter 1954. Basic Combat Devices Affects Star Moon Kingdom, Zero Wing City. As the crowd in the Candlelight trading firm cheered the level 50 secret silver equipment sales, a disturbance occurred among Zero Wing's internal members. There hadn't been much level 50 secret silver or fine gold equipment in Zero Wing's guild warehouse, but suddenly, a massive stockpile had appeared. There were even plenty of level 50 dark gold weapons and equipment now, tempting many of the guild's internal members. They, too, went into a frenzy to purchase the new items. Level 50 secret silver equipment wasn't very difficult to obtain for Zero Wings members, since the guild's various raid teams returned with some of these items from time to time. However, level 50 fine gold and dark gold equipment was a different story. Many of the guild's Tier 2 experts didn't even have full sets of such equipment. Many guild members chose to convert their rare materials into GCPs to purchase the new equipment, which not only increased the guild's material stockpile, but also increased the overall strength of these guild members. At this point, Feng had arrived at the Candlelight trading firm. He immediately headed to his exclusive special forging room and was greeted by the sight of various rare materials, all of which he had instructed Melancholic Smile to prepare. He then dived into crafting the basic combat device. Feng was very familiar with the combat device's power. Although the design he had obtained was only for the basic combat device, the basic version was most suitable for current players. Even an ordinary player could become as strong as an ordinary expert after equipping the basic combat device, and if given to ordinary expert players, they wouldn't be far from rivaling peak experts. If at all, the basic combat device was what Zero Wing needed most right now. If he could mass-produce the device, he could mostly solve the issue regarding Zero Wing's weak foundation and expand the guild significantly in a short time. As for the Magicbreaking crossbow, he had left the tools production to Cream Coco and her comrades. After all, he was Zero Wing's guild leader. He had a long list of duties each day, and he simply didn't have the time to stay cooped up in his forging room. He only forged the basic combat device personally because the design was bound to him. Dense mana filled the quiet special forging room. Using the Philosopher's Stone, Feng began to synthesize one mana stone after another. He then collected the necessary materials and began his first attempt at crafting the basic combat device: smelting, extracting, engraving. Before 5 minutes had passed, a Rubik's Cube made of pitch-black iron took shape before Feng, since this was the first time he had crafted a basic combat device. Feng couldn't help his growing nerves as he waited for the system to appraise the iron cube. The basic combat device was a special tool that only basic master forgers or above could produce. Moreover, the tool was quite difficult to craft. Even a basic master forger would not have more than a 50% production success rate. Once the loading bar was full, a melodious sound echoed throughout the forging room system. Basic combat device has been successfully manufactured. Forging proficiency increased by 5 points. Obtained 274,000 EXP. So, this is the Divine Library's basic combat device? Feng stared at the basic combat device's attributes in astonishment. Basic combat device increases the life rating of players at tier 3 or below by 1 grade in skill and spell completion rates by 2% for 12 hours. He had already known that the combat device increased its user's life rating, but he hadn't expected this device to increase skill and spell completion rates as well. In the past, the basic combat devices he had obtained from ancient ruins had provided additional defense. At most, though he had never found one, he had heard that the more powerful devices increased attack power or movement speed, but the basic combat device he had just forged actually increased skill and spell completion rates. This bonus attribute was far more valuable than any of the bonuses he had heard of in the past in God's domain. The higher one's skill or spell completion rate was, the more power they'd exhibit with their skills or spells. This was one of the major factors that differentiated players. The difference between a skill with 90% completion rate and 100% was massive. This improvement was particularly useful in PvP, in which players usually fought at top speed, especially experts. Even a split-second difference could decide a battle's outcome. Having a completion rate boost would increase skills and spells tolerance, and players' execution wouldn't have to be as precise to get the same results. Excited, Feng immediately began to forge more basic combat devices. After crafting nearly 20 basic combat devices, Feng received an unexpected call from Gentle Snow Guild leader. The situation in Lake Heart City has changed. A large number of experts have suddenly arrived and started hunting our guild members in the fields. Over 500 of our players have already died, Gentle Snow reported, her head aching slightly. All of these ambushing players have very high combat standards, and although I've sent teams to deal with them, they've turned the tables on our members. Miracle can't sit still any longer, huh? Giving the matter some thought and considering the previous reports, he assumed these players were from Miracle. Only, he hadn't expected the guild to act so soon. Do you know how many people they have? We've confirmed around 50,000 enemies, Gentle Snow replied weakly. Although Zero Wing's development in the Black Dragon Empire had been progressing smoothly, the branch guild did not have many expert and elite members. Overall, there were a little over 2,000 experts and 90,000 elite members. Moreover, the majority of the expert players were her subordinates from Ouroboros. They sure mobilized their forces quickly. The number surprised Feng slightly after the battle on Kama Island. He knew that Miracle wouldn't let him or Zero Wing get away unscathed, but he had thought that it would take the guild some time to muster a large force after so many of its expert and elite members had died. He had never thought that Miracle could gather 50,000 players in so little time. He truly hadn't expected this situation. He had thought that Miracle would, at most, transfer a little over 10,000 players to the Black Dragon Empire to harass Zero Wing. Transferring more than that would leave Miracle's other territories undefended. If Miracle weren't careful, it could easily be ambushed by other Powers Guild leader. What should we do? Gentle Snow asked. Do we fight? Fighting Miracle's 50,000-strong army directly would incur serious losses for Zero Wing. Depending on the severity, the guild's development might even grind to a halt. However, if they avoided fights with Miracle's forces, the enemy guild would continue to ambush Zero Wing's teams. The guild couldn't afford that either. Of course, we're fighting. Moreover, we have a big surprise for Miracle, Feng said, smiling faintly as he thought about the basic combat devices he had just completed. Chapter 1955, Foothold. A surprise. Gentle Snow watched Feng on the screen in confusion. Naturally, she welcomed the confrontation with Miracle, but it was a very powerful super-first-rate guild. Moreover, based on Miracle's reaction, the guild seemed quite intent on Zero Wing's destruction. Defeating their 50,000-man army wouldn't be easy. There was also a huge difference between the number of experts in Zero Wing and those in Miracle MHM. In a moment, I want you to visit Zero Wing City's Candlelight trading firm. I've got something good for you, Feng said. Nodding, if this had happened before he had obtained the basic combat device design, he wouldn't have dared to drop all pretenses with Miracle on Island. Any superpower was terrifying once it got serious. After all, he had watched superpowers slaughter many large guilds in the past, including plenty of first-rate guilds. Top-ranked first-rate guilds might put up a fight against super-first-rate guilds and super guilds normally, but in a serious confrontation, they had no hope of surviving. All right, I'll head there now. Seeing Feng's solemn expression, Gentle Snow understood that the item he spoke of was immensely important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told her to make the trip personally. After Gentle Snow disconnected the call, she took out a guild transfer scroll and teleported to Zero Wing City's residence. She then donned a black cloak and made her way toward the Candlelight trading firm. Candlelight trading firm, Feng's special forging room. As Gentle Snow entered the workshop, she could feel the strange mana in the room. It felt particularly violent. Logically, players should feel clear-headed in places with high mana density. But she felt her blood boil and her heart pound as she entered the room. What are these? Gentle Snow asked as she around the room at the pitch-black Rubik's cubes. She could sense that these cubes were the cause of the strange mana. These are basic combat devices, and the items I wanted to give you, Feng, who was in the midst of forging another basic combat device, explained as he stopped his work. The magic arrays engraved on the basic combat devices were extraordinary, capable of changing the nature of mana. If he hadn't been an advanced magician, he wouldn't have been able to complete the devices despite their passive state. The basic combat devices were still effective. Even though the effects were much weaker in this state, they changed the room's mana as the pile of cubes increased. Basic combat device? This was the first time Gentle Snow had heard of this item. You'll know once you inspect them, Feng said as he traded one of the completed devices to Gentle Snow. Outsiders couldn't inspect or take items in a workshop in God's domain to prevent theft. After all, the materials within workshops were extremely valuable. Gentle Snow was dazed as she inspected the basic combat device's attributes. Not only could one of these devices increase a player's life rating by 1 grade, but it could also increase skill and spell completion rates. She had never heard of such a tool. The various powers had already investigated the life rating feature and understood its implications. After equipping the basic combat device, players would become boss-like existences among their peers. They'd receive an overall increase to their strength. Guild leader, are all of these cubes the same? Gentle Snow could not help but ask, shocked, as she surveyed the pitch-black Rubik's cubes around the room. Although Feng had said as much, she needed confirmation. The revelation was just too shocking. Most tools that increased players' combat power only improved one or several aspects. Take a tool that increased players' strength, for example. The strength boost might increase a player's combat power, but if the player couldn't land an attack, it would be meaningless. Unlike most tools that increase combat power, the basic combat devices increased their user's life rating, which was far more effective than increasing several attributes. A life rating boost wouldn't just improve a player's basic attributes, but it would also sharpen players' five senses and qualitatively transform their physique. With such an overall boost, players could better exhibit their combat power. Gentle Snow couldn't believe that so many of these valuable items existed. Not all of them are the same. Pointing at the two Rubik's Cubes on his work table, Feng said, "These two are strengthened basic combat devices. Although there's no change to life rating, it provides an additional 10% to physique. It will help players better exhibit their combat power." These two strengthened versions were a result of his Black Steel Insignia's effect, which improved an item's attributes by a fixed percentage 10% to physique. Gentle Snow gaped at the item's basic combat device was already impressively powerful, yet there were strengthened versions of it as well. While a 10% boost to physique might not seem like much, it significantly increased a player's actual combat power. I have only started production. Take these and use them for now. It's best if you let the guild's Tier 2 experts test them, Feng said as he traded the 22 basic combat devices and strengthened basic combat devices to Gentle Snow. "I'll deliver more basic combat devices later. However, do not engage Miracle in any large-scale fights before you get the next delivery." Although he wanted to use the Hell Tanks, they were necessary to fend off Beast Emperor and Blackwater. If they found out that the Hell Tanks had been moved to the Black Dragon Empire, they'd take advantage of the opportunity to strike at Zero Wings territory. The best he could do was rely on the basic combat devices. I understand. Gentle Snow nodded. Thus far, Zero Wings forces had used guerrilla tactics against Miracle, and the basic combat devices were perfect for that strategy. Zero Wing had the upper hand numerically, only lacking quality experts. Besides, Miracle's ordinary experts weren't the cause of her headaches. Its peak experts were. Peak experts could exhibit far greater combat power in small fights than in large-scale combat. However, if Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts equipped the basic combat device, they might be able to put up a good fight, following which, Gentle Snow returned to Lake Heart City with the 22 basic combat devices. She then recalled all of the guild's Tier 2 experts in the area, anxious to test the device's effects. Meanwhile, in one of Lake Heart City's high-class restaurants, "Boss Soul, we've just received a report from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Zero Wing has sent a 100-man team to quest in Blue Wave Rock. A level 58, Tier 2 assassin reported after approaching Shredded Soul. Zero Wing still won't give up?" Shredded Soul chuckled. "Notify the nearby teams and get rid of them. Teach Zero Wing that it no longer has a foothold in Lake Heart City." Chapter 1956, First Test. Lake Heart City, Blue Wave Rock. A large group of Miracle members patrolled inside a mountain surrounded by lush forest. These players had split into 32 teams of 100 boss Starstreak. Everyone's in position. If Zero Wings members dare to set foot in Blue Wave Rock, we'll ensure that none leave alive. A level 57 ranger wearing silvery gray chainmail reported to the Blackclad. Indifferent youth before him. "Good. Vice Guild Leader Shredded assigned us this mission personally. We need to complete it properly. You all know the consequences if we fail," Starstreak said solemnly. Shredded Soul was well known for his strict nature. He'd even demote the guild's peak experts if they didn't handle a mission properly, not to mention lower-ranked members. Hence, the guild members had given him the title Demonic Vice Guild Leader. "Boss, rest assured, Zero Wing can't even dispatch enough members to serve as a warm-up. Besides, you're in command this time. Even if Gentle Snow leads her branch guild's main force personally, she'll only be marching towards her grave," the level 57 ranger confidently declared. His confidence was not baseless. Although Shredded Soul was a strict vice guild leader, he was also a careful person. All of the 32 teams he had dispatched to Blue Wave Rock were expert teams, with over 1,000 expert players. Over 100 among them were also Tier 2 players. The peak assassin expert Starstreak was even in command, and his assassination and tracking standards were first-rate. For other peak experts were participating in the operation, as well. Zero Wing had only sent a 100-man team to Blue Wave Rock, and based on the latest reports, the team only had 20 Tier 2 players. Even if the remaining 80 players were experts, defeating Zero Wing's team would be a piece of cake. While Miracle's forces waited for Zero Wing to fall into their trap, the 100-man team had rested in a forested area a short distance away for some time now. "Boss Fierce, Blue Wave Rock is just ahead. My guess is that Miracle's army has been hiding there, waiting to ambush us. Are we really going in there? A level 57, Tier 1 assassin asked nervously as he looked towards Blue Wave Rock. In truth, Gentle Snow hadn't sent them here for a quest, but to fight Miracle's members. However, although the team had 20 Tier 2 experts, the rest were elite members. These elite members might hold their own against first-rate guild's elites, but they'd be lucky to defeat a super-first-rate guild's elite members in a one-on-one, not to mention Miracle's army. The 80 elite players likely wouldn't even survive against one of Miracle's expert parties. This is the mission we've been assigned, so yes, we're going there. Fortunately, your job doesn't involve fighting. You guys only need to scout the area and figure out Miracle's movement pattern. Leave the fighting to us, Fierce Snake said. Alright, we've recovered most of our stamina. It's time to move out. This operation would test the basic combat device's effects, and since that wouldn't be easy to determine in large-scale combat involving thousands of players, Gentle Snow had deliberately chosen Blue Wave Rock as the battlefield. Not only did dense forests surround the area, but its terrain was also quite complex. This was a perfectly suitable area for a small force to employ guerrilla tactics. Moreover, Miracle wouldn't be foolish enough to mobilize tens of thousands of players just to catch a 100-man team. They could fight and retreat freely in Blue Wave Rock, and Miracle's members wouldn't be able to do anything about it. But as a precaution, the entire 100-man team consisted of assassins. These assassins were responsible for scouting Blue Wave Rock and preventing a situation where the Tier 2 players were surrounded and killed. After all, Tier 2 players were important assets to the guild. They must not be lost. When Fierce Snake finished speaking, the 80 Tier 1 assassins went into stealth and dispersed. Fierce Snake and the Tier 2 players then moved as a 20-man team after wandering Blue Wave Rock for around 20 minutes. The scouting assassins located for 100-man teams. The closest among them was less than 1,000 yards from Fierce Snake's team, while the farthest was within 4,000 yards. At this distance, the farthest team would need 10 minutes at most to reinforce the closest force. Everyone, equip your combat devices. The 100-man team ahead will be our first test subjects. Fierce Snake commanded after verifying the scouting team's location. Zero Wings Tier 2 experts then eagerly retrieved the basic combat devices they had been assigned and used them. Although they had a general understanding of the item, they didn't know how effective it would truly be. Moreover, they had signed confidentiality contracts, which would force them to delete their accounts should they leak any information. To take part in this operation, this feels amazing. Zero Wing City's high-mana environment is nowhere close to half as effective as this device. I can even hear the leaves rustle over 100 yards away. That's nothing. Look at the birds in the sky. They seem so much slower now. Once the team members had equipped the basic combat devices, the mana around them became turbulent. Although their bodies felt so much lighter, they felt their blood boil as they were overcome by an urge to fight. Charge. Fierce Snake roared without hesitation. Fierce Snake's 20-man force charged toward Miracle's closest team when less than 600 yards separated the two. One of Miracle's rangers discovered the charging players. The ranger immediately reported to his Tier 2 commander, a 20-man team dares to charge at us? They must be tired of living. Leader, should we request reinforcements from the other teams? Are you joking? It's only a 20-man team. If we notify the other teams, we'll only become a laughingstock. Don't worry about that. We'll handle these fools ourselves. The Tier 2 elementalist leading the team growled before readying his players. Although his was only one of many teams Miracle had sent to Blue Wave Rock, he had more than 30 experts under his command. 4 players were even Tier 2 experts, and he was even a Refinement Realm expert. He alone was enough to defeat several non-Refinement Realm Tier 2 experts. Why would he ever fear Fierce Snake's 20-man party? Once Zero Wings' force was within 60 yards of Miracle's team, Miracle's ranged players opened fire on the 20-man party, launching spells and arrows despite the numerous attacks descending on his players. Neither Fierce Snake nor his companions showed any intention of dodging the incoming attacks. Rather, the Tier 2 MTs moved to the front of the team, while the rest of the Tier 2 experts fell in behind them. The party then charged into the bombardment. Boom, boom, boom. A rain of spells and arrows showered Zero Wings' Tier 2 MTs. However, the results left Miracle's members dumbfounded. Not only did the 3 MTs block every one of their attacks with their shields, but they also retained all of their HP after doing so. Before Miracles members snapped out of their daze, Fierce Snake reached the enemy melee players and brandished his level 55, Dark Gold ranked battle axe boom. A violent storm sent several players flying back by over a dozen yards, losing a significant chunk of their HP. The difference in strength was clear. The rest of Zero Wing's Tier 2 players had also spread out, pouncing on Miracles members like Starving Tiger. Zero Wing's players dodged Miracles attacks without much effort, even the Tier 2 experts' attacks. With Zero Wing's strength and speed advantages, Miracles' Tier 2 experts were forced to retreat, continuously losing HP. Miracles' Tier 2 experts only stayed alive, albeit barely, thanks to the support from their healers and companions. How? He clearly hasn't reached the refinement realm yet, so how is he displaying such great combat power? The Tier 2 Elementalist leading Miracles team couldn't believe his eyes. Although Fierce Snake had higher basic attributes, the man's attributes were high enough to keep him on the run. However, not only was Fierce Snake's perception astonishingly acute, but the Berserker's reaction speed was also impressively fast. The Berserker even blocked attacks that no normal player should be able to after less than 30 seconds. Nearly half of Miracle's 100-man team had been annihilated. Quick! Notify Boss Starstreak and the others. The Tier 2 Elementalist shouted in a panic. Chapter 1957. Experts close to the peak. Starstreak and his team had set up camp on one of Blue Wave Rock's barren hillsides. They had excellent visibility, which allowed them to scout their surroundings. Unfortunately, the monsters in the area had short respawn times and constantly need to be cleared out. Currently, Starstreak's team fought dozens of level 62 Cliffside Gargoyles boss. Deep Trace's team has been attacked by Zero Wing and is requesting immediate backup. A level 57 ranger reported Zero Wing has taken the initiative to attack. Starstreak, who commanded the battle against the gargoyles, could not help but chuckle. It seems they haven't learned from the previous lessons. Send the nearby teams to reinforce Deep Trace immediately. Tell the other teams to head towards their location as well. Do not allow Zero Wing to escape. The level 57 ranger immediately relayed the command to the various teams. Fortunately, the closest team was only 3 minutes away from Deep Trace, and once the two teams grouped up, they should have no problems pinning down Zero Wing long enough for the other two nearby teams, which were about 10 minutes away, to arrive. Once the 4 teams surrounded Zero Wing's members, the latter would have no chance to flee. Starstreak then led his team as they withdrew from the battle, ignoring the provoked the Cliffside Gargoyles and heading straight for Zero Wing. Shredded Soul had given him this mission personally, and he had no choice but to take it seriously. Although Starstreak felt that 4 teams should be enough to defeat Zero Wing's 100-man team, he decided to head there personally as a precaution. Elsewhere, Fierce Snake's 20-man party fought with more vigor as time passed. On the other hand, fear overwhelmed the Tier 2 Elementalist that led Miracle's team as he watched his teammates die, one after another. What is this? Just what is going on? The Elementalist couldn't believe his eyes as he watched Fierce Snake and his comrades cut down Miracle's players. At first, Zero Wing's defense had contained many weak points, but as the battle progressed, these weaknesses had vanished. Zero Wing's fighters had also reduced their excess movements. It was as if Fierce Snake and his players had obtained a new body and adapted as they fought. His spells had been, more or less, able to interrupt Fierce Snake's strikes at the beginning of this fight, but the Berserker now chased him while dodging or blocking his spells without issue. While the Tier 2 Elementalist was awed by Fierce Snake's improvements, the Berserker continued to tighten his control. Now, he completely abandoned defense and utilized the basic combat technique, Windshadow Footwork, for the first time in this battle. Like a light breeze, Fierce Snake weaved his way through the incoming spells in 2 breaths. Fierce Snake dodged the spells and reached the Elementalist. He then swung down with his Battle Axe Tier 2 skill, Thundering Impact. The Battle Axe descended on the Tier 2 Elementalist like a lightning bolt. The enemy player had no way of coping with the attack speed or strength boom. When the lightning bolt landed, the blast carved out a massive crater beneath the Elementalist. The caster, who had only had 1/3 of his HP remaining, vanished from the forest with his shattered magic shield. Only a robe remained of the player. When Miracle's members saw this, they despaired. The Tier 2 Elementalist had been their leader and a bona fide Refinement Realm expert. He could hold off several non-Refinement Realm, Tier 2 experts by himself during their sparring sessions. Now that even their powerful leader had died, how were they supposed to face Fierce Snake and the others? "Run away!" One of Miracle's members instinctively shouted before turning and fleeing the battlefield. "Run away? Can you, though?" Fierce Snake ran after the fleeing player before snatching up the robe his prior prey had dropped when the basic combat device increased his and his teammates' life ratings. Their basic attributes had received a significant boost. The improvement was akin to activating a miniature berserk skill. Their HP in particular had doubled. At the same time, their movement speed had risen considerably. Fierce Snake was even confident of defeating an excellently equipped Tier 2 assassin with his current movement speed. After less than a minute since the battle had begun, all of Miracle's 100 elite and expert players were dead. In contrast, Fierce Snake's team of 20 had suffered 0 casualties. "Boss Fierce, Miracle's other teams are heading your way," one of the scouting assassins reported in the team chat. "The nearest team should arrive in about 2 minutes. 2 minutes. After giving the matter some thought, Fierce Snake looked at the teammates around him and asked, "We should have enough time. Brothers, what do you think? Will you be ready for round 2 after a short break?" "Don't be insulting, boss. That fight was barely a warm-up." "That's right. Boss, you're so sneaky. You fought the enemy leader by yourself and only left the small fries for us. We barely got a chance to test any new combat techniques." Every player in the 20-man party agreed with Fierce Snake's conclusion. In fact, they brimmed with fighting spirit. They had discovered how powerful the basic combat devices were in their previous battle, and due to their new life ratings, they could finally execute the combat techniques that had given them too much trouble before. This was a great opportunity to grasp these techniques fully, of course. They still couldn't use these combat techniques casually since it was such a burden on their stamina. By using combat techniques they had yet to master, they lost stamina even faster than usual. Hence, they only used the techniques when they fought powerful enemies. Tier 1 experts simply weren't worth the effort. "Good. I'll leave the big ones to you in the next battle," Fierce Snake said, laughing after resting for a short time. Another team from Miracle stumbled on Fierce Snake's party. However, before the new arrivals could get a grasp of the situation, Fierce Snake and his players charged toward them. Fierce Snake's party had already adapted to the basic combat device's effects, so they eliminated the second Miracle team with far more efficiency. Once their enemies were dead, they retreated from the battlefield. By the time the third and fourth Miracle teams arrived, only an empty battlefield was there to greet them. "What did you say? Zero Wing killed 2 teams with just 20 people?" Starstreak paled when he heard his subordinates report. After calming his burning rage, he continued coldly, "Send me the battle videos. From now on, I want all teams to move in pairs." Starstreak examined the battle videos he had received after disconnecting the call. How is this possible? Since when has Zero Wing had so many powerful experts? Starstreak's anger vanished when he saw the fight between his guildmates and Fierce Snake's group. His expression hardening. Originally, he had refused to believe that Zero Wing had slaughtered 2 100-man teams with only 20 players, even accomplishing this feat before reinforcements could arrive. They shouldn't be able to wipe out 2 teams so quickly even if Fierce Snake and his party were all Tier 2 players, but after watching the videos, he understood how it had happened. Although Fierce Snake and the others had not reached the refinement realm, their combat power nearly rivaled that of peak experts due to their attributes, extraordinary perception and reaction time, and combat techniques. Even Starstreak would need some time to take Fierce Snake down by himself. If he had to face 2 or 3 experts of this caliber, even he'd be forced to retreat, and every member of Zero Wing's 20-man party wielded the same combat power. Even his 100-man team might lose against such a monstrous party, much less the other teams patrolling Blue Wave Rockstar Streak. "What's happened?" A level 58, Tier 2 Ranger asked when he noticed Starstreak's twisted expression. "It's nothing," Starstreak said, shaking his head. "Inform all teams to give up the search for Zero Wing immediately." "Give up? But we have orders from Vice Guild Leader Shredded." The Ranger stared at Starstreak in astonishment. "I understand. I'll report the situation to the Vice Guild Leader personally," Starstreak said, nodding. "Even so, shouldn't you give us a reason?" The Ranger asked. "A reason?" Smiling bitterly, Starstreak responded, "What if I tell you that the 20-man team we're chasing consists of experts with the combat power to rival peak experts? Is that enough of a reason?" "What a joke. If their remaining 3,000 members worked together to fight Zero Wing's 20-man party head-on, it might be a different story, but trying to catch 20 peak experts in this forest was impossible. Even though Blue Wave Rock's forest wasn't particularly large, they'd still need 10 times their current manpower to accomplish such a feat. Chapter 1958, Promotion to Intermediate Master Black Dragon Empire. Lake Heart City. Several guild elders and over a dozen upper echelons occupied the guild leader's office within Miracle's temporary residence. They all quietly and carefully watched the emaciated, middle-aged man before them. This man was none other than Shredded Soul, one of Miracle's mythical existences. Although the people present were all peak experts, they were tense with fear as Shredded Soul's aura washed over them. The tension in the room was all due to the message Starstreak had just sent. Has Starstreak gone mad? He only has to take out 100 Zero Wing members, yet he dares to retreat despite having over 3,000 players under his command? Doesn't he know that the Vice Guild leader hates retreating more than anything? This is the first time I've seen the Vice Guild leader so angry. Hopefully, Starstreak's punishment won't be crippling. The upper echelons whispered amongst themselves as they gazed at Shredded Soul's frosty expression. They all agreed that Starstream must be tired of living in God's domain. Shredded Soul's authority in the guild was only second to the guild leaders, and while the other vice guild leaders had command of their subordinates, the man before them could mobilize any player in Miracle. Even the guild's trump card legions were forced to follow Shredded Soul's commands. Shredded Soul even had the authority to remove guild elders from their positions as long as he had enough reasoning to do so, let alone regular guild members. Even the other vice guild leaders feared this man, but there was no helping it. Shredded Soul was responsible for major contributions to the guild, and all of the guild's founding elders and the guild leader stood behind his authority. A chill ran down the various upper echelon spines as they thought about Starstreak's opposition to Shredded Soul's command. After a long moment of tense silence, Shredded Soul finally seemed to relax. The watching crowd then released a sigh of relief. Good. Very good. Shredded Soul's lips curled as he read the report from Starstreak. I have underestimated Zero Wing. It's no wonder why such a small guild dares to provoke Miracle. Vice Guild Leader, what happened? Is there something unique about this 100-man team from Zero Wing? One of the upper echelons asked curiously. Shredded Soul had clearly been furious about Starstreak's decision to flee from Blue Wave Rock a moment ago, but after reading the follow-up report, the Vice Guild Leader actually smiled. Those that knew Shredded Soul knew what his smile meant. He had either found something interesting or an opponent that he considered appropriate. Take a look for yourselves, Shredded Soul said as he input the report and displayed the information before the crowd. He then played the battle video involving Fierce Snake and the other Tier 2 Zero Wing experts as Fierce Snake and his comrades fought the first team. Their movements were clumsy but had visibly improved during the fight against the second team. Even when facing Miracle's Tier 2 Refinement Realm experts in a one-on-one, Fierce Snake and the others had gained the upper hand, slowly whittling down their opponents. Every member on Zero Wing's 20-man team wielded combat power that rivaled Miracle's peak experts. How is that possible? How does Zero Wing have so many experts with peak-level combat power? Based on our information, although Zero Wing is stronger than the average first-rate guild, it has less than 10 peak experts. How did it suddenly gain an additional 20? Miracle's upper echelons watched Fierce Snake and his team fight with wide eyes. After watching the videos, they realized why Starstreak had ordered a retreat. With the forces under his command, facing 20 experts with peak-level combat power who used guerrilla tactics would be suicidal. Even a team of several hundred players would be helpless against 20 peak experts. If they wanted to hunt these players down in the field, they'd have to dispatch 1,000-man teams for the search and several tens of thousands for the fight. Notify Starstreak that his forces are allowed to retreat, Shredded Soul said calmly. Vice Guild Leader, Zero Wing is clearly trying to put on a show. Are we just going to let them get away with this? One of Miracle's upper echelons asked. With the forces Miracle had sent to the Black Dragon Empire, cordoning off Blue Wave Rock and hunting down Zero Wing's team was entirely possible. We are Miracle. We do not need such wasteful tactics to eliminate Zero Wing. Since the guild wants to show off its abilities in guerrilla warfare, we'll do the same. Shredded Soul snapped, smiling. Split up our forces and have them deal with Zero Wing's members. Rather than focusing on the areas around Lake Heart City, we'll target every Zero Wing player in the Black Dragon Empire. I want to see who can rack up the most kills. When they heard Shredded Soul's command, realization dawned on the crowd. So what if Zero Wing had a party of peak combatants? Zero Wing's overall strength was nothing compared to Miracle's. If Miracle scattered its forces and attacked multiple locations at once, how many areas could Zero Wing keep safe? Although doing so would incur losses, Zero Wing's suffering would be much greater after Starstreak received the command to retreat. He led his forces away from Blue Wave Rock. Meanwhile, news of this situation quickly spread to the various superpowers. Miracle has retreated. What happened at Blue Wave Rock? Miracle's retreat surprised the various superpowers, and they immediately ordered infestations on the battle at Blue Wave Rock. However, when the reports came in, the superpowers that had been watching the war between Zero Wing and Miracle were astonished. They had never considered that Zero Wing had such a sturdy foundation. They also marveled at Zero Wing's performance. They hadn't expected Shredded Soul to suffer such a loss, albeit a minor one, at Zero Wing's hands. It had been a long time since a non-superpower had accomplished such a feat. When Phoenix Rain, who was busy on Thunder Island, received the news, she was stunned. Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words, who explored an ancient ruin in the Dark Knight Empire, were astonished as well. However, Feng, who toiled in Zero Wing City's Candlelight trading firm, remained wholly ignorant of the matter, thoroughly absorbed in forging basic combat devices. After over a day of work, Feng received a system notification system. Strengthened basic combat device has been successfully manufactured. Forging proficiency increased by 5 points. Obtained 368,000 EXP system. Congratulations! You have been promoted to an Intermediate Master Forger. Chapter 1959, Forging Treasure Chest. Finally, Feng cried out when he heard the system notification Intermediate Master Forger. This was a huge threshold for forgers to cross. Although it was extremely difficult to become a Master Forger, with how many players God's Domain had, quite a few were capable of reaching the Master rank. However, the majority of these Master Forgers would grind to a halt at the basic Master rank. A forger would only receive the various superpowers' attention after becoming an Intermediate Master. Meanwhile, to the various superpowers, basic Master Forgers were simply qualified to join them. Only by becoming an Intermediate Master Forger could players craft truly powerful war weapons. In addition, only Intermediate Master Forgers and above could producing top-tier Dark Gold weapons and equipment for expert players. After all, even among Dark Gold weapons and equipment, there was a considerable difference between the basic attributes and additional effects they provided. Take the level 55 to 60 Dark Gold equipment he forged using the standardized designs he had acquired from Titan City, for example. Despite being at the Dark Gold rank, those pieces were nothing compared to ordinary Dark Gold equipment of the same level that dropped from bosses. They were only slightly stronger than fine gold equipment of the same level. Moreover, a forger qualified to produce epic weapons and equipment after becoming an Intermediate Master. In contrast, basic Master Forgers could only produce Dark Gold weapons and equipment at best. Moreover, they would be limited to forging the most ordinary Dark Gold ranked items since they'd have such a low success rate when attempting to craft top-tier weapons and equipment of the same rank. While a basic Master had a chance of successfully producing epic weapons and equipment, in theory, not even the various superpowers would be willing to front the production costs. They'd only tolerate an Intermediate Master Forger's success rates. Now that Feng was an Intermediate Master Forger, he could finally begin production for the Guardian Puppet. Now, all he needed to do was to stockpile the necessary materials to mass-produce it. Once he had amassed enough Guardian Puppets, not only would Zero Wing be capable of defending its territories, but it could also afford to relax its guard. The guild would be able to fight the evil god's temple in the fields. Even capturing Ancient Rock City would be possible. Shortly after Feng received the notification informing him of his subclass's new rank, a second notification reached his ears system. Congratulations! You are the first player to become an Intermediate Master Forger in Starmoon Kingdom, rewarding 1 silver forging treasure chest and humanity reputation plus 50 a silver forging treasure chest. Surprise flashed in Feng's eyes as a silver chest, studded with a 5-colored gemstone, appearing in his bag space. At this stage of the game, players were ignorant of forging treasure chests. However, all forging players had dreamed of acquiring one during his previous life. As the name suggested, forging treasure chests contained items specifically for forgers, such as secret forging techniques, forging designs, and various forging tools. In the past, There had even been rumors that these chests could drop mysterious flames to forging players. Forging treasure chests were far more valuable than ordinary treasure chests. Normally, players had to complete high-ranked quests for their subclass to obtain such a treasure chest, and even then, the quests normally only awarded bronze forging treasure chests. Feng had only ever heard of the silver version. He had never seen one personally. He had never thought that he would receive such a reward for being the first person to become an intermediate master forger in Starmoon Kingdom immediately. Feng removed the silver forging treasure chest from his bag and activated Divine Providence. When Feng opened the treasure chest, the lid slowly lifted. A dazzling, 5-colored light escaped the chest, illuminating the forging room. When the glow eventually faded, 2 items appeared before Feng. One was a hammer engraved with dark purple runes, while the other was an old book. When Feng tried to inspect the items, all they would reveal was the word, unknown. These are. After Feng appraised both items with omniscient eyes, he could not help but stare at the items with wide, surprised eyes. Magic Refining Hammer, Dark Gold Rank, Durability 200/200, Equipment Requirement, Master Forger. Increases production speed by 10%, success rate when producing items below epic rank by 5%, and success rate when producing items at epic rank by 2%. 100 Refinement Gold Design. 100 Refinement Gold has a certain chance of granting weapons and equipment below epic rank the metallic reinforcement buff, strengthening the item by 10%. Each weapon or equipment piece can only be strengthened once. Players are allowed to equip a maximum of 3 weapons and equipment with the metallic reinforcement buff at a time. Amazing. It's no wonder why there had barely been any information about silver forging treasure chests in the past. Feng's eyes glowed as he read the 2 items' attribute panels. Both items were extraordinarily valuable, especially the 100 Refinement Gold Design. This would be an excellent item for strengthening his guild members. He wouldn't even trade it for tens of thousands of gold. Meanwhile, with the Magic Refining Hammer, he would have a slightly higher success rate when forging items, following which, Feng notified Aqua Rose and had her collect large quantities of the necessary materials for the Guardian Puppet. Meanwhile, he intended to continue his work with the basic combat devices. Zero Wing urgently needed more of these devices. Miracle had withdrawn from the Zero Wing members who wielded basic combat devices, but it had redirected its focus to whittling down the guild's forces in the Empire. This situation had given Gentle Snow a massive headache. Although he had focused on forging the basic combat devices to produce more temporary peak experts, he could only craft around 200 devices each day. He was also expending a ridiculous number of magic crystals to do so. If Aqua Rose hadn't already arranged the necessary manpower to mine the manatite vein, which earned the guild tens of thousands of magic crystals every day, he would have likely emptied Zero Wings reserved in a single day. Furthermore, he had to take breaks from time to time. He couldn't perform such high-intensity work without rest. Unfortunately, each basic combat device could only last 12 hours. If he wanted to ensure the safety of Zero Wings members during the day, he'd need to equip each Tier 2 expert with 2 or 3 devices. In other words, Zero Wing could only maintain around 100 peak experts in the fields. With how large the Black Dragon Empire was, it was impossible to safeguard all of Zero Wing's members as they operated in various locations. As a result, they had to prioritize a few important leveling maps. Sadly, it was no longer possible to gather Zero Wing's members in a select few maps. Due to Zero Wing's constant expansion, the branch guild had too many members. Meanwhile, each map could only accommodate a limited number of players. Overly saturating a map would only impede the guild members' development. Hence, Zero Wing sustained significant losses. The guild's foundation wasn't strong enough, and there was no comparison between the number of experts in Zero Wing and those in Miracle. Zero Wing had already suffered over 10,000 casualties. In contrast, Miracle had suffered less than 2,000 casualties. The difference was clear. Although Feng had considered sending Fire Dance and the other main force members as reinforcements, Silverwing Town's defenses also required a large number of experts. This put the guild in an awkward position. Fortunately, things had taken a turn for the better. Even with the various support tools at his disposal, he had only pushed his forging success rate to around 50%, but now that he was an intermediate master forger and had the Magic Refining Hammer, his success rate had risen to 70%. Moreover, his production speed had increased by at least 25%. Overall, he could forge nearly twice as many basic combat devices in the same amount of time. In other words, he could craft around 400 devices each day, which would allow him to double the patrols in the Black Dragon Empire. Time passed quickly. After working for an entire day, Feng had finally produced 400 basic combat devices. Among them, 21 were strengthened basic combat devices. Suddenly, Gentle Snow contacted Feng, asking, "Guild leader, have you finished forging the basic combat devices? Yet, our current device's duration is almost up. If we can't restock, our operations will crumble." The war with Miracle hadn't been particularly tense at first, but as time passed, Miracle had dispatched more experts to the Empire, becoming a far more formidable foe. Now, Zero Wing was at a complete disadvantage. If the guild's experts lost the basic combat devices, as well, Miracle would quickly crush them. They redone. "I'll deliver them to you in a moment," Feng said. Chuckling, "They redone?" Gentle Snow breathed a sigh of relief. "I recall the patrols now then." After Gentle Snow disconnected the call, she contacted the Tier 2 players fighting Miracle's forces and ordered their return. As for Feng, he finished organizing the new devices and called Melancholic Smile. "Melancholic, how are things on your side?" Feng asked when he saw Melancholic Smile's tired expression. "Guild leader, this Magicbreaking crossbow is too hard to produce. We've only completed 60 crossbows thus far," Melancholic Smile reported. Slightly ashamed of her progress. 60? After giving the matter some thought, Feng said, "That should be enough. Send them to me." Chapter 1960. Send them on their way. Black Dragon Empire, Lake Heart City, Zero Wing's residence. Due to the war against Miracle, an awkward atmosphere had infiltrated the residence. While they rested, Zero Wing's members felt an invisible noose slowly tightening around their necks, capable of stealing their lives at any moment. "Snow, this is bad. We've already suffered over 35,000 casualties. Although the majority of the victims are normal members, everyone is afraid for their lives. Moreover, Miracle has deliberately announced the number of slain Zero Wing members, scaring away potential recruits. Many of our guild members are considering moving to another country to level up. At this rate, the Black Dragon Empire's branch guild will be finished sooner or later." Zhao Yueru worriedly reported to Gentle Snow the strength Miracle had displayed thus far was utterly beyond what they had imagined. Miracle had already dispatched over 100,000 members to the Black Dragon Empire. Among them, over 20,000 were confirmed expert players. This was simply ridiculous. The average first-rate guild only had several thousand expert players in total, yet Miracle had sent over 20,000 to harass Zero Wing. That was nearly triple the number of experts in Zero Wing. To make matters worse, Miracle had rapidly improved the quality of its forces. In the last 2 days alone, the enemy guild had dispatched more than 1,000 Tier 2 players to the Empire. In contrast, Zero Wing had only slightly increased the number of Tier 2 players under its command. Furthermore, Miracle had bolstered its forces with plenty of Refinement Realm experts, dispatching more of these players than the number of experts Zero Wing had equipped with basic combat devices. In addition, Miracle still had various guild elders, none of which had made a move yet, no matter how she looked at it. This difference between them and their enemy was impossible to overcome. None of those factors are our main problem right now. I've just received a report stating that Miracle's performance has encouraged a number of the Empire's powers, and they've begun to move against us, Gentle Snow said, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. These little powers are normally neutral, but now that they realize that we are slowly losing to Miracle, they are taking advantage of the situation to kick us while we're down. Some have even started to mock us on the forums, demanding a decisive battle in the Ice Jade Forest. They wouldn't have been forced into such a passive state if their only enemy had been Miracle. While it was true that Miracle had sent over 100,000 players to the Black Dragon Empire, Zero Wing's branch guild still had the numerical advantage. However, Miracle wasn't the only power to target Zero Wing. Many of the Empire's large guilds had pegged them as an enemy as well, boosting Miracle's momentum in this war. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yueru's expression darkened. If this were true, Zero Wing's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire was on the path to destruction. The other guilds are kicking us while we're down? Feng, who had just entered the room, frowned as he overheard the two women's conversation. Gentle Snow nodded as she turned to Feng. They aren't fools, guild leader. They know that we cannot afford to face Miracle head-on, resorting to guerrilla tactics. Hence, they're boldly ambushing our guild members. However, if we dispatch our forces to deal with these interlopers, either they'll notify Miracle or Miracle will hear of it from their spies, setting up an ambush for our reinforcements. We have already lost nearly 3,000 experts thanks to these little powers' interference. With the branch guild's strength, Zero Wing could easily deal with these large guilds, but they were using themselves as bait to lure Zero Wing's experts in. For Miracle, Zero Wing couldn't simply dispatch a small group of experts as reinforcements since these large guilds employed 1,000-man teams for their ambushes. Yet if their guild dispatched an equally large force, Miracle would discover their movements immediately and use the opportunity to cripple Zero Wing. This was the cause of her current headache. Whether Zero Wing fought or not, it would suffer snow. Gather 1,000 experts in the residence. Smiling, Feng continued. Since Miracle wants a frontal confrontation and we have enemies who want to act like bait, we'll fulfill their wishes. But Gentle Snow wondered if Feng truly understood Miracle's situation when he issued his command, but before she could dissuade him, he sent her a trade request, dropping a large number of basic combat devices and magic-breaking crossbows into the trade window. After taking a look at the total numbers, Gentle Snow was dazed. She couldn't believe her eyes. 400 basic combat devices. They could dispatch 200 peak experts to the Black Dragon Empire's various maps for an entire day with so many devices. There were also the magic-breaking crossbows to consider. The crossbows attacks had the power of Tier 3 attacks. A direct hit would guarantee an instant kill. Even if the target blocked the attack, the impact would still be significant. Most importantly, the magic-breaking crossbows could easily be carried and used. Players with these crossbows would be akin to miniature defense turrets. Understood. I'll see to it immediately. Gentle Snow abandoned all thoughts of opposing Feng's commands. A seed of anticipation even began to sprout in her heart. She immediately recalled the Tier 1 and 2 experts operating near Lake Heart. Over the past 2 days, quite a few Tier 1 experts had completed their Tier 2 promotion quests. Since the branch guild in Lake Heart City urgently needed experts, the new Tier 2 players were sent here. As a result, more than 500 Tier 2 experts operated around Lake Heart City right now. Even after deducting the Tier 2 experts that had been sent to protect the guild's leveling maps, gathering 200 of these experts on short notice wouldn't be a problem in no time at all. 200 Tier 2 experts and 800 Tier 1 experts had gathered in Zero Wing's residence in Lake Heart City. Feng gave each of the Tier 2 experts a basic combat device and distributed the 60 magic-breaking crossbows amongst the Tier 1 rangers, who were particularly skilled with long-ranged attacks. Once the team was prepared, Feng boldly led his 1,000-man force out of Lake Heart City, heading for the Ice Jade Forest, a resource-rich, level 60 to 75 map. This was also where Zero Wing's members encountered Miracles most often. Meanwhile, in one of the high-class restaurants around Lake Heart City's Central Plaza. Just what is Black Flame thinking? He's actually sending a 1,000-man team to Ice Jade Forest? Doesn't he realize that Miracle and the various large guilds have occupied that map already? Yuan Tianxin could not help his surprise when he read the latest report on Zero Wing. Over a dozen large guilds had gathered in the Ice Jade Forest, and Miracle had stationed a significant portion of its army in the area. There should be more than 150,000 players in the forest at the moment, and they were all elite and expert players. Even if Zero Wing gathered every one of its players in the Black Dragon Empire, it would fail to wrestle back the Ice Jade Forest, much less a 1,000-man team. While Yuan Tianxin wondered about Zero Wing's purpose, Feng and his team reached the Ice Jade Forest by Mount Guild Leader. We discovered a team raiding a field boss. It has roughly 3,000 players. 2,000 Miracle members are also lying in wait. A Tier 2 assassin reported to Feng. Since we've found them, let's send them on their way. Feng commanded indifferently. Chapter 1961, Slaughtering Time. Icy blue frost covered the Ice Jade Forest trees. From afar, it looked like a crystal forest since the monsters in the area had a chance of dropping ice crystal fragments, which could be refined into ice resistance potions. Many powers came here to grind. Moreover, as the monsters in the Ice Jade Forest were not skilled with magic and had no ranged attacks, they were relatively easy to kill. Because of these factors, The Ice Jade Forest had become one of the most important resource maps within the Lake Heart City Region. A 3,000-man expert team from the Tier 2 Guild, Eternal Undead, currently rated the Eight-Eyed Frost Spider, a level 62 specialized Grand Lord. The team had split into 3 groups of 1,000 and took turns tanking the Grand Lord and its 100-plus Guardian Frost Spiders. When a group was near its breaking point, it would swiftly retreat, switching places with one of the other 2 groups and ensuring that only 1,000 players remained within the boss's sphere of influence. This prevented the boss from receiving an attribute boost. The boss is going to enter its berserk state soon. MTs, use your life-saving skills. Healer unit, switch with the reserve unit. Miserly Wind, one of Eternal Undead's Vice Guild leaders, hurriedly ordered as the Eight-Eyed Frost Spider's HP was about to fall to 30%. The guild's members followed the orders seamlessly as the MTs activated their life-saving skills, and the healers gradually retreated from the battlefield. At the same time, the waiting healers switched places with their comrades before they ran out of mana. When the Eight-Eyed Frost Spider went berserk, the team's level 58, Tier 2 MTs rapidly lost HP. Seeing this, the rear-line healers cast one healing spell after another without paying heed to their mana consumption. This prevented the MT's HPs from falling below a safe limit. In the meantime, the Eight-Eyed Frost Spider's HP steadily dropped. Boss Wind. This place is awesome. Not only is our leveling speed here so fast, but we've also collected a ton of ice resistance resources. We should have partnered with Miracle sooner. The guild might have given us a spot in the inner region. A level 58, Tier 2 Oracle said excitedly as he watched the near-dead Eight-Eyed Frost Spider. The guild leader has his own concerns. We weren't sure how serious Miracle was about eliminating Zero Wing, and we couldn't recklessly provoke Zero Wing, Miserly Wind said, smiling. But now that we know how furious Miracle is with the guild and that it fully intends to annihilate Zero Wing, we don't have to worry about them. Even if we are bait, Zero Wing won't dare to attack us, and we can grind in such a resource-rich area in return. I actually hope that Zero Wing comes looking for a fight. If they do, we'll be able to earn some extra income, the Tier 2 Oracle said as he licked his lips in anticipation. That isn't likely. Zero Wing should know that it has no place in the Ice Jade Forest anymore. Of course, Miracle has cut the guild off from every map in the Lake Heart City region, not just the Ice Jade Forest. If Zero Wing dares to dispatch a force to any of these maps, Miracle will destroy it. However, Zero Wing will crumble sooner or later, regardless of what it does. Now that the various large guilds are provoking Zero Wing on the official forums, its reputation will suffer if it refuses to respond. If the situation drags on, no player will want to be a member of the guild, Miserly Wind said, chuckling. Once Zero Wing is gone, our guild can garrison in Lake Heart City and enjoy a share of the Ice Crystal World's profits. Just as the Eight-Eyed Frost Spider was about to die, Feng's 1,000-man team had sneaked within 2,000 yards of Eternal Undead's army. The team's 200 Tier 2 experts led the charge against Eternal Undead on their mounts, while the remaining 800 experts followed on foot. Eternal Undead's scouting rangers immediately noticed the commotion and reported back to the team. Boss Wind. We found Zero Wing's members. They're charging toward our team. The Oracle beside Miserly Wind exclaimed as he read the scout's message. What? Have Zero Wing's members lost their minds? The news confused Miserly Wind. How many are there? It's a 1,000-man team. The Tier 2 Oracle side a 1,000-man team? Miserly Wind chuckled. Zero Wing sorely overestimates itself. It dares to charge at us with just 1,000 players? Do they think that Eternal Undead is a guild of pushovers? Tell our players to finish the boss quickly and prepare to greet Zero Wing's team. This is our guild's chance to bolster our fame in the Black Dragon Empire. We mustn't let Miracle's members take it from us. Among his 3,000 players, 1,500 were experts and 40+ were Tier 2 players. Miserly Wind was not worried about Zero Wing's assault at all when Zero Wing's 1,000-man team was less than 500 yards away from Eternal Undead's. The latter finally defeated the Eight-Eyed Frost Spider. Under Miserly Wind's command, Eternal Undead's members then fell into a defensive formation to greet the enemy guild attack. Our chance to get rich has come, Miserly Wind shouted when less than 100 yards separated the two forces. The battlefield glowed with countless lights as spells and arrows flew to meet Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts as they led the charge. Kill them. Fierce Snake bellowed when he saw the incoming attacks. He brandished his battle axe, slamming it on the ground before him. The earth split and walls of rock and dirt rose up before Fierce Snake, stopping the spells and arrows that targeted his player. Zero Wing's other Tier 2 players didn't bother to dodge the incoming attacks either. Like Fierce Snake, they blocked every attack without fail. Although some of the incoming attacks included Tier 2 spells and skills, they posed no threat to Zero Wing's Tier 2 players due to the basic combat device's effects. With little to no effort, Zero Wing's Tier 2 players stopped one wave of attacks after another, soon reaching Eternal Undead's defensive wall. The defensive wall Eternal Undead's MTs had formed was practically non-existent to Fierce Snake and his comrades. With a single attack, each of Zero Wing's Tier 2 melee players sent multiple MTs flying. In the blink of an eye, Fierce Snake and the others broke through Eternal Undead's defensive wall and pounced on the ranged players like hungry lions pouncing on a flock of sheep. Eternal Undead's Tier 1 players lasted no more than a handful of hits before Zero Wing's enhanced Tier 2 experts, and the enemy guild's Tier 2 experts were no exception. The difference between their basic attributes was already massive, and after including physique, reaction speed, and several other aspects, Eternal Undead's members stood no chance against these Zero Wing experts. Even though Eternal Undead's healers frantically cast their healing spells, they couldn't stop the rapid drain on their allies' HPS. After a brief moment, over 500 of Eternal Undead's players were dead, their bodies transforming into streaks of light and fading from the ice jade forest. How is this possible? Miserly Wind's eyes widened in shock, paling as he watched his guild's experts die, one after another. He had never dreamed that his guild's experts would be so weak against Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts. In fact, not even Eternal Undead's Tier 2 players survived more than a few hits from Fierce Snake and his friends. However, Miserly Wind didn't know that Fierce Snake and his team had the combat power to rival peak experts. Naturally, 200 peak experts would have no trouble slaughtering 3,000 ordinary experts, and only half of Eternal Undead's team consisted of expert players. Upon seeing Zero Wing's remaining 800 players draw near, fear overwhelmed Miserly Wind. 200 of these players had already devastated his team. If another 800 players joined the fray, retreat! Everyone retreat to Miracle's teams. We'll be safe once we meet up with them, Miserly Wind shouted in a panic. Chapter 1962. Bait. As soon as Miserly Wind gave the command to retreat, Eternal Undead's panicking members calmed down and ran towards Miracle's last known grinding spot. Although Zero Wing's members were strong, Miracle was a veteran super-first-rate guild that rivaled super guilds. Not only did the guild have its fair share of experts, but those experts were also far superior to those in Eternal Undead in terms of weapons, equipment, and combat standards. Most importantly, Zero Wing would not dare to fight Miracle in a large-scale battle. As long as they met up with one of Miracle's 1,000-man teams, they'd have protection from Zero Wing like madmen. Eternal Undead's remaining 2,000-plus members split up and ran for Miracle's team's Fierce Snake, and his companions were momentarily stunned as they watched their enemies flee. The battle hadn't even started 10 seconds ago, yet their opponents were already running for their lives. Boss Wind, I've contacted Miracle. It's sending its teams to our location now. The Tier 2 Oracle informed Miserly Wind, who wore a twisted expression. He could empathize with his leader. Of the 3,000 players their guild had dispatched, half were expert players, yet the moment they collided with Zero Wing, they had lost more than 300 of those experts. The guild only had a little over 4,000 expert players in total, and nearly 10% had died in the blink of an eye. This was a heavy blow to their guild. Notify everyone, and tell them to lure as many Zero Wing members to Miracle's forces as possible. We cannot let Zero Wing off the hook after killing so many of our guild's experts. Miserly Wind growled as he glanced at the enemy players chasing him and his teammates. We'll meet up with Miracle and surround Zero Wing's team, slaughtering every one of its players. Their guild had lost too much in this battle, but the lost levels were only secondary. The lost weapons and equipment was far more important. The guild had used a lot of resources to acquire these items for their experts. Meanwhile, before they had collected a notable harvest from the Ice Jade Forest, they had lost so many assets. They had to get payback. Understood. I'll have the others maintain their distance from Zero Wing's members, the Tier 2 Oracle said, nodding. When he glanced back at Fierce Snake and the others, who still pursued Eternal Undead's players, he thought this was a good opportunity to recoup their losses. Let's see if Zero Wing can deal with a stronger force. Zero Wing was famed for its wealth. Its members were all very equipped. Since Zero Wing's members here had such high attributes, they definitely wore top-tier weapons and equipment. Although Miserly Wind's plan would increase the team's casualty count, it would be worth it if they could claim some of Zero Wing's weapons and equipment, bolstering their guild's main force. After saying so, the Tier 2 Oracle informed his teammates to slow down deliberately. By doing so, they would ensure that Zero Wing's members, who were forced to stop whenever they killed someone, could catch up. This would create the illusion that Zero Wing's members would eventually catch and kill every Eternal Undead member, encouraging Fierce Snake and his team to continue the chase. After another 1,000 yards or so, Eternal Undead had a little more than 1,600 surviving members. Miserly Wind's face contorted. He hadn't expected Zero Wing's members to be so ferocious. Boss Wind. Look! The Tier 2 Oracle shouted excitedly as he pointed toward the large group of players in the forest ahead. Good. Have everyone get ready. When Miserly Wind saw the Miracle's mounted members, the sight rekindled his hope. This moment will determine whether or not our guild can progress in the Black Dragon Empire. When Eternal Undead's members saw Miracle's players, they stopped holding back and ran toward Miracle's forces at full power. As if they had prepared for this moment, Miracle's 2,000-man team split into two groups, one moving towards Fierce Snake and his companions, while the other moved to intercept Feng's 800 players guild leader. Miracle's members have arrived. Fierce Snake, who led the charge, informed Feng when he saw Miracle's members emerge from the forest ahead. They were finally here? Calmly, Feng ordered. In that case, let's get started. We can finally get to work? Fierce Snake's eyes glowed with excitement. He then shouted through the team chat, "Brothers, it's time to earn our keep." Wonderful. I can finally get serious. This game of cat and mouse is over. Hey, leave some for me. I want to experiment with some basic combat techniques. Excitement shot through Zero Wing's members as they watched the fleeing Eternal Undead team. Suddenly, their movement speed skyrocketed, and they instantly closed the distance between them and their prey. They then used one skill after another. For a time, bright lights and explosions filled the forest. Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts instantly slew the enemy Tier 1 experts that had lasted a few moves against them previously. 200 of the 1,600-plus fleeing players fell in the blink of an eye. Despite fleeing with all of their power, Fierce Snake's team caught up with Eternal Undead's players in seconds. Following which, Eternal Undead's team member count decreased with lightning speed. After a short moment, less than 100 players remained alive from Eternal Undead. Due to this abrupt change, Miserly Wind, who had prepared to celebrate his plan's success, was dazed. However, Miserly Wind didn't know that Fierce Snake and his men had nearly as much combat power as peak experts because of their extraordinary basic attributes and physiques. Killing inferior players was a piece of cake. Fierce Snake and his team were even more efficient at hunting down and killing ordinary experts than true peak experts. How is this possible? How are they suddenly so strong? Miserly Wind was bewildered as he watched his guildmates fall, one after another, behind him. He didn't understand what was happening. Fierce Snake's team was superior to his in terms of combat methods, attack power, and movement speed. They fought like completely different people than they had in the earlier battle. As Miracle's members drew nearer, Miserly Wind thought of a possibility. Could it be? Have they been using us as bait to lure Miracle's members all this time? Chapter 1963. The might of the magic-breaking crossbows. Miserly Wind shuddered as he considered the possibility. He had never thought that Zero Wing was crazy enough to face Miracle head-on, but with another glance at the enemy players, he couldn't care less whether or not he and his team had been bait. All Miserly Wind could think of was escaping. At his level, he'd need several days of hard work to recover from a single death. Moreover, he wore higher quality weapons and equipment than the guild's other experts. If he lost one of his items, who knew how long it would take to find a replacement? Miracle's team was only 100 yards away now. As long as he met up with the approaching force, the fight would go on for some time, giving him the opportunity to get away. Even if Miracle's army was no match for Fierce Snake and his monstrous players, as Miracle's forces drew closer, They spotted Eternal Undead's surviving members, damn it. Zero Wing's team actually has the guts to kill our allies right before our eyes. Miracle's members wore sour expressions as they watched Eternal Undead's players die. They immediately increased their speed finally. Once Miracle's members were within his attack range, Fierce Snake used Charge, reaching the enemy MTs instantly. He tightened his grip on his battle axe and swept the weapon in a horizontal arc tier 2 skill. Bladestorm. With Fierce Snake as the center, a powerful storm brewed, enveloping a 20-yard radius and sending over a dozen MTs airborne. The attack interrupted Miracle's offensive charge. On the spot, Zero Wing's other Tier 2 experts joined the fray without hesitation. Like a sharpened blade, they pierced Miracle's formation, diving for the team's core. With their advantage in basic attributes and physique, Miracle's 1,000-man team had no hope of stopping their advance. Only Miracle's Tier 2 experts were able to put up a fight, although barely. Zero Wing slaughtered their Tier 1 experts with very little effort. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's Tier 2 ranged players bombarded Miracle's rear line, preventing the enemy DPS from providing their comrades any support. After a brief moment, Zero Wing's 200-man team gained the upper hand. Although Miracle's team was not as easy to defeat as Eternal Undead's, it didn't fare much better as for the Miracle team that had charged for Feng's 800-man party. Feng waved a hand and cast Flame Domain once it was within 50 yards and prepared to attack. At the same time, Zhao Yueru cast Frost Flame. Hell, 2 towering pillars of fire enveloped Miracle's members. The players caught within the AoE turned to ash instantly. Vanishing from the battlefield, this Miracle team suffered a far more tragic fate than the one facing Fierce Snake's party. How is this? Miserly Wind slid to a halt, staring at the flaming pillars with a stupid expression. A single round of attacks had wiped out nearly half of Miracle's 1,000-man team. If they hadn't spread out, the 2 spells would have had no trouble eliminating the majority of Miracle's force. Miserly Wind felt as if Eternal Undead's desperate fight against Zero Wing had been little more than a warm-up for his adversaries, as everyone was in shock over witnessing the power of the 2 large-scale destruction spells. Crossbow unit, get ready, Feng shouted. He then pointed at the remaining Miracle members and commanded, fire! Immediately, the 60 Tier 1 Rangers at the front of the team released the Magicbreaking Crossbows bolts. Show! The Magicbreaking Crossbows had an attack range of 70 yards, even longer than that of Tier 2 Rangers. At this point, the entirety of Miracle's force was within range. When the 60 Magicbreaking bolts were released, they flew through the air so fast that even Tier 2 assassins would have trouble dodging them. Furthermore, Miracle's members were still in shock. The Magicbreaking Crossbows instantly claimed 60 Miracle lives. The rest of the force only returned to their senses after watching their allies die beside them. When Miracle's members realized that even Tier 2 experts had fallen, a chilling thought crept into their minds. The moment after the first bolts found their marks, the Magicbreaking Crossbows launched a second volley. Although many of Miracle's members had noticed the attacks, the Magicbreaking bolts were just too fast. Miracle's Tier 1 players had no hope of dodging the attacks and died instantly. Only the Force's Tier 2 players had managed to evade the incoming bolts after 2 volleys. Miracle's 1,000-man team had lost more than 100 players. The 60 Magicbreaking Crossbows ended their lives even faster than Fierce Snake and his friends' retreat. Everyone retreat! The Tier 2 player leading the assault on Feng's 800-man team shouted, fear gripping his heart as he gazed at the corpse pinned to the ground beside him. The 60 Magicbreaking Crossbows were far more frightening than the earlier large-scale destruction spells. The spells had long cooldowns and couldn't be used once the 2 forces met in melee combat, but the crossbows' cooldowns were quite short and easily landed attacks in close quarters. Most importantly, the crossbows could kill a player with full HP in a single attack, and not even the Tier 2 MTs were an exception. How were they supposed to fight such a weapon? After issuing the command to retreat, Miserly Wind, who rested a long distance away, was dumbfounded. He had thought that Miracle would last against Zero Wing, but the fight that he had just witnessed couldn't even be called a battle. It had been a one-sided massacre. Although Miracle's leader had ordered a retreat, even he, a Tier 2 Refinement Realm expert, had died after becoming a target for more than 10 Magicbreaking Crossbows. The leader hadn't been able to resist as Zero Wing turned him into a human pincushion. These Magicbreaking Crossbows are amazing, Gentle Snow watched Zero Wing devastate the remnants of Miracle's 1,000-man team with wide, shocked eyes. She had recognized the Tier 2 team leader as a refinement realm expert, yet he had fallen after taking 10 or so magic-breaking bolts. The magic-breaking crossbow was truly an amazing weapon in a frontal confrontation now. She, more or less, realized why Feng had dared to take so few players to Ice Jade Forest. Although the magic-breaking crossbow was a consumable, it could fire 300 magic-breaking bolts which had been formed with mana before breaking. With the 60 magic-breaking crossbows they had enough firepower to survive a large-scale battle involving tens of thousands of players. Although more than 100,000 enemies resided in the Ice Jade Forest, less than 30,000 were from Miracle. As long as they picked their fights carefully and only took on several thousand Miracle members at a time, they could end Miracle's tyranny in this map. Meanwhile, Fierce Snake and his companions chased down Miracle's fleeing members on the other side of the battlefield. Although Miracle's members desperately fled, Zero Wing's Tier 2 players held an absolute advantage in terms of speed. Miracle's members didn't get far before they died. Aside from a few players that had used instantaneous movement magic scrolls, none escaped death. How'd it go? Feng asked Fierce Snake as he watched the rest of the team loot the battlefield. Unfortunately, a dozen or so got away, but we haven't had any casualties, Fierce Snake reported. Good. Publish the video of the battle with Eternal Undead and Miracle on the official forums. Let's show the other guilds that if they want to kick us while we're down, Miracle won't be able to protect them. Feng said. Understood. Fierce Snake nodded. Chapter 1964. Black Dragon Empire shaken. The war between Miracle and Zero Wing was no longer a secret in the Black Dragon Empire. Almost every player in the Empire knew about it, and everyone had assumed that Zero Wing was doomed until now. No large guild in God's domain had survived a serious confrontation with a superpower. All of the lesser guilds had fallen in a short time, and Miracle had already placed a bounty on Zero Wing's experts and upper echelons. The offer was high enough to tempt many of the Empire's experts, and countless players had secretly taken action. Miracle had even recruited the Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds in its war with Zero Wing, and despite the public provocations on the forums each day, the guild hadn't responded, and Zero Wing's reputation in the Empire had plummeted. At this point, many of Zero Wing's members had considered withdrawing from the guild. After all, players joined guilds to ease the burden of leveling up and share in the guild's glory. Nobody would join a cowardly guild that the public ridiculed. Meanwhile, the Empire's various large guilds spent their time preparing. The moment Zero Wing withdrew from the Black Dragon Empire, they would swoop in to take over its abandoned territories. However, an uproar shook the forums shortly after Fierce Snake uploaded the battle videos he and his teammates had recorded. The forum post's title was particularly eye-catching: Death to those who support Miracle. He had published the post under Zero Wing's name, and the imposing response was hard to ignore. Less than a minute after the post went live, it had become the most popular of the day with over 1 million views. Amazing. Zero Wing is simply amazing. Eternal Undead's members died right in front of Miracle's members, yet Miracle couldn't do anything about it. I wonder how the various large guilds feel now. Zero Wing is obviously showing them that even if they have Miracle's support, the guild can't protect them. Zero Wing is so arrogant. It's just one guild. Does Zero Wing really think it can survive if so many guilds band together? This warning will only enrage its enemies and make Zero Wing's situation worse. That might not be the case. Did you see how Eternal Undead's members died? They were fish on the chopping board in front of Zero Wing's team. Although Eternal Undead is only an average second-rate guild, it is still a bona fide second-rate guild, yet Zero Wing slaughtered its members. The other guilds will only suffer the same fate. That's right, this 1,000-man team from Zero Wing is simply ferocious. It almost annihilated Miracle's 2,000-man army. If such a team targets other guilds' expert teams, the outcome will likely be the same. Zero Wing is really a guild of experts. I think I'll stick with joining Zero Wing. The Empire's players had a heated discussion over the battle videos Fierce Snake had published. They had never thought that the moment Zero Wing took action, the guild would make such a terrifying move. With a single battle, it had deterred other guilds from trying to take advantage of the war and humiliated Miracle. Zero Wing hadn't suffered a single casualty in this latest battle, while Eternal Undead and Miracle's teams had been almost extinguished. Despite the two guilds having 5 times as many players, their defeat had still been miserable. This proved to everyone in the Empire that Zero Wing's strength wasn't superficial when Zero Wing's members saw the post. However, their passion and enthusiasm rekindled. They all wished they had taken part in the battle and given Miracle a good beating. At the same time, many Zero Wing members aspired to become expert members more than ever. They hoped that they could one day fight overwhelming odds, securing an absolute victory like Fierce Snake and the others. Just the idea was exhilarating. Ha ha ha. Let's see if those guilds dare to act so arrogantly before us again. All hail Zero Wing. All hail the guild leader. When the various superpowers' upper echelons received news of the battle, an indescribable shock overwhelmed them. The battle's outcome had a greater impact on them than it had on the general public. Ordinary players might not be able to determine Fierce Snake and his team's exact strength, but they could. How has Zero Wing secured so many experts with the combat power to rival peak experts? Yuan Tiexin read the latest report with furrowed brows. Peak experts were a guild's core combatants. Not even the various superpowers had many peak experts, yet Zero Wing had just revealed a force of 200 seemingly out of nowhere. A team of 200 peak experts would be an absolute nightmare out in the fields. Destroying such a force would require an army of tens of thousands of elite and expert players as well. The use of magic arrays. Miracle likely has quite the headache over this situation right now. It had probably never considered that the little bug it was trying to crush would turn out to be a steel spike. Purple Jade said. Giggling. Miracle had always been overbearing. Normally, even super guilds avoided clashing with the guild, whereas super-first-rate guilds were often oppressed by it. However, she also had to admit that Miracle had the strength to do so. Seeing the guild suffer such devastating, repeated losses was extremely rare. Meanwhile, in Miracle's residence in Lake Heart City, the room's atmosphere was intensely chilly. Many of the Empire's large guilds had given up on provoking Zero Wing due to its recent demonstration. After all, the guild had proven that Miracle couldn't guarantee their safety in the fields. No matter how one looked at it, letting a large number of guild experts die just to grind in a better resource map wasn't worthwhile. Damn it. How did Zero Wing suddenly obtain so many experts? 1,000 Miles paled as he watched the battle video before him. I thought Zero Wing could only produce a small number of those basic combat devices. After Fierce Snake's team had displayed their strength at Blue Wave Rock, Miracle had sent spies to investigate the source of their power. With Zero Wing's current standards, gaining so many peak experts so quickly was impossible. The only explanation was that the guild had acquired a special tool based on those investigations. They had learned that Fierce Snake and his companions had become so powerful through a tool known as the basic combat device. However, while this tool was very powerful, it had a limited duration, and only a small number could be crafted each day. At most, Zero Wing could supply a 100-man team for a full day. Fortunately, once these players scattered across the Empire, they'd no longer pose much of a threat. But Zero Wing had revealed 200 of these experts in the latest confrontation. 1,000 Miles could not figure out how Zero Wing had managed to craft so many more basic combat devices. If Zero Wing could truly maintain a 200-man team of these experts at all times, it would impact the current war's status quo. Moreover, they had discovered that Zero Wing had a powerful collection of heavy crossbows during the battle. Not only did the crossbows' attacks contain immense strength, but they were also impressively fast. If 10 or so Magicbreaking crossbows attacked together, even a Tier 2 Refinement Realm expert would fall without the use of an invulnerability skill. Vice Guild Leader shredded. Should we dispatch our peak experts to reinforce the Ice Jade Forest? Miracle Dragon asked as he turned to Shredded Soul. Forget it. Order a retreat, Shredded Soul said, shaking his head. Retreat? Confused, 1,000 Miles asked. Are we just letting Zero Wing off the hook? Do you plan to order our forces to continue the fight? Shredded Soul glared at 1,000 Miles. Coldly, he continued, Zero Wing has proven that it has the strength to fight us toe-to-toe in the Black Dragon Empire. We might win if we continue fighting, but we'll pay a heavy price and fulfill the other superpowers' long-held wish. If we have to pay such a price for defeating Zero Wing in the Empire, what will we gain? How would we have lost so many elite and expert players if not for your stupidity? Had you investigated Zero Wing properly before taking action, I wouldn't have had to come here and clean up your mess. I'll deliver a report to the guild leader personally, so I suggest you cool down in the meantime. Shredded Soul's reprimand left Thousand Miles speechless, but he still felt wronged. Who would have thought that an up-and-coming guild like Zero Wing, which wasn't backed by any corporation, was so powerful? I will return to the Western continent. I'll leave the cleanup to you, Shredded Soul added as he stared at Thousand Miles. He then used a guild transfer scroll and vanished from the meeting room. Chapter 1965 Quasi-super-first-rate Guild. Black Dragon Empire, Ice Jade Forest. Despite Thousand Miles' reluctance, he had no choice but to follow Shredded Soul's command and recall the guild members from the Ice Jade Forest. Meanwhile, Miracle's retreat caused a sensation throughout the Black Dragon Empire. What's going on? Miracle's retreating. That's not possible, right? Miracle is a super first-rate guild, yet it's actually giving up on Zero Wing? The sudden turn of events stupefied the Empire's players. They simply could not figure out what had caused Miracle to turn away from Zero Wing so abruptly. The two guilds had only engaged in a single battle involving several thousand players. To both, such a small battle wasn't even a warm-up thus far. All of Miracle's actions had displayed its intention to annihilate Zero Wing's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire. Yet they had fled from their prey. It was as if everything had just been an act. How disappointing. Miracle retreated after such a minor battle, and here I thought it was some amazing guild. In the end, it is no different than the Empire's other guilds. All hail Zero Wing. Even Miracle can't take down Zero Wing. Varied opinions of Miracle's withdrawal split the Empire's players. Some players felt that Miracle didn't deserve its title as a super first-rate guild since it couldn't even take out a non-superpower like Zero Wing, and others assumed Miracle had given up because Zero Wing truly was powerful. That cowardly Shredded Soul. He hasn't even started the war, yet he's already given up. I even ensured that he had all the information he needed. Nine Dragons Emperor slammed his fist into his desk when he read the report on Miracle's withdrawal from the Black Dragon Empire. He had hoped to use Miracle to wound Zero Wing. He had never expected the superpower to pack up and leave so soon. Meanwhile, in one of Lake Heart City's high-class restaurants. Uncle Yuan, look, Shredded Soul has returned to the Western continent to take charge of things there. By the looks of it, he's really given up on Zero Wing, Purple Jade exclaimed, surprised she had investigated Shredded Soul personally and had concluded that the man was truly ruthless. Once he set out to do something, he never gave up, yet he had decisively pulled his forces away from the conflict with Zero Wing. This was unbelievable. It's not that unusual. After all, there is no benefit in continuing the war with Zero Wing. At most, Miracle will restore some of its damaged reputation. With 200 experts that possess the combat power to rival peak experts and those heavy crossbows, Zero Wing qualified to contend with a superpower. Unless Miracle decides to go all out, it'll be helpless against the smaller guild. Moreover, Miracle is fighting a remote war. It already has to expend a lot of resources to engage in this war. Miracle's position will only become more of a disadvantage as the war drags on, Yuan Tiexin said, chuckling. Taking a sip from the cup of icy blue wine in his hand, he continued, at the end of the day, Miracle is a massive organization set out to make money. There's no way it would abandon everything it has built for its reputation. Since Zero Wing has proven that it has the strength to protect itself for some time, and the other superpowers know Miracle's strength, Miracle has no reason to continue fighting. That makes sense. Purple Jade nodded. However, Zero Wing is pretty impressive. It always has a surprise up its sleeve. I had thought the guild was doomed this time. I hadn't expected it to reveal such a trump card. It's no wonder why Zero Wing dared to compete with the various superpowers over the Your Empire's resources. In God's domain, might was right. Provoking Miracle wasn't a problem as long as Zero Wing could endure the larger guild's wrath. If Zero Wing couldn't do that, Miracle would destroy the guild. If it could, it would survive. It was just that simple. The various superpowers would not ridicule Miracle for being weak because it failed to destroy a guild that merely rivaled first-rate guilds. They would only take joy in the fact that Miracle had accidentally tugged on a tiger's tail. However, it's too early for Zero Wing to celebrate. The guild still has a bumpy road ahead. Furthermore, Miracle will definitely strike if given the chance in the future. Yuan Tiexin said Miracle had only given up on dealing with Zero Wing this time because the losses outweighed the gains. Even if it defeated Zero Wing, all it would gain was reputation. While reputation was important for a guild's development, it was not particularly important to a veteran super-first-rate guild like Miracle. However, it was a different story for the various superpowers operating in the Empire. These superpowers were there to obtain resources for their development. It was entirely possible for these organizations to use everything they had to remove Zero Wing. They wouldn't give up as easily as Miracle. Now that Zero Wing had exposed 2 more trump cards, its development in the Empire would be at risk while Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade conversed. The various superpowers expressed their astonishment over Zero Wing's performance. They had never dreamed that a guild with no background was capable of forging such a sturdy foundation. They all ordered further investigations on Zero Wing, desperate to know more about the basic combat devices and magic-breaking crossbows due to this latest battle. The various superpowers realized that while guild experts were important, God's domain's tools were just as crucial. Zero Wing's success in fending off Miracle was the best proof of this. The Black Dragon Empire's large guilds, in particular, feared for their survival after watching Zero Wing slaughter Eternal Undead's 3,000-man force. When they heard that Miracle had withdrawn its players from the war, they immediately recalled their forces from the Ice Jade Forest and reached out to butter up to Zero Wing. If even a super-first-rate guild like Miracle was powerless against Zero Wing, what hope did their guilds have? Zero Wing had proven its strength to everyone in the Black Dragon Empire with the battle in the Ice Jade Forest. Although it was not a super-first-rate guild, it had the power to stand against one. Zero Wing was now only second to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in the hearts of the Empire's players. To be precise, the Black Dragon Empire's general populace recognized Zero Wing as a Quasi-super-first-rate guild, and that it was only a matter of time before it became a true super-first-rate guild. Meanwhile, the various large guilds that had previously provoked Zero Wing or taken delight in the guild's misfortune were now quite nervous, especially the guilds that had openly antagonized Zero Wing. These guilds were terrified that Zero Wing would seek retribution. With Zero Wing's strength, it would have no trouble removing their guilds from the Black Dragon Empire. All it would need was time and resources. Guild leader, more than a dozen guilds are trying to cozy up to us. Each guild is offering magic crystals and rare materials as compensation. Should we meet with their representatives? Gentle Snow asked Feng before she had time to recover from her shock over Miracle's abrupt retreat. A large number of guilds had contacted her, wanting to repair their relationship with Zero Wing. They were even willing to make reparations. She hadn't expected this development. Chapter 1966, Overnight Fortune. Compensation. Feng chuckled at Gentle Snow's report. These guilds sure reacted quickly. Now that Zero Wing's strength had been recognized, it was the perfect time to develop its influence in the Black Dragon Empire. However, since Zero Wing's development was currently limited by its resources, it had to claim other guilds' resources. Fortunately, quite a few of the Empire's guilds had openly provoked Zero Wing, so it was well within its rights to eliminate these guilds and take over their resources. No one would reprimand Zero Wing for doing so. Naturally, these offending guilds had considered the possibility of such an outcome. Although Zero Wing could only take on a few guilds at a time, on the off chance that they were one of the unlucky few, they'd be doomed. Hence, the various guilds that had provoked Zero Wing tried desperately to repair their relationships with Zero Wing. Should I call in their representatives? Then, Gentle Snow understood the meaning behind Feng's comment. While Zero Wing's reputation had improved, it would take some time to develop the guild's strength. Moreover, doing so would require a lot of funds. Rather than waste resources on annihilating 1 or 2 large guilds, they needed to use this opportunity to claim compensation from the dozen or so guilds, making a fortune. This way, Zero Wing would gain both the money and the resources it needed for its development without lifting a finger. There's no need. Just tell them this. Second-rate guilds will compensate Zero Wing with 30,000 magic crystals and 50,000 gold in rare materials or lands in major NPC cities. Zero Wing requires 15,000 magic crystals and 30,000 gold in rare materials or lands from third-rate guilds. Feng said. If they don't pay up, they'll have to bear the consequences. While it seemed as though Zero Wing had easily defeated Miracle, Feng knew how close his guild had been to defeat in God's domain. A war between guilds was a competition of capital and expert players. When a guild went to war, it had to spend money like there was no tomorrow. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's victory had been achieved through spending a massive number of magic crystals and resources. The Magicbreaking crossbows were worth the price since they could be reused. They would only disappear after their uses had been depleted. However, the basic combat devices were different. Once they had been activated, they'd vanish after 12 hours. They could not be deactivated to save their remaining duration. Meanwhile, Feng had invested more than 80,000 magic crystals into crafting the two tools. The rest of the materials had also cost a ton of money. In addition, the guild had to compensate its members that had died in the fights after fighting Miracle for just a few short days. Zero Wing's pockets were almost empty. Fortunately, Zero Wing had secured a manatite vein. Otherwise, the Black Dragon Empire's branch guild would have been finished. He was also fortunate that Miracle didn't know the tool's production costs. Had Miracle known about the expenditures, it would have continued this war. Hearing Feng's demands, Gentle Snow asked worriedly, "Aren't these prices a little too high?" Currently, the average second-rate guild only occupied a few NPC cities, while the more powerful second-rate guilds occupied a dozen or so. These guilds' range of influence wasn't particularly vast. While 50,000 gold in resources or land was bearable for a second-rate guild, 30,000 magic crystals definitely weren't. At this stage of the game, 30,000 magic crystals were roughly half of a second-rate guild stockpile, although it had become much easier to acquire magic crystals. Players also needed to consume more of them, especially after the return of the Survivors expansion pack had been implemented. "It's fine. Just inform them," Feng said. Chuckling while losing half of the guild's magic crystal stockpile was a significant cost. It would not impede the guild's normal operations. It would simply force the guild into stagnation for a short time. Moreover, he urgently needed magic crystals right now. He couldn't afford to be courteous with these guilds, following which, Gentle Snow conveyed Feng's price to the various large guilds. When they received Zero Wing's demands, all of these guilds went into an uproar. The rare materials weren't an issue since every guild had an extraordinary stock of resources by now, but magic crystals were crucial to a guild's development. "Damn Zero Wing. It might as well rob us at this point. Guild leader, what should we do? Pay the guild. We can't afford to stand out right now." Although Miracle failed to destroy Zero Wing, Blackwater and Beast Emperor have still been eyeing the guild in the Empire. They won't let Zero Wing off the hook as easily as Miracle has. The various large guilds were enraged when they received Gentle Snow's message. They had barely claimed any resources in the high-resource maps Miracle had given them, yet they were now required to pay such expensive compensation. Their partnership with Miracle had been an utter mistake. However, due to the threat Zero Wing posed, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and swallow the loss. Within 3 hours after receiving Gentle Snow's message, the various large guilds sent their representatives to deliver the requested resources to Zero Wing's residence in Lake Heart City. When Gentle Snow and the guild's other upper echelons received the payments, they were ecstatic. "Snow, we're rich," Zhao Yueru exclaimed as she gazed at the magic crystals and multiple resources in the guild warehouse. They had received compensation from more than a dozen guilds. Among the guilds that had paid their dues, 5 were second-rate guilds, and 8 were third-rate guilds. In total, Zero Wing had received 270,000 magic crystals, a considerable amount even to the current superpowers. Furthermore, Zero Wing had gained 490,000 gold in rare materials and lands. Not only had Zero Wing earned back the resources it had spent in the war, but it had also made a huge profit with this many resources. Zero Wing could afford to recruit tens of thousands of members in the Black Dragon Empire. It could also strengthen Hidden Fog Town's defenses and upgrade it to intermediate rank. I had expected it to take a few more days to collect 200,000 magic crystals, but I guess I don't have to worry about the deadline anymore. Feng was just as excited to see the miniature mountain of magic crystals. He didn't dare to take risks with the inferior legendary quest from the Jealous Witch. The penalty for failing the quest was no laughing matter. Moreover, he absolutely needed to the field magic array. Void field magic arrays were extremely rare in God's domain, and the only one he knew how to obtain was the one in the Witch's Hill. He'd just have to get lucky to secure another one. Field magic arrays were so rare because of how powerful advanced field magic arrays were in wars and when plundering resources. Once players reached level 65 and beyond, Resources would become significantly more difficult to acquire due to how dangerous the monsters were in the appropriately leveled maps. Although these monsters had higher basic attributes, they also have visibly stronger combat standards once they reached level 65 and beyond. Moreover, the more resource-rich a map was, the more visible this improvement would be. In comparison, monsters below level 60 had roughly the same combat standards regardless of what kind of map they occupied. At most, their basic attributes would differ slightly. The weakest monsters in level 65 plus maps had combat standards on par with the early stage of the Trial Tower's 3rd floor, while the stronger monsters could reach the 5th floor's early stage. Most importantly, they would travel in larger numbers. Against such an abrupt difference, one could imagine how the various large guilds would fare. Moreover, guild experts had obviously lower basic attributes than monsters. If these guild experts lost their combat standard advantage as well, they'd have a difficult time grinding. Because of this, few large guilds had taken advantage of level 65 plus maps in his previous life since they weren't strong enough to grind the map's monsters. Hence, field magic arrays had become extremely important. A field magic array would provide a significant advantage over other guilds when guild members left to level up or grind for resources. And Void Field was an advanced field magic array. Now that I've settled matters in the Black Dragon Empire, it's time to revisit the Witch's Hill. When Feng saw that the branch guild's development was back on track, he took 200,000 magic crystals with him and teleported back to Zero Wing City. Chapter 1967 Candlelight expands. Starmoon Kingdom, Zero Wing City. In a 7-story, high-class restaurant a short distance away from Zero Wing's residence, 3 cloaked players observed the residence from a private room. Commander Cloud. The result of Miracle and Zero Wing's war is out. Here is all of the information we purchased from the secret pavilion regarding Zero Wing. A male half-elf said as he handed the male tigerkin before him a file. The war in the Black Dragon Empire ended when Miracle retreated from the Empire and announced its withdrawal from the war. What? Miracle was defeated? Chopped Axe, the female tigerkin beside the male tigerkin, was slightly stunned. How is that possible? That's Miracle we're talking about. The guild is even stronger than it had been at its peak. How could it possibly lose? As a member of the famous Death God Workshop, she was quite familiar with the various superpowers, especially their territories and overall strength. Miracle, in particular, was one of the superpowers the Death God Workshop watched closely. Not only had Miracle recently expanded its influence in God's domain, but it had also recruited plenty of well-known experts in the virtual gaming world. The Witch of the West, Alice, was one of the best examples. Recruiting Alice had significantly boosted the guild's overall strength, and not long ago, Miracle had secured a key resource point on the Western continent. It only lacked a suitable opportunity to earn the public's recognition as a super guild. If Miracle were granted the title of super guild, it would rank in the top half in terms of power. Miracle had a boundless future ahead of itself. Hence, Chopped Axe couldn't believe that Zero Wing had actually defeated Miracle. Miracle has indeed lost. Everyone in the Black Dragon Empire is talking about it, the male half-elf, Frostrain, confirmed. Miracle retreated because Zero Wing had dispatched 200 experts with combat power on par with peak experts, which caught Miracle completely off guard. Once Miracle realized that a protracted war would be a waste of time and resources, it decided to give up and return home. 200 experts with combat power that rivals peak experts. This can't be true, can it? Chopped Axe instinctively refused to believe Frostrain's claim. Even an ordinary super-first-rate guild only had that many experts, including domain realm experts and true peak experts. It's true. Light Cloud, the male tigerkin, said suddenly. According to the secret pavilion's report, Zero Wing has only accomplished this feat because it has used a tool called the Basic Combat Device. However, the Basic Combat Device has a relatively short duration. In addition, Zero Wing has the frightening Magicbreaking crossbow. When a dozen or so of these crossbows are fired together, they can even instant-kill a Tier 2 Refinement Realm expert. If Zero Wing amasses a sufficient stock of these crossbows, its members will even be able to instant-kill peak experts. So that's the case. I knew a new guild like Zero Wing couldn't be that strong. Chopped Axe could not help but wipe the sweat from her forehead. If Zero Wing truly had so many powerful expert players, it could easily deal with the Death God Workshop. All it would need was some time and resources. The various superpowers were inclined to overlook the workshop's activities for this very reason. Even if these tools have a time limit, They still pose a great threat, Light Cloud said as he rolled his eyes at Chopped Axe. All right, we can return and report to the Chief Commander now. We'll let the Chief Commander decide how to deal with Zero Wing in the fairy country. After saying so, Light Cloud took a return scroll from his bag. He had no intention of wasting any more time in Zero Wing City. Frost Rain and Chopped Axe nodded in agreement. They had never expected Ninth Heaven to secure such a powerful backer. Meanwhile, the first thing Feng did after returning to Zero Wing City was store the rare materials he had obtained in the Black Dragon Empire in Candlelight's warehouse. He then had Melancholic Smile ramp up Candlelight's recruitment for lifestyle players and expand the firm's operations. Although the Candlelight trading firm was developing nicely, it could only afford to nurture a limited number of lifestyle players due to the lack of materials. As a result, Candlelight was restricted when recruiting lifestyle players. Fortunately, Zero Wing had secured 490,000 gold in rare materials through the war in the Black Dragon Empire. With so many materials, Candlelight could easily afford to recruit several thousand more members. Moreover, if Candlelight wished to develop in the Black Dragon Empire and Fairy Country, it would need a lot of additional manpower. As long as Candlelight established a foothold in these two countries, the trading firm's income would double at the very minimum. After all, both the Black Dragon Empire and the Fairy Country had far higher player populations than Starmoon Kingdom. Naturally, the demand for items in these countries would also be higher. Even if Candlelight did not become the #1 trading firm in those countries, it would still earn a sizable income. As for Candlelight's competitive edge, Feng wasn't worried about that. Due to the Philosopher's Hand, Candlelight had gained an additional 5 master lifestyle players despite the fact that Melancholic Smile had kept the item's usage to a minimum to keep it a secret. Among the 5 master lifestyle players nurtured, 2 were master alchemists, 2 were master forgers, and 1 was a master engineer. To Feng's surprise, Silent Wonder had successfully created an advanced alchemy recipe as well, thanks to the assistance of Titan City and the Philosopher's Hand. Now, Silent Wonder only needed to create 1 more advanced alchemy recipe to become an intermediate master alchemist. An intermediate master alchemist was no less important than an intermediate master forger. In fact, an intermediate master alchemist played an even greater role in raiding team dungeons. Unlike basic master alchemists, intermediate master alchemists could craft master potions with a feasible success rate if a team had a full stock of master rank defensive or resistance potions. The raid would become much easier. Guild leader, the auction for the virtual stores has concluded. Not a single corporation is willing to rent our stores. In contrast, the virtual stores in the 2 guild toes are selling like hotcakes. Melancholic Smile said, visibly worried. Although we've earned some credits through selling the weapons and equipment you gave me earlier, it's only enough to maintain the training ground for a short time. Nobody is willing to rent? Feng was slightly surprised as he examined the information on the nearby guild towns Melancholic Smile had given him. These towns have certainly developed quickly. They've already ensnared over 40 corporations. At this rate, won't they become intermediate towns in less than 10 days? The guild town's development had exceeded Feng's expectations. Both had already invested in enough defensive structures to rival an intermediate town. Even more surprising was both towns' defensive magic arrays, protecting the towns from monster assaults. These defensive magic arrays were the reason that the various corporations were so confident in investing in the town's guild leader. You're still in the mood to joke around? Now that we've moved to the new training ground, our daily expenditure has gone through the roof. With the credits we currently have, we'll only last another 5 or 6 days, Melancholic Smile said. Exasperated, she had already seen Liang Jing's financial report, and she had been horrified. The number of credits the guild spent each day was absurd. Weary burning through that much money? Even Feng was surprised when he saw the daily costs. He hadn't realized that Ouroboros had spent such a frightening amount of credits each day to maintain its training ground. The operational cost of Zero Wing's training ground could already rival that of Shadow in the past, and this was only the beginning. As Zero Wing recruited more internal members, the costs would increase. However, Feng revealed a faint smile after a moment and said, "Let's see who can outlast who." Then, Feng instructed Melancholic Smile to sell some of the crafted level 50 bronze and mysterious iron equipment for credits. The credits from these sales should help the guild survive for a while longer, although primordial gas slowly spread throughout the Witch's Hill, increasing the local monster's strength and weakening players' combat power. Monsters still needed time to evolve. After Feng settled his affairs with the Candlelight trading firm, he used the 7 Luminaries ring to teleport to the Million Forests teleportation array. He then spent 1 magic crystal to teleport to the Otherworld Gate, the Jealous, which appeared not long after Feng had arrived. She quietly hovered in the air while looking down on Feng. Young adventurer, why have you returned so soon? The Jealous, which demanded, Lady Witch, I have completed the task you gave me. Here are the 200,000 magic crystals you asked for. Feng said as he removed 200,000 magic crystals from his bag, instantly forming a small mountain before him. Once all 200,000 magic crystals were accounted for, the Jealous, which waved her hand lightly, and every crystal vanished into thin air. At the same time, the gigantic Otherworld Gate released a dazzling glow. Primordial gas surged out then. A series of system notifications reached his ears. Chapter 1968, Divine Runic Armor. System. You have triggered the new expansion pack, Primordial Heart. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Players have triggered the new expansion, Primordial Heart. The Primordial Heart will descend in the Witch's Hill in 3 hours. Please prepare. The system announcement echoed in every player's mind throughout Starmoon Kingdom. When it finally ended, players fell into heated discussions over the new expansion. What's this Primordial Heart thing? Has some major event occurred in the Witch's Hill? This new expansion pack will definitely be a huge opportunity. I wonder how Witch's Hill will change this time? I knew I should have gone to the Witch's Hill to develop. Starmoon Kingdom's players shifted their focus to the Witch's Hill the moment the system announced the new expansion pack. Previously, due to the map's strange phenomenon increasing monster strength and reducing players' combat power, only strong independent players had ventured to the Witch's Hill to level and grind. With the addition of the various large guilds' competition over the region's resources, it had become nearly impossible for ordinary players to get a share of the area's benefits. Hence, the Witch's Hills hadn't been very popular among independent players. Only the various large guilds and adventurer teams still vied for the land naturally. The kingdom's independent players weren't the only ones paying close attention to this new expansion. The various major powers in the Witch's Hill had launched fervent investigations to learn what changes this expansion pack would bring to the region. So, this is the Primordial Heart's activation condition? Surprise flashed in Feng's eyes as he read the system notification. The Primordial Heart expansion pack had appeared during his previous life as well, but it hadn't activated until long after the Otherworld Gate had been discovered. Now that he had triggered the expansion pack so early, Feng did not know how to feel about it. In the past, the Witch's Hill's Otherworld Gate had been discovered far too late. A large number of players had already reached Tier 3, and as a result, the Otherworld Gate had only been considered a good area to grind for unique materials and for independent players to level up. It hadn't been a particularly valuable map. While it was true that the new expansion pack was an opportunity, the Primordial Heart expansion had hardly been any help to players in the past. When Feng had sealed the Otherworld Gate, it had caused the Primordial Heart's descent, increasing the primordial gas in the Witch's Hill. The gas, in turn, increased the strength of the region's monsters and decreased players' combat power. Even the monsters' levels had increased considerably, though the level cap was still level 70. As for the monsters that had come through the Otherworld Gate, not only were they quite powerful, but their bodies also contained dense primordial gas. When these monsters were killed, they had a certain drop rate for primordial crystal fragments, crystallized primordial gas that contained intense, turbulent energy. One could synthesize these fragments into primordial crystals, which contained even denser energy. The primordial crystal was one of the best materials for nurturing living mounts, even more effective than energy essence that dropped from the Eclipse Gate's monsters. After all sorts of monsters had ruled over God's domain during the ancient area, and they had become so powerful due to primordial gas. However, the primordial crystals had a drawback. Although they were far more efficient than energy essence when nurturing mounts, they could only increase a mount's rank to bronze rank. Hence, players in Feng's previous life had considered the Primordial Heart expansion pack useless. The majority of large guild members had already nurtured their guild mounts to bronze rank by the time the expansion had taken effect, and ordinary players hadn't usually had mounts that were capable of growth. Only guild players that intended to replace their guild mounts had any use for the primordial crystals, however. The primordial crystals were far more valuable to current large guilds. God's Domain's guilds had only started to acquire stables and grow their guild mounts. If they could upgrade their members' mounts to bronze rank with the primordial crystals, they could significantly help their guild's development. Mounts could provide some assistance in battle once they reached bronze rank, and they were considerably faster than common mounts, however. While the Primordial Heart expansion pack would benefit the various large guilds, it also came with plenty of trouble. Activating the Primordial Heart expansion pack would double the number of monsters in the Witches' Hill and increase the number of field bosses in the area by several fold. Moreover, the field boss's raid difficulty would increase, making survival far more difficult in the Witches' Hill for current players. In addition, the monster sieges would occur far more frequently. Originally, guild towns and cities' chances of being besieged by monsters had only been 10% to 20%. However, once the Primordial Heart expansion took effect, those chances would increase to 20% to 35% as Feng pondered about how to deal with the Primordial Heart's descent. The jealous witch, who still hovered in the air, began to reclaim her youth in a matter of seconds. The old, hunchbacked lady transformed into a charming, middle-aged woman with fair, supple skin. Her black robe also transformed into a pitch-black, sleeveless dress. She now wore a black mage hat, as well, and her wooden staff had become one made of black jade. As she hovered, she radiated an indescribable charm that drew others' gaze. Excellent. Young adventurer, you have helped me seal the Otherworld Gate in time and avoided catastrophe for Starmoon Kingdom. You have also helped lighten the curse I bear. Take this magic array design as a token of my gratitude. The jealous witch addressed Feng. This should have been the end of your job here, but sealing the Otherworld Gate had made the Witches' Hill unstable. I now need your help to collect 100,000 primordial crystals. If you collect the necessary primordial crystals successfully, I will give you this forging design I acquired from an ancient ruin after much difficulty. Saying so, the jealous witch waved a hand, and a tome of dragon skin parchment appeared in her grip. The dragon might the tome radiated was so powerful that Feng even struggled to move. When he saw the large words on the cover, his eyes widened in shock. The divine runic armor design. That was an epic forging design. However, unlike ordinary epic equipment, the divine runic armor was standard equipment, created during ancient times. It was similar to the standardized equipment design he had acquired from Titan City. Although the divine runic armor was standard equipment, it was still epic equipment, on a completely different level than dark gold equipment. Chapter 1969. Chamber of Commerce. As the jealous witch finished speaking, the sound of a system notification reached Feng's ears. System. Congratulations. You have accepted the inferior legendary quest Witch's Sin. Quest content. Collect 100,000 primordial crystals in 30 days. Quest reward. Divine runic armor design. After the system notification repeated 3 times, the jealous witch vanished without a trace. Now only Feng remained before the Otherworld Gate. Collect 100,000 primordial crystals in 30 days? Feng frowned as he fell deep into thought. This inferior legendary quest was simply ruthless. Only chieftain rank and above monsters dropped primordial crystal fragments, and the drop rate for chieftain monsters was only 3%. Furthermore, synthesizing a single primordial crystal required 10 fragments. He'd need 1 million primordial crystal fragments to complete the jealous witch's latest quest. Completing the question wouldn't be that big of an issue if it didn't have a time limit, but there was a time limit. There weren't even 100,000 guild members operating in Zero Wing City right now. Trying to collect 100,000 primordial crystals in just 30 days would be a nightmare. It seems I have no choice but to increase the guild's strength and give it a try, Feng thought to himself as he decided to recruit more players. Fortunately, there was no penalty indicated for failing the quest this time. Thus, the penalty wouldn't be too severe if he failed. Even so, giving up now would be a waste. Unlike standardized fine gold and dark gold equipment, standardized epic equipment was in no way inferior to ordinary epic equipment when it came to basic attributes. The only difference was the lack of additional skills and effects, as standardized equipment didn't have as many to offer players as ordinary epic equipment. Even so, the various major powers would consider the equipment precious since epic equipment was still so rare in God's domain. had the divine runic armor been ordinary epic equipment, though he wouldn't be able to mass-produce it due to the rarity of the required materials, and forging the equipment would have been far more difficult. Even an intermediate master forger like himself would only have a small chance of success, and no first-rate guild could afford the total production costs. Only a superpower would have any hope of mass-producing ordinary epic equipment at this stage of the game. However, crafting standardized epic equipment was a different story. Standardized epic equipment had been designed with mass production in mind, so it didn't have high material requirements. Most importantly, it wouldn't be as difficult to forge as ordinary epic equipment. Even an ordinary first-rate guild could afford the production costs if it gave the design to an intermediate master forger. Not to mention Zero Wing, following which, Feng took out a guild transfer scroll and returned to Zero Wing City to prepare for his newest quest. At this point, players from all over Starmoon Kingdom had swarmed to Zero Wing City, skyrocketing the city's player population. As players wandered the city streets, an excited energy crackled between them as they waited for the Primordial Heart's descent. Many adventurer teams had even started to purchase useful magic scrolls and potions in bulk. As soon as the Witch's Hill began to change, they'd rush to take advantage of the opportunity the new expansion pack presented for a time. Zero Wing City became extraordinarily lively. Guild leader. Good news! Due to the new expansion pack, Zero Wing City's player population has finally exceeded 10 million. Aqua Rose exclaimed when she noticed her Feng's return. Moreover, the 7th Street Chamber of Commerce has invited us to join their merchant alliance. Aside from combat guilds, God's Domain had lifestyle guilds, and unlike their combat-focused brethren, lifestyle guilds focused on developing lifestyle players and producing a wide variety of products. Some of the larger lifestyle guilds generally allied to form chambers of commerce. These chambers of commerce were not to be underestimated. They were only unknown to the general public due to their refusal to interfere with combat guilds' matters. However, they didn't lack influence in God's Domain. The best chambers of commerce's influence reached across more than a dozen kingdoms and empires, and they had even more wealth than some superpowers. In fact, many up-and-coming superpowers received funds and resources from some of these top chambers of commerce. Meanwhile, the 7th Street Chamber of Commerce was one of the most powerful in God's Domain. Joining one of the top chambers of commerce was extremely difficult. Ordinary first-rate guilds didn't qualify in the least. Normally, these chambers only accepted superpowers or large guilds with bountiful resources. What are their conditions? Feng asked. He was very familiar with God's Domain's chambers of commerce. To join one, a guild had to meet certain conditions and pay a certain price. The membership cost requires that we supply the alliance with shops and virtual stores in all of our guild towns and cities. We will have to supply at least 5 shops and 2 virtual stores in each, all of which have to be in different locations in the town or city. In addition, they require that our guilds sell the alliance 30% of the unique resources we obtain from the Otherworld Gate at market price. Aqua Rose said. That price a little high, Feng said, shaking his head. Tell them that Zero Wing will only give them up to 3 shops and 1 virtual store in every town and city. As for the Otherworld Gate's unique resources, we'll sell them 20% at most. Moreover, I require that they buy the resources at 30% above market price. If one wished to acquire the resources a Chamber of Commerce offered, they had to contribute to the alliance. However, 7th Street's asking price was simply too high. The potential benefits Zero Wing would gain weren't worth the price. The Otherworld Gate's unique resources would become a massive source of income for Zero Wing in the future, and purchasing these resources on the market would become immensely difficult. Meanwhile, the fact that Zero Wing City was within the Witch's Hill meant that Zero Wing would have a greater competitive edge than other guilds when fighting for the Otherworld Gate's resources. Hence, 30% of Zero Wing's harvest was no trivial amount. Furthermore, 7th Street wanted to purchase these resources at market value. This Feng's counteroffer clearly troubled Aqua Rose. Joining 7th Street wasn't easy. Its influence encompassed over a dozen kingdoms and 3 empires, after all. If Zero Wing joined 7th Street, it would elevate the Candlelight trading firm's income to a whole new level. Yet, Feng demanded far more than the 7th Street's offer. However, seeing Feng's determination, Aqua Rose had no choice but to forward her guild leader's reply to the Chamber of Commerce's representative. After dealing with the 7th Street's offer, Feng instructed Aqua Rose to recruit players in Zero Wing City before he returned to his special forging room in Candlelight. Carefully retrieving the void field design from his bag, he then clicked on the design to learn it. Chapter 1970, 7th Street Sea of Death, Thunder Island. Big Sis Rain, we've secured the advanced speedboat design. Once we have the materials, we can begin production. Blue Phoenix excitedly reported as she entered the room. Although advanced speedboats were not particularly rare, they weren't available in large quantities. The majority of the various superpowers armadas was still made up of ordinary speedboats. Only the core fleets had a higher number of advanced speedboats. Meanwhile, as players reached higher levels, the competition for resources on land grew increasingly intense. As a result, more guilds shifted their focus to the sea every day. Since Thunder Island was the best locations to develop naval strength, new guilds constantly arrived to take advantage of its resources. This increased competition on the island. The Dragon Phoenix had worried about the increasing competition, but now that it had acquired an advanced speedboat design, it could further fortify its fleet's strength by mass-producing the advanced speedboats. Maintaining its lead on the island, it seems they completed the quest. Phoenix Rain breathed a sigh of relief and smiled when she heard Blue Phoenix's announcement. She then changed the topic and asked, "How are things with 7th Street? I've sent our nomination to the Chamber's representative, and 7th Street has accepted it. However, Zero Wing apparently thinks the Chamber's asking price was too high. Unfortunately, 7th Street has its own bottom line. Zero Wing doesn't have claim to a lot of resources, and its territory isn't that large. The only thing Zero Wing has going for it is its temporary victory over Miracle. Zero Wing still doesn't qualify to join the Alliance, and 7th Street's representative has stated that the Chamber only agrees with our nomination since you were the one who made it. Now that Zero Wing has rejected the offer, his hands are tied." Blue Phoenix said Zero Wing rejected 7th Street? Phoenix Rain blinked in surprise. 7th Street was one of the top chambers of commerce in God's domain, with as many as 3 super-first-rate guilds in its alliance. The alliance's other guilds also had the backing of powerful corporations. The Chamber had access to bountiful resources as well. By joining the Chamber of Commerce, one would have access to a variety of conveniences, and as long as they had enough money, they could purchase rare materials in bulk. The Alliance also sold valuable items that were almost never available to the public, but 7th Street's connections were far more important. By joining 7th Street, one could sell their products in the Chamber's territories, and the 7th Street only demanded a 15% service charge. If Zero Wing joined 7th Street, it wouldn't lack a market to sell its products. Joining 7th Street would be a golden opportunity for Zero Wing, yet Zero Wing had rejected the offer. Apparently, while he's still willing to return the favor he owes us by helping in another way, he can't do anything more about the situation. Blue Phoenix nodded. She was just as frustrated about Zero Wing's response. All right. Then, since Zero Wing has its own plans, we'll let the matter rest, Phoenix Rain said, smiling bitterly. It seems we'll have to find some other way to pay Zero Wing back. She had nominating Zero Wing as a candidate for the 7th Street's alliance as a way of thanking the guild for its help on Savage God Island. But the Chamber of Commerce had its own rules. She couldn't possibly 7th Street to accept Zero Wing. Meanwhile, in Zero Wing City's Candlelight trading firm, Feng focused on learning the void field magic arrays drawing process. Drawing field magic arrays was incredibly difficult as, unlike other magic arrays, field magic arrays consisted of multiple arrays. Even a basic field magic array involved 2 to 5 different magic arrays. The void field, a large-scale advanced field magic array, consisted of 12 advanced magic arrays, and all 12 had to be closely interlinked. The slightest mistake would render the link useless. The void field was several times more complex than ordinary advanced magic arrays, as well, and even an advanced magician like Feng was under immense pressure when attempting to draw the arrays. Just learning how to draw the 12 magic arrays individually had taken him nearly 2 hours. Sure enough, this thing is amazing. It's no wonder why it can rival master magic arrays. Feng took a deep breath as he examined the design in his hands. In the past, the void field had even been effective against mythic monsters. Field magic arrays weren't like arrays that summoned magic barriers. Magic barriers were mainly used to suppress boss monsters, so they were even effective against high-ranked monsters. As long as one used an advanced barrier, a team could suppress a mythic monster. However, field magic arrays had to cover a larger area, thinning its energy distribution. Even suppressing Grand Lord-ranked archaic species would be difficult, not to mention mythic monsters. Fortunately, the void field could manage it. Although it wasn't as effective as an advanced magic array, it could suppress an ordinary mythic monster's attributes by 15% and Grand Lord-ranked archaic species by 25%. Lower-ranked monsters would be suppressed by at least 30% with a maximum of 40%, and the void field could cover a 3,000-yard radius. Moreover, the void field could be useful in large-scale combat. Although the void field would be half as effective against players, a 15% to 20% attribute reduction would be fatal, especially to expert players now that he had an inferior legendary quest and had to take down countless monsters that were strengthened by primordial gas. Void field would be the best tool in his arsenal if he activated void field. Even Tier 1 players could easily defeat Witch's Hill's strengthened monsters. Naturally, Tier 2 players would enjoy at least double the grinding speed. Feng then began to craft the void field magic arrays. Void field required incredibly precious materials, and chief among them was void blood. Each set of scrolls required 12 drops to produce, and only powerful void creatures had a chance of dropping void blood. These 12 drops of void blood would serve as the core that controlled void field's 12 magic arrays. Fortunately, Feng had acquired 2 bottles of void blood after killing the void serpent, with each bottle containing 100 drops. If he failed to produce the void field, all of the void blood he invested would be destroyed. The rest of the materials for the void field cost over 500 gold per set, making each attempt extremely expensive. However, money was not Feng's main concern. The material's rarity was far more important. Hence, he needed to be extremely careful with each set of materials during the production process. Feng had activated Soul Fire to clear his mind. Each of his strokes on the blank magic array scrolls was smooth, but just as he reached the final step and linked the 12 magic arrays together, something unexpected happened. Boom. After a bright flash from the magic arrays, the light faded to reveal an empty table. All of the materials Feng had used had disappeared. Seeing this, Feng sat back and fell deep in thought. Following which, Feng attempted to produce the void field twice more but failed both times. He couldn't help the heartache he felt over losing 36 drops of void blood. Sure enough, trying to draw the void field as an advanced magician is pushing it. After giving the matter some thought, Feng took a source of void from his bag. An advanced magician would only have a 50% success rate when drawing ordinary advanced magic arrays, and a much lower success rate when attempting to craft top-ranked advanced magic arrays like the void field. If he wanted to produce the void field successfully, he'd have to increase his success rate. Fortunately, an elemental source could do more than improve a magic array's effects. It could also increase production success rate. Everything happened as Feng expected. His previous failures were due to his low success rate. His fourth attempt to draw the void field was far more smooth, and the flow of mana within the array had calmed. After Feng finished the 12 magic arrays, he began the final linking process. A short moment later, the 12 magic arrays released a dazzling light, illuminating the entire forging room. Was it a success? Chapter 1971, Primordial Heart Descends. As the light in special forging room faded, a brilliant magic array appeared on the table. The 12 arrays had combined perfectly to form a gigantic, silver magic array that caused the space inside the room to freeze as the silver magic array flowed into the 12 magic array scrolls before Feng. The room reverted to its original state. The 12 magic array scrolls across the table then began to glow with a silvery light. Wonderful. I finally succeeded. Feng was a little excited as he gazed at the scrolls on the table. Although he had gone so far as to spend an elemental source, he had, at least, managed to produce one set of void field scrolls. With this, he could proceed with his plans, following which, Feng inspected the magic array scrolls. So strong. Feng was ecstatic when he saw the attributes displayed. The original void field only encompassed a 3,000-yard radius. But after Feng had used the source of void, the radius had increased to 5,000 yards. Moreover, the strengthened void field could suppress a monster's basic attributes up to a maximum of 50%. It would also suppress mythic monsters by up to 20% and Grand Lord-ranked archaic species by up to 30%. Most importantly, void field's duration had increased from 12 hours to 24 hours. Although a 24-hour duration seemed short, to Feng, who was very familiar with the ins and outs of the Witch's Hill, it was plenty of time, especially now that the Primordial Heart had descended and Witch's Hill's monsters had grown stronger and more numerous after the Primordial Heart had descended in the past. A forbidden land had appeared in the Witch's Hill. To be precise, a crack in spacetime had manifested, serving as the entrance to the Forbidden Land. The place beyond the spacetime crack was partly considered a Forbidden Land due to the spacetime seal that had been placed on the map, preventing players from teleporting there. Moreover, all of the monsters beyond the crack originated from other worlds. Not only were they incomparably powerful, but their combat standards were also higher than monsters in the outside world. Including the randomly appearing boss monsters, players of the same level would struggle to survive in the Forbidden Land. Fortunately, since mainstream players had already reached level 100 by the time the Forbidden Land had manifested, its level 70 monsters had been no threat. On the contrary, the Forbidden Land had become an excellent location to grind for equipment and materials. As monsters originating from other worlds, they had a much higher drop rate for weapons and equipment compared to monsters that were born on the continent of God's domain. Many of the materials they dropped were also unique to other worlds, and they had a chance of dropping the resuscitation potion recipe, which even level 100+ players coveted. The resuscitation potion only had one function. Resurrecting players, however, unlike the healer class's resurrection spells, a player wouldn't lose any EXP when resurrected with the resuscitation potion, although they would have to endure a weakened state for 12 hours. During that time, the resurrected player wouldn't be able to fight. Furthermore, the resuscitation potion could only be used once every 24 hours, and it couldn't be used on Tier 4 or above players in God's domain. Even if a healer resurrected a player, they'd still lose a considerable amount of EXP. When players were resurrected through the system, they'd lose an entire level of EXP. Regardless of how they returned to life, players would have to grind for several days to recover their losses. Hence, the resuscitation potion had been extraordinarily popular among players in the past. Only, the resuscitation potion recipe was not easy to acquire. Normally, it only dropped in other worlds, and as a result, players had fervently grinded in the Witch's Hill's Forbidden Land despite having already reached level 100. Due to the recipe's rarity, players had even been able to sell it for several thousand gold in a proper auction. Demand for the resuscitation potion had also been relentless on the market. Despite the 20 silver production cost, the potion had sold for 2 gold per bottle. The resuscitation potion had even sold for 3 gold per bottle at its peak. Many players had made a fortune through selling resuscitation potions. Unfortunately, the Witch's Hill's Forbidden Land was extremely dangerous to Tier 2 players. But now that Feng had the Void Field, he could lead his guildmates to grind there. Not only would they level up quite fast, but they could also grind for the resuscitation potion recipe and primordial crystal fragments, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Now that Feng had experienced successfully producing a Void Field, he continued to craft more. He knew that he had made a mistake when combining the 12 magic arrays during his first 3 attempts, but after his success, he had a more accurate grasp of the array's flow of mana following which Feng attempted to produce the Void Field magic array 4 more times, resulting in 2 success. The outcome was barely tolerable. Glancing at the bottle of void blood in his hand, Feng noted that only 4 drops remained in the bottle. It wasn't enough for another attempt. He had previously spent 2 bottles of void blood to activate the teleportation array to the Otherworld Gate. Hence, if he wanted to craft more Void Field magic array scrolls, he'd have to collect more. These 3 sets should last me quite some time. Taking a look at the 3 sets of scrolls in his hands, Feng decided to travel to the Forbidden Land to grind. Once his guildmates were settled in the area, he'd look for more ways to acquire void blood following which, Feng left the Candlelight trading firm and made his way to Zero Wing's residence to prepare for his trip to the Witch's Hill's Forbidden Land. The Primordial Heart had descended in the Witch's Hill some time ago. As a result, the number of players roaming the city streets had visibly decreased. The various adventure teams and guilds had long since left the city to explore this new expansion pack. The majority of the players still around were merchant players, including members from chambers of commerce. These players were currently purchasing monster loot or selling consumable items, purchasing magic grass in bulk. 3 silver per stock. Buying as many as you have. Offer is available long-term. 4 Seasons Chamber of Commerce purchasing primordial crystal fragments for 20 silver per fragment. 21 silver for those selling more than 10 fragments. 22 silver for those selling more than 100 fragments. Selling primordial crystal fragments for 25 silver each. Only 3 fragments remaining. First come, first served. The voice of hawking players filled the street. The shops on both sides of the street had also put out signs stating that they would purchase primordial crystal fragments long-term. Everyone was going crazy over primordial crystal fragments right now, however. The situation didn't surprise Feng in the slightest. God's domain had very few items that could be used to nurture guild mounts, and most of these items hadn't yet been discovered. Now that players had learned about the primordial crystals, it would cause a massive commotion just before Feng reached the guild residence. Aqua Rose contacted him. Guild leader. The secret pavilion's Yuan Tianxin and his entourage have come to meet you. Apparently, he has something important he wishes to discuss with you. Would you like to meet with him now? Aqua Rose asked. The secret pavilion is looking for me? Feng could not help but smile upon hearing this. All right, have them wait for me in the second floor's reception room. I'll head there immediately. Although he knew that the primordial heart's appearance would cause quite a commotion, he hadn't expected it to move the secret pavilion. Feng disconnected the call and made his way to the residence's second-floor reception room. Chapter 1972, joining the Chamber of Commerce Zero Wings residence, second-floor reception room. As Feng entered the room, Yuan Tianxin and Purple Jade, who softly chatted on the sofa, stood to greet him. Both of them had already reached level 59. And although they had hidden their weapons and equipment's glow effects, Feng could tell that they carried extraordinary items based on the faint pressure he felt from the two players. Purple Jade, in particular, felt like a sharp, unsheathed blade. She also felt quite dynamic. So, this is a true genius? Feng was inwardly shocked when he saw Purple Jade. While he could not tell how much her basic attributes had improved, he could sense that Purple Jade had set foot in the realms of truth. As someone who had done the same, the realms of truth were different from the realms of refinement. The realms of refinement only focused on improving one's physical control, whereas the realms of truth focused on the application of strength. While better control could reduce players' shortcomings and increase their latent potential, better application allowed players to utilize more of their potential. However, God's domain's various large guilds didn't have a method of nurturing players in the realms of truth yet. Normally, players needed a wealth of combat experience and self-exploration to reach these realms. Even Feng had only accomplished the feat after many fortuitous encounters. Yet despite receiving no guidance and having far less combat experience, Purple Jade had entered the realms of truth. Even the word genius was not sufficient to describe the young woman. Feng had spent plenty of time trying to guide Zero Wing's core upper echelons to these realms, but even now, not one of them had succeeded. Meanwhile, when Purple Jade saw Feng entering the room, her eyes glowed with fighting spirit. A hint of reverence for the man before her also flashed in her eyes. Unbeknownst to Feng, she had only reached the realms of truth because of him. She had reached these realms recently, and had only been able to do so after diligently studying Feng's numerous battles in the Empire. Once she had entered the realms of truth, she had challenged and defeated multiple peak experts from the various superpowers. Guild leader Black Flame, congratulations. Due to the battle in the Ice Jade Forest, Zero Wing's reputation nearly rivals the Dragon Phoenix Pavilions now. Yuan Tianxin congratulated as he watched Feng carefully. Thank you, Feng said. Revealing a faint smile, he continued, however, Elder Yuan, I'm sure you're not just here to congratulate Zero Wing, correct? Indeed, Yuan Tianxin replied as he revealed an envelope. After handing the envelope to Feng, he continued, this is a report regarding Blackwater and Beast Emperor's latest movements. I believe it will be of some help to Zero Wing. You're providing information for free? Feng looked at the envelope in confusion. He had to admit that both Blackwater and Beast Emperor posed a significant threat to his guild. Examining their latest movements would indeed help Zero Wing quite a bit, but information like this was incredibly important. Normally, the secret pavilion might not even consider selling the information to Zero Wing. That's right. Consider it a gift to celebrate the partnership between the secret pavilion and Zero Wing, Yuan Tianxin said. I believe you can guess the pavilion's goal in this. Naturally, we're interested in the primordial crystals. The primordial crystals are even more effective in nurturing guild mounts than the Eclipse Gate's energy essence. They're also much easier to procure. Meanwhile, Zero Wing owns the only guild city in Witch's Hill, so the secret pavilion wishes to cooperate with your guild. Yuan Tiexin's proclamation didn't surprise Feng. The primordial crystals were indeed an excellent item for nurturing guild mounts. He then asked, "Cooperation? May I know how we are going to cooperate?" The secret pavilion wishes to invite the Candlelight trading firm into the secret chamber of commerce. As for the entry conditions, Zero Wing will only have to sacrifice 5 shops in different locations and a single virtual store in Zero Wing City. In addition, the secret chamber of commerce requires a permanent reservation of 300,000 entry slots into Zero Wing City, Yuan Tiexin said, chuckling. "May I know if you are interested in this offer?" Guild leader Black Flame. Joining the secret chamber of commerce? When Yuan Tiexin finished speaking, Aqua Rose, who had accompanied Feng, was stunned, flashing the pavilion's representative an incredulous look. The secret pavilion was a transcendental power in the virtual gaming world. The strength it wielded was simply unfathomable. The secret chamber of commerce the pavilion had developed was similarly unfathomable, as very few chambers of commerce could rival Secret's range of influence. Needless to say, Secret was far more powerful than 7th Street without a doubt. Secret was one of the best chambers of commerce in God's domain right now. Many superpowers were desperate to join, but very few were actually invited into the alliance yet. The secret pavilion had visited Zero Wing City to invite the guild personally. Frankly, Aqua Rose didn't know what to say if Zero Wing joined the secret chamber of commerce. The Candlelight trading firm's income could increase severalfold as long as the firm offered sufficiently attractive products. "I am curious. Why Zero Wing?" Feng asked the man before him. "There are 2 other guild towns in the Witch's Hill, and both will soon be promoted to intermediate rank. If the secret pavilion gives the word, both ruling guilds will likely hand their towns over on a silver platter. Naturally, we have considered that option, but the Primordial Heart's descent has increased monster strength in the Witch's Hill. Monster raids also occur frequently at night. With the town's defenses, they'll have a hard time coping with the map's current monsters. Who knows how long they will last. However, Zero Wing City is different. Even if the Witch's Hill's monsters continue to grow stronger, Zero Wing City will likely remain unaffected. Moreover, Zero Wing City has an excellent environment, which will be of great help to the guild members we send here, Yuan Tiexin said. He withheld no information regarding the secret pavilion's reasons for selecting Zero Wing for a partnership. Feng could not help but admire the secret pavilion's information network and decisiveness. The primordial heart had only recently descended, so the monster's changes weren't yet obvious. Yet the secret pavilion had already considered various possibilities. Feng hadn't expected the pavilion to place so much importance in the primordial crystals that it would offer Zero Wing a seat in the secret chamber of commerce. Either to protect both parties' interests, a guild would offer 1% of its shares when attempting to join a chamber of commerce. Hence, the various chambers of commerce took member recruitment very seriously. Guild leader Black Flame. "If you are fine with these conditions, why don't we sign the contract now?" Yuan Tiexin asked Feng, who had maintained a calm composure throughout the conversation. "Once we sign, Zero Wing's Candlelight trading firm will become a member of the secret chamber of commerce and enjoy all of the connections the alliance possesses. You will find it far easier to sell and buy items." "All right, I have no issues with the offer." Feng had no problems with accepting the mentioned conditions, and joining the secret chamber of commerce would provide Zero Wing quite a bit of help, especially now that the guild lacked materials. The Magicbreaking crossbows, hell tanks, and basic combat devices all required a large number of rare materials to produce. If Zero Wing relied on its own strength, it would only be able to collect a limited supply of each material, but with the secret chamber of commerce's connections, it could easily build its stockpile. In a short time after Feng signed a contract with Yuan Tiexin, he handed over 5 shops and 1 virtual store in Zero Wing City. In addition, he reserved 300,000 entry slots in Zero Wing City for the secret pavilion's use. After all, a flood of players visited the city each day, and there was a limit to how many the city could accommodate at one time. If the secret pavilion did not have any reserve slots, its members would be forced to stand in line to enter Zero Wing City. Once the transaction was complete, the Candlelight trading firm joined the secret chamber of commerce's member list, and the 2 organizations exchanged 1% of their shares shortly after Candlelight joined the Chamber of Commerce. News of it quickly spread to the various superpowers. Chapter 1973, Guild Potential. As news about Zero Wing's Candlelight trading firm joining the secret chamber of commerce spread, a commotion erupted among the various superpowers in God's domain. What's going on? How did the secret chamber of commerce accept a guild like Zero Wing? Zero Wing really is impressive. It has already proven its strength to contend with a superpower, and now it has even joined the secret chamber of commerce. The guild's financial strength will grow considerably. Now, as long as Zero Wing solidifies its foundations, it definitely has the potential to become a super first-rate guild. It seems that God's domain will soon have a new superpower. Send someone to investigate Zero Wing immediately. From today on, I want a team stationed in Zero Wing City. I want to know the guild's every move. Many superpowers had no power to join the secret pavilion's chamber of commerce regardless of how much they wanted to. Yet a non-superpower like Zero Wing had done just that. This situation earned Zero Wing many superpowers' envy. In addition, this turn of events had forced the various superpowers to pay closer attention to Zero Wing. They no longer considered the smaller guild insignificant, but one with the potential to become a competitor. Sufficient financial strength was crucial to developing a guild in God's domain. Zero Wing might have repelled Miracle, but it had relied on various tools to do so. Meanwhile, as the various superpowers continued developing in God's domain, it was only a matter of time before they obtained such tools of their own. At that time, Zero Wing would lose its advantage. Hence, the various superpowers hadn't truly considered the guild a threat. But the situation had changed. The secret chamber of commerce was a goldmine. If a guild joined the trade alliance and utilized its connections appropriately, it would generate a massive income and secure a large number of resources. Even if the guild failed to take advantage of Secret's connections, it could still increase its trading firm's income by a large margin through service charges from helping the alliance's other members sell their products. This increased income would greatly help the guild's development, and these benefits would be available until the trade alliance crumbled. Meanwhile, on one of the islands in the Sea of Death. Big Sis Rain, big news! Zero Wing's Candlelight trading firm has joined the secret chamber of commerce. Blue Phoenix reported as she ran up to Phoenix Rain, who currently commanded a battle. Joined the secret chamber of commerce. Phoenix Rain blinked in surprise. How is that possible? So many superpowers have tried to join Secret only to be rejected. Even Starlink only managed to join after purchasing the magic crystal vein at the secret pavilion's internal auction. It's true. News of this has already spread to the various superpowers. Everyone's saying that the secret pavilion has lost its mind to invite Zero Wing. Blue Phoenix said, grinning. Big Sis Rain, now that Zero Wing has joined Secret, Nine Dragons Emperor won't be able to attack the guild's financials even if we don't help out. That's right. Even if Nine Dragons Emperor uses everything he has to stop Zero Wing sales, he can't cut off Secret's channels. Now, we can focus on that large-scale team quest, Phoenix Rain said. Nodding, she had nominated Zero Wing to 7th Street because she had been worried that she couldn't stop Nine Dragons Emperor from moving against her ally once she left the continent of God's domain. Now that Zero Wing had joined the secret chamber of commerce, which was even more powerful than 7th Street, the situation couldn't be any more favorable. Similarly, news had reached the various top chambers of commerce. Zero Wing seems to be quite capable. 7th Street rejected Zero Wing's conditions. Yet the guild has joined Secret? I wonder how 7th Street's members will feel after hearing about this. Zero Wing demanded less than half of what 7th Street required. There's nothing unusual about its refusal. As for Zero Wing's membership with Secret, based on the chamber's focus on profits, I assume its entry conditions were quite strict. Most likely, the secret chamber of commerce's greed is insatiable. Zero Wing must have suffered quite a loss to join Secret. While the various top chambers of commerce were surprised to hear that Zero Wing had joined the secret pavilion's chamber of commerce, they did not consider the matter that important. After all, Zero Wing had no value in their opinions, nor did the guild have the support of any corporations. It was a miracle that the guild had risen to its current position without falling. Even if Zero Wing had a future in God's domain, it wouldn't be very bright. Since the secret pavilion had extended an invitation to Zero Wing, it must have demanded an absurd price. However, when the 7th Street Chamber of Commerce heard the news, its members simply smiled. They didn't share the other top chambers' opinions. Whether Zero Wing joined the secret chamber of commerce or not, it had nothing to do with them. They only knew that Zero Wing wouldn't have benefited their alliance even if it had joined. Zero Wing wouldn't benefit Secret either. This incident was nothing but a farce. While God's domain's various powers discussed the matter, Feng had designated Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile to handle matters regarding the secret chamber of commerce. He then led a team of 10,000 elite and expert players out of Zero Wing City and to the Witch's Hill's Forbidden Land. Zero Wing's members bounced with excitement during their journey. They got to see a mythical player like Feng up close, and he had even informed them that he would take them out to level up during their operation. This meant they would personally get to watch Feng fight. Once they returned, they'd definitely boast about the trip to their friends, but despite their enthusiasm, following Feng wasn't easy. The Primordial Heart's descent had drastically changed the Witch's Hill. Now, large groups of monsters were a common sight. Moreover, not only did these monsters possess powerful basic attributes, but they also used strangely impressive combat standards. They encountered a few powerful 100-man adventurer teams that these monsters had nearly wiped out along their journey. As for the 20-man teams they stumbled upon, they had tread very carefully through the area unless they had a Tier 2 metric tons with them. The Witch's Hill was far more dangerous than anyone had expected. Only the various large guilds' 1,000-man teams barely succeeded near the border of the Witch's Hill's inner region. These guild teams did not dare to venture any farther. As for the teams that operated in the Witch's Hill's inner area, they were either expert teams from the various large guilds or 1,000-man teams from well-known adventurer teams. Only the teams of Tier 2 experts had any hope of surviving with 100 members. The monsters in the inner area were simply too powerful. Even the weakest monster was a level 61 chieftain, and the chieftains employed combat power that was on par with the late stage of the Trial Tower's second floor. Even an ordinary Tier 1 expert would die against such a monster in a one-on-one, not to mention ordinary players. However, despite entering the Witch's Hill's inner region, Feng showed no intention of letting his team fight here. Rather, he continued to lead his team deeper into the Witch's Hill's. Zero Wing's members followed their guild leader. They couldn't help their growing nerves. Although they had 10,000 elite and expert players, the majority of them had only reached Tier 1 and were level 55 or 56. The team's ordinary experts were only level 57, and the Tier 2 experts that accompanied them had only reached level 58 after following Feng's lead for more than 2 hours. These players arrived before a gravel-filled gorge. Not only did this area drown in a deathly aura, but it was also within the Witch's Hill's core area. The weakest monster here was a level 65 chieftain, while most of these monsters were level 66 and 67 lords. There were also quite a few level 69 grand lords around the gorge. At first glance, the gorge contained tens of thousands of monsters, and all of them were far closer to each other than the inner region's monsters. Most importantly, a gigantic, level 70 mythic monster lay in the center of the gorge. Chapter 1974, Sacred Leveling Ground. A mountainous, scaled lizard lay in the center of the gorge, and a layer of poisonous, green fog covered a 50-yard radius around it. No life survived within this fog, and even the earth seemed dry beneath it, as if the fog had devoured the ground's very life force. Despite gazing at this lizard from afar, Zero Wing's members couldn't help but shudder. A level 70 mythic monster. Aside from the fact that it was more than 10 levels higher than they were, the potent, poisonous fog around it made the monster impossible to approach. In addition, its gigantic body, over 100 meters in length, could easily change the terrain with a casual move. A single claw swipe could likely eliminate dozens of them. They hadn't even reached level 60, but even if they were the same level as this monster, they'd likely be able to do little more than watch the giant lizard from afar. After all, the mythic lizard wasn't alone. Tens of thousands of Lord and Great Lord monsters lingered around the boss. To make matters worse, primordial gas filled the gorge. It would likely take a Tier 2 party of the same level to defeat any of these lords, while defeating each Great Lord would require a full, Tier 2 20-man team. Even the guild's Tier 2 MTs, Kola, Turtledove, and Yiwumian, felt uneasy as they watched the Forbidden Lands monsters, much less the team's elite members. With their current attributes and combat standards, they shouldn't have any issue tanking 1 or 2 level 67 or 68 Great Lords by themselves without activating a Berserk skill. They could even tank 1 level 69 Grand Lord, although they'd have to push their limits to do so. But more than 20 Grand Lords wandered the Forbidden Land, as well as plenty of great lords. If all these monsters charged at them together, only death would await these players' guild leader. Even Tier 2 players like us will have trouble grinding here. With the Tier 1 player's strength, I'm afraid that, Shadow Sword said worriedly as he eyed the gorge below him. Ignoring the mythic monster in the center, he could feel the threat of death from several other areas. If he felt like this while subjected to such pressure, the Tier 1 team members would fare far worse. It was safe to say that their team didn't have the power to grind in this forbidden land right now. If we try to grind these monsters as they currently are, it is impossible, but if we have their basic attributes and remove the primordial gas's negative effects. Feng asked, smiling. The Witch's Hill's new forbidden land wouldn't pose any threat to level 100+ players, but it was an immensely hazardous area to players who hadn't yet reached level 70. Of course, it was also a sacred area for leveling and grinding equipment since no one had explored the forbidden land yet. It contained the maximum number of monsters it could hold. However, that also meant that the area's drop rate and monster respawn rate were much higher than normal. Even if 10,000 players grinded in this forbidden land, there would be plenty of resources to go around. Unfortunately, transforming this hazardous area into a treasured land required players to fulfill one condition. They had to be strong enough to grind these monsters. A bunch of Tier 1 players that hadn't even reached level 70 would be seeking their own death by coming here, but they could change that with the Void Field. If they could decrease the monster's basic attributes by nearly half and remove the primordial gas's negative effects on players, even level 60, Tier 1 players could slay these creatures. Only, their grinding efficiency would be quite poor. However, the bonus EXP from killing monsters of a higher level would even the playing field. Feng had led so many Zero Wing members to such a dangerous area specifically to help them level up quickly, as well as collect primordial crystal fragments. He might be a particularly powerful player in God's domain and capable of nurturing a significant number of experts in a short time, but at the end of the day, there was a limit to what a small number of powerful players could achieve. If he wanted Zero Wing to become truly formidable, he had to improve the strength of Zero Wing's members as a whole naturally. One of the ways players could grow stronger in God's domain was by leveling up. Every 5 levels was a major turning point in the game since better weapons and equipment would become available at those intervals. Hence, Feng had decided to raise his guild members' levels as quickly as possible. If he could help a large number of guild members reach level 60 within the next few days, it would elevate Zero Wing's overall strength. After all, even the various large guilds' peak experts had only recently reached level 59. They were still far from the level 60 threshold, and the various guilds' elite and expert members were even further have the monster's basic attributes and remove the primordial gas's suppression. After considering Feng's comment, Shadow Sword deemed that grinding here would be possible if that were true. Even if their Tier 1 MTs couldn't tank these monsters, they could leave the task to the Tier 2 MTs, plenty of which had joined this expedition. But is that possible? Relax. I've prepared an item to do just that, Feng said as he retrieved the strengthened set of Void Field Magic Array scrolls from his Baga Magic Array. But, with so many monsters? Shadow Sword roughly understood what Feng intended to do when he saw the stack of Magic Array scrolls. But with so many monsters around them, they'd need dozens or hundreds of arrays to cover the gorge. Wait a moment. You'll understand what I mean, Feng said. He then passed the Void Field scrolls to Alluring Summer and a few other magical class experts. Take these scrolls and activate them in these locations. Try to avoid any monsters while you activate the scrolls. Leave it to us. After examining the coordinates Feng had indicated, Alluring Summer and her companions went into action. Feng intended to activate the strengthened void field from halfway down the gorge. If they successfully activated the magic array there, it would cover nearly half of the area, giving Zero Wing's team enough room to fight once Alluring Summer and the other casters were in position. They unfurled the magic array scrolls and activated Thema Gigantic. Silver magic array then manifested over nearly half of the forbidden land, enveloping every monster within range. Void Field then purified the primordial gas in the affected area, dissipating it. In addition, every monster rapidly lost basic attributes. Zero Wings members were stunned. The Lord and Great Lord ranked monsters' attributes fell by 50%. Now, they couldn't even compare to level 60 monsters of the same rank. The only advantages they still had were their combat standards and high-level MTs. Start pulling aggro. Fight in 100-man units. Do not enter each other's combat areas. Cola, you and the other Tier 2 MTs will tank the Grand Lords. Tier 1 MTs, you only need to handle the Lords and Great Lords. Feng commanded once the Void Field was complete, following which, the 10,000 Zero-Wing members quickly split into 100 teams of 100 players. These teams then split up and hit different areas in the Forbidden Land. Each team dealt with 3 to 5 Great Lords, and those with Tier 2 MTs handled at least one level 69 Grand Lord due to Void Field's power. The Forbidden Land's danger had significantly decreased, however. Zero-Wings members weren't able to deal much damage due to the level suppression. Even Tier 2 damage dealers barely dealt more than minus 10,000 with each attack. Even so, the region's monsters gradually lost HP normally. Zero-Wings 100-man elite teams could eliminate a party of Lords and Grand Lords of the same level in 10 minutes or less, but now it took each team half an hour to defeat a party of monsters. However, as the Lords and Great Lords died, everyone's experience bars increased by a sizable chunk after gaining an abundance of EXP. The teams regained their enthusiasm. All of the team's level 55 elite members reached level 56 after around 6 hours of grinding, while the level 56 elite players only needed a little more time to level up. At most, they'd need another 4 or 5 hours to reach level 57. Their leveling speed was nearly 5 times as fast as experts in other areas, however. These players were far more surprised by how much loot they gained than the awarded EXP. Chapter 1975. Level increases. Zero-Wings members had fought in the Forbidden Land for 6 hours. The weakest foes they had slain had been chieftain rank, while most had been lords, perhaps because they were the first to kill these monsters. The team had collected over 4,100 primordial crystals during their 6-hour grind. These fragments could fetch over 1,000 gold on the market, but only a fool would sell their primordial crystal fragments. With 10 fragments, one could synthesize a primordial crystal, which they could use to nurture their guild mounts. If one were lucky, they might even upgrade their guild mount to bronze rank after using 20 to 30 primordial crystals. The Forbidden Lands monsters had also dropped enough weapons and equipment to make these players' eyes glow. All of the dropped weapons and equipment were level 60 or above. The various large guilds had been expending a lot of effort to collect level 55 equipment lately. Raiding level 55 team dungeons wasn't as easy as level 50 dungeons, and unlike the latter, in which Tier 1 players could still be effective, level 55 team dungeons had been tailored for Tier 2 players. Tier 1 players would simply be a burden in level 55 team dungeons. They'd only be useful if they wore extremely high-quality equipment. Hence, the various large guilds struggled desperately for level 55 weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, most of the equipment the Lords in the Witches' Hills Forbidden Land dropped was bronze rank. Although they had a small chance of dropping mysterious iron equipment naturally, the Great Lords dropped mysterious iron and secret silver equipment, with the latter having a severely lower drop rate. While Grand Lords were guaranteed to drop secret silver equipment, they did have a higher drop rate than Great Lords. They also had a slight chance of dropping fine gold equipment since Zero-Wings members were the first to pioneer the Forbidden Land. There was an extremely high number of monsters in the area. Even the rarely seen Great Lords and Grand Lords were available in abundance right now. After just 6 hours of hard work, Zero-Wings' 10,000-man team had obtained over a dozen pieces of level 60 fine gold equipment, over 100 pieces of level 60 secret silver equipment, and more than 1,000 mysterious iron and bronze equipment pieces. Their operation had been quite lucrative. The team's latest harvest was already worth more than the strengthened Void Field magic array's production costs. Leveling up here is so fast. At this rate, I'll climb from 57 to 58 in less than a day. Grinding higher-leveled monsters is amazing. Our guild leader is still the best. He actually got his hands on such a powerful magic array. Once I reach level 60, I'll purchase some level 60 mysterious iron equipment and get rid of my outdated level 50 items. My friends will die from envy. 1. That's right. A friend of mine that joined a super-first-rate guild was recently boasting about how he had obtained level 55 secret silver equipment. Once I reach level 60, one can buy 2 or 3 pieces of level 60 secret silver equipment from the guild warehouse. The more Zero-Wings members fought, the more enthusiastic they became. They showed no signs of fatigue. They all felt as if their struggle to level up had been a mere hallucination. At the same time, they were in awe of Feng's abilities after experiencing the wonder of this leveling speed. Zero-Wings players grinded with even more effort. They even took out and used their stockpiled exotic stamina potions to stay in battle as long as possible. Feng's team was far more energetic than he had expected. He had assumed that he'd need to use 2 more sets of normal Void Field Magic Array Scrolls to get his team up to level 60, but watching these players' current leveling speed, he might only need 1 more set of Void Field Scrolls. If that were the case, he could bring Zero Wing City's other elite and expert members here to level up as well. Time passed quickly. Whenever a player reached level 60, Feng would tell them to leave. If they had proven their strength, he'd instruct them to challenge their Tier 2 promotion quest. If they weren't strong enough, they were told to improve their equipment and techniques. To keep the team full, Feng had Aqua Rose send other guild members from Zero Wing City. After grinding for about 20 hours, several hundred of Zero Wing's Tier 1 experts had reached level 60. Once they traded Feng for level 60 Mysterious Iron or Secret Silver equipment, they left to challenge their Tier 2 promotion quests. Now, even the lowest leveled elite member was level 56, while most of them were level 57. The majority of Zero Wing's Tier 1 experts were now level 59. With only a few stuck at level 58, the team's overall leveling speed was explosive. Grinding here proved far more effective than in 10 resource zones. Aqua Rose was immensely excited to see this. With the resources this forbidden land had to offer, Zero Wing could solidify its foundation and strengthen God's domain. Every location had limited resources, and areas that could accommodate thousands of players, allowing them to level up rapidly, were incredibly rare. Generally, the various superpowers dominated these areas. After all, ordinary resource zones could only accommodate several hundred players at a time. If players flooded to a resource zone, leveling speed would decrease. It was easy to imagine how precious zones that could accommodate several thousand players were. Yet this forbidden land easily served more than 10,000 players, and they all leveled at a phenomenal pace. If the various superpowers found out about this, their envy would know no bounds. Guild leader, we've found 3 unknown alchemy recipes and an unknown stone tablet among the loot. Even an advanced appraisal can't identify them. Alluring Summer, who was busy collecting the various teams' loot, suddenly reported unknown alchemy recipes and an unknown stone tablet. Feng's lips curled into a smile as he considered a possibility. He then said, "Bring them to me." "Understood. I'll be right there," Alluring Summer said as she gave Feng's excited expression an odd look. She then ran toward his current location. Once Feng received the unknown recipes and tablet, he eagerly activated Omniscient Eyes to appraise the items. I was right. Feng was ecstatic as the items revealed their information of the 2 items Alluring Summer had collected. The alchemy recipes were none other than the resuscitation potion recipes. Only master alchemists and above could use these, and each recipe was worth thousands of gold. Countless players had ventured to the Witch's Hills Forbidden Land to grind for these recipes, and even then, they were unlikely to drop after a full day of grinding. Yet Feng held 3 copies in his hands. He had to admit that the benefits of pioneering a forbidden land were truly wonderful. Not only were there plenty of monsters to kill, but items drop rates were much higher than usual. The unknown stone tablet, however, was even more valuable than the resuscitation potion recipes. If Alluring Summer hadn't mentioned the tablet, he would have forgotten that it had a chance of dropping here. The unknown tablet had been crafted from red luminary stone. It was an ancient god's secret key, an item that had been immensely famous throughout God's domain in the past. Normally, this item only dropped in other worlds, but since the monsters in the Witch's Hills Forbidden Land were from other worlds, it had a slight chance of dropping. Unfortunately, the secret key's drop rate was so minuscule that no one had ever thought of grinding for it here. But despite its abysmal drop rate, an ancient god's secret key had appeared. Chapter 1976. Ancient God's Secret Key. Feng could not help but grow a little excited as he looked at the red luminaire stone tablet in his hand. The Ancient God's Secret Key was an extremely rare item in God's domain, even rivaling fragmented legendary items. However, the Ancient God's Secret Key was different from fragmented legendary items. Fragmented legendary items could only be obtained by killing powerful bosses, completing epic or above quests, or opening epic or above treasure chests. Fortunately, the Ancient God's Secret Key had a chance of dropping from monsters that resided in the various other worlds. Of course, the monsters had to be level 50 Great Lords or above. In the past, the various major powers had all sought an Ancient God's Secret Key, but the drop rate was painfully low. Moreover, players' luck attribute wouldn't affect the drop rate, And as a result, regardless of how hard the various major powers grinded for this item, very few had actually obtained one guild leader. Is it very valuable? Alluring Summer asked when she saw Feng's excited expression. Of course. It is extremely valuable. Feng nodded. You could say that it's just as valuable as an epic treasure chest. An epic treasure chest? When Alluring Summer heard Feng's claim, her eyes glowed as she gazed at the ancient god's secret key. An epic treasure chest had a very high chance of yielding epic items. Thus, they were undoubtedly precious to the various large guilds. Most guilds only had a small number of epic items at this stage of the game, and only the guild's upper echelons or peak experts qualified to use them. Even in Zero Wing, epic items were extremely rare. In total, Zero Wing had less than 100 epic items, and that was already enough to attract the various first-rate guilds' jealousy. However, we can't use this key yet. We need to be strong enough to obtain an epic item. Otherwise, we will simply waste the ancient god's secret key, Feng said as he stored the key away. He had no intention of using the key right now. Instead, he commanded Zero Wing's members to move deeper into the Forbidden Land and grind its numerous field bosses. The ancient god's secret key was akin to an epic treasure chest. But unlike a treasure chest, players had to rely on their strength to obtain the key's harvest, not luck. Meanwhile, the greater one's survivability was, the more they'd gain from the ancient god's secret key. There had even been rumors in the past about a superpower obtaining a fragmented legendary item from the secret key. With a single fragmented legendary item, a guild could easily nurture a peak expert. It would even have even greater help when players challenged their Tier 4 and 5 promotion quests. That was why all of the various major powers had coveted the ancient god's secret key. Fragmented legendary items were extraordinarily valuable, and even after a decade in God's domain, first-rate guilds had only collected a small number of them. Second-rate guilds had been lucky if they had one or two fragmented legendary items. Now that he had an ancient god's secret key, he had to be careful with how he used it. Of course, Feng had no intention of letting it sit around and collect dust. Each secret key had a 1-week expiration. Whether players used it or not, it would disappear after 7 days. So it wasn't possible to save the key until it was most valuable. Feng then handed the 3 resuscitation potion recipes to Aqua Rose, instructing her to bring them to Melancholic Smile and start the potion's production as soon as possible. The potion's necessary materials weren't particularly valuable. There had only been such a small supply of these potions in the past, despite the high demand, due to the recipe's rarity. God's domain superpowers had yet to obtain a resuscitation potion recipe, making this the perfect opportunity for Zero Wing to make a fortune. Once the various superpowers secured the recipes, though, Zero Wing's profits through the potion would plummet. It was the same case with the strengthening devices. Initially, Zero Wing had earned quite a bit from selling the devices, but as more superpowers and first-rate guilds had obtained the strengthening device design, the competition had increased. As a result, Zero Wing's profits from the device had steadily decreased since the resuscitation potion didn't exist on the market yet. Zero Wing could monopolize the potion's sale. Zero Wing wasn't like the various superpowers. Not only did the various superpowers have a lot of territory in the game, but they also had support from major corporations. Superpowers didn't have to worry about resources or funds, since the corporations backing them provided a constant supply. However, Zero Wing didn't have that kind of support, relying on its own power to acquire funds and resources. Unfortunately, developing a guild's territory and increasing member count required a lot of both. This was especially true for the situation in the Orc Empire. While Zero Wing had been preoccupied with Miracle, according to the Secret Pavilion's report, Blackwater had made significant progress in raiding the Orc capital city's armory, obtaining quite a few war weapons. In addition, the guild had recently occupied another fortress in the Orc Empire. Due to this success, Blackwater had transferred even more members from its main headquarters to the Orc Empire. Moreover, Beast Emperor, Blackwater, and Dark Soul had secretly formed an alliance and intended to take over the Orc Empire. Annihilating Zero Wing was the first step in their plan. The alliance between these 3 powers wasn't good news for Zero Wing. Most importantly, unlike Blackwater and Dark Soul, Beast Emperor and Zero Wing were irreconcilable enemies. Feng had severed Beast Emperor's path to promotion, and an active evil god's temple still existed within Star Moon Kingdom. So long as these 2 factors continued, only one could survive the war between Zero Wing and Beast Emperor. Hence, Feng needed to prepare for this eventuality. Silverwing couldn't withstand a joint assault from these three powers with its current defenses. After organizing the rest of the loot, Feng continued to lead Zero Wings members as they gradually cleared out the monsters in the Forbidden Lands outer region, venturing farther towards its core. Although the Forbidden Lands outer region was home to a lot of monsters, the strongest in the area were Grand Lords. With Void Field suppression, Zero Wing easily took care of these monsters, and although they would respawn after some time, there weren't as many as there had been initially. Once they had limited the population, level 60 Tier 2 experts would have no problems grinding these monsters efficiently, even without the Void Field. Zero Wings players would be fine as long as they didn't provoke the Grand Lords. As the team reached the Forbidden Lands inner region, their gazes settled on a gigantic, scaled lizard. Void Lizard, Void Creature, Mythic Rank, Level 70, HP 600, 000, 000/600, 000/000. Feng had formed a 1,000-man team to raid the Void Lizard, over 600 of which were Tier 2 players, and the lowest leveled among them was level 60. Once everyone was in position, Feng had Cola, now level 61, begin the raid. If they had to face the Void Lizard under normal conditions, Feng would have kept his players as far from the mythic boss as possible. Level 60 players had no hope of taking down a level 70 mythic monster, and even a Tier 2 metric tons like Cola would only be able to tank the boss if he activated his Berserk skill. However, they didn't have to fight under normal circumstances. The strengthened Void Field was still in effect, and the Void Lizard's basic attributes had decreased by 20%. In addition, Feng had 9 members of the team utilize the 9 stars Polar Domain Magic Array to suppress the Void Lizard further, ensuring that the boss only retained 70% of its basic attributes. With it this week, even Cola could tank the Void Lizard without a Berserk skill, albeit barely. Unfortunately, the team wasn't able to deal much damage to the boss due to the level suppression. Even among the Tier 2 damage dealers, very few dealt more than minus 10,000 damage. However, with players like Feng and Zero Wings core upper echelons, all of whom had monstrous attributes, the team's total DPS exceeded the Void Lizard's battle recovery, steadily whittling away the mythic monster's HP 90%, 60%, 30%. When the Void Lizard had 30% of its HP remaining, the boss went berserk. In response, Feng ordered his team to activate their Berserk skills to endure the Void Lizard's Berserk period. After more than an hour, the team eventually defeated the mythic bosses. The Void Lizard died. Everyone on the 1,000-man team received an abundance of EXP. Cola and a few other level 61 players instantly rose to level 62, and the other Tier 2 players watched their experience bars increase by a sizable chunk. As for Feng, a golden glow enveloped his body as he climbed from 69 to 70. Chapter 1977, Tier 2 Training. Seeing the collapsed Void Lizard, Zero Wings' 1,000-man raid team breathed a sigh of relief, joy surfacing on their expressions. The bountiful EXP the mythic monster had granted wasn't the only reason for their joy. They also celebrated the loot the boss had dropped. The dazzling mountain that had appeared beside the monster's colossal body made every member of the raid team drool at first glance. There were easily more than 50 items in the pile. Over a dozen among them were weapons and equipment that had the glow of fine gold and dark gold items. However, the only item in the small mountain of loot that caught Feng's eye was the bottle of Void Blood. With this, he could craft a few more sets of Void Field scrolls. As for the remaining items, the most valuable was the resuscitation potion recipe. In Feng's opinion, the level 60 fine gold and dark gold weapons and equipment were average at best. The best piece of equipment that had dropped was the Void Shoes, a set of epic ranked cloth armor boots. Feng instantly handed the Void Shoes to Violet Cloud, increasing her epic item count to 5. With Death's Sigh, Violet Cloud could now easily contend with peak experts. I am beat. Cola complained as he let his body fall to the ground. I never thought that fighting a higher-leveled mythic monster would cost so much stamina. Had the boss lasted any longer, I would have died from exhaustion. Compared to fighting the Void Lizard, the Grand Lords he had faced earlier were child's play. The Void Lizard had lasted more than an hour, and he had stayed on high alert throughout the fight due to the boss's high combat standard. If he had made the slightest mistake, he would have taken a direct hit, and he had no doubt that one hit would have been enough to end his life. Instantly fighting the Void Lizard was more mentally exhausting than grinding monsters for 10 hours without a break. Cola had lost stamina at a severe rate, and although the system didn't provide an indicator for stamina, Cola guessed that he had less than 20% remaining based on how tired he felt. Had the raid continued for any longer and his stamina fallen below 10%, he would receive a penalty to his combat power. He wouldn't have been able to keep up with the Void Lizard's attacks, and it definitely would have instant-killed him. Turtledove and Yiwumian, who also rested on the ground, nodded in agreement. Fighting a mythic monster that was 10 levels higher than they were was truly exhausting. In fact, this raid had been even more intense than raiding the Void Serpent. Cola and the other Tier 2 MTs weren't the only ones exhausted. Everyone that participated in the raid practically had less than 30% stamina remaining. Only Feng didn't seem tired as he moved towards the pile of loot that had manifested beside the boss's feet. Every Zero Wing member was shocked Feng had fought on the front line during the entire raid. His total damage output had also topped the raid chart, exceeding second place by more than double. Occasionally, he had even helped the MT's tank. Feng should have used more stamina than anyone in the raid, yet he looked as if he had done nothing but watch. Fire Dance, who had come in second for damage dealt, was drenched in sweat, clearly just as exhausted as the MT's eyes. The guild leader a monster? He's not even tired after such a long, arduous battle? Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts were confused as they watched Feng collect the loot. They were all Tier 2. Logically, there should not be much of a difference between their total stamina, and Feng had fought far harder than they had, yet they were nearly out of stamina. That's normal. You guys made too many excess movements during the fight. Most importantly, you guys haven't adapted to the flow of battle, allowing you to fight at peak condition constantly. It is only natural that you run out of gas more quickly. Feng could not help but laugh when he overheard his teammates' conversation. In truth, he was just as surprised by how much stamina he still had. He had never expected the added benefit after reaching the realms of Truth. Guild leader, do you have any training methods? Cola asked, desire flashing in his eyes. Although Cola had reached the refinement realm and could reduce his stamina consumption during fights a little, he was still leaps and bounds behind Feng. He even wondered if Feng had twice the stamina he had. Stamina was extremely important to expert players. If he could learn a technique that allowed him to reduce stamina consumption, he could rely on his stamina to whittle down an expert of equal standards in a fight. After all, fighting an expert player consumes stamina much faster than fighting a boss monster. Such a technique would be of great help whether he fought boss monsters or expert players in the future. Training, is it? Upon hearing Cola's question, Feng realized how important it was to train his team in stamina control. Although controlling one's stamina wouldn't improve their combat power, it would have a massive impact on the player's performance when grinding in the fields. Players' grinding efficiency was largely dependent on their stamina. If players had various tools to aid in their stamina recovery, they could increase their grinding efficiency. However, such tools were very rare and valuable. Players simply couldn't afford to use them constantly. However, if players entered the realms of truth, not only could they increase their combat power, but they could also increase their leveling speed. After all, the lower one's stamina consumption was, the longer they could fight. Thinking up to this point, Feng decided that it was time to train Fire Dance and the others in the Lost Town. Since the guild had lacked powerful combatants previously, Tier 2 players like Fire Dance didn't have the leeway to leave the front line. But now that Zero Wing had more than 1,000 Tier 2 players, Fire Dance and her companions could afford a break. Furthermore, the difference in the equipment standard of the various superpowers peak experts and Zero Wing's core upper echelons shrunk as time passed. The various superpowers continued to collect more epic items, and most of their peak experts had obtained peak legacies. If Zero Wing wanted to maintain its lead on the various superpowers in terms of peak combatants, it was imperative that Fire Dance and the others grow stronger. The only reliable method Feng could think of to increase Fire Dance and her companions' combat power was to train at the Lost Town's extraordinary tower. If Fire Dance and the others could reach the realms of truth, they could help the guild even more than they already did. In a situation where two players had equal basic attributes, a refinement realm expert that had entered the realms of truth as well could rival a flowing water realm expert in terms of combat power, and the former would have even better control of their abilities. Aqua, notify our main force members and have them gather in White River City's residence in 2 hours. We're going to participate in special stamina training. Feng addressed Aqua Rose stamina training? I'll notify them right away. Aqua Rose was ecstatic to hear Feng's latest order. However, after giving the matter some more thought, she could not help but ask, Guild Leader, since we're participating in special training, why don't we include the Guild's other experts as well? I don't want too many people to know about this training method yet. Moreover, the Guild has many affairs that require Tier 2 experts to manage. Taking too many people at once isn't ideal, Feng said. Shaking his head, the Lost Town was a specialized training ground for the realms of truth. Its value was immeasurable. If the various superpowers found out about it, they would do everything in their power to take it from him. Hence, he had used the excuse of stamina training. If too many people found out about his Lost Town, it would increase the chances of the secret getting out, and he couldn't afford for that to happen. Zero Wing didn't have the ability to defend the town properly, yet Feng didn't have to say more for Aqua Rose to understand what he was trying to say. She stopped asking questions and contacted the Guild's main force members, following which, Feng held an internal auction for the weapons and equipment the Void Lizard had dropped. He then left the 2 remaining sets of Void Field Scrolls with Zipping and had him and the other Tier 2 internal members take charge of the grinding operation in the Forbidden Land. As long as they didn't provoke any mythic bosses, they wouldn't have any issues in the Forbidden Land with the Void Field's assistance. Once Feng had finished designating tasks, he left the Forbidden Land, pulling out a return scroll to teleport to White River City once teleportation was available again. Chapter 1978. Reputation Soars. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. How lively! When Feng exited the teleportation hall, he was greeted by the sight of a crowded street. Merchant players were busy conducting business along the street, and impromptu teams recruited members for their dungeon raids. These impromptu teams were all quite strong, with at least level 56 members. Some teams even had the leadership of Tier 2 players. At this stage of the game, such impromptu teams were considered incredibly powerful. These teams in other cities were usually led by Tier 1 experts. Very few had Tier 2 experts. Feng also spotted quite a few adventurer teams recruiting members, all of which were extremely powerful with more than 10 Tier 2 experts on average. Even a few well-known adventurer teams had come to White River City from other kingdoms. Most of the players on the street were high-leveled and well-equipped. In fact, level 57 expert players were a common sight, and there were many independent players wearing multiple pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment. At this point, White River City's prosperity actually surpassed Star Moon City. It looked nothing like an ordinary major NPC city. Having developed far more than Feng had expected. Zero Wing is amazing. Not only did it repel Miracle in the Black Dragon Empire, but I've also heard that it has recently joined the Secret Chamber of Commerce. I'm definitely going to sign up for Zero Wing's mass recruitment. I've heard the same, and so many well-known adventurer teams have come to White River City to join the guild. Even if Zero Wing rejects their application, they're willing to work as subordinate adventurer teams for the guild. Because of this, White River City has seen a drastic increase in player traffic. I know, right? Although the resources around White River City aren't anything special, the city has a direct route to the Eclipse Gate, and that area has fairly abundant resources. Even if we don't make it into Zero Wing this time, it's not a bad idea to develop here. Furthermore, White River City is Zero Wing's main headquarters. When the guild recruits members in the future, we'll have a far better chance of joining the guild if we stay here. As Feng walked through the streets, he heard many excited conversations regarding his guild. Although Zero Wing had displayed immense strength, it still lacked a powerful background and funding. It was a guild that relied on its own power to survive. Because of that, not many players and adventurer teams had optimistic views of Zero Wing's prospects. But now, the guild had also joined the Secret Chamber of Commerce. Even without the support of a major corporation, Zero Wing wouldn't have to worry about funding in the future with Secret's connections. It even had a high chance of becoming a super-first-rate guild in the future. This presented a golden opportunity for adventurer teams and expert players. Existing super-first-rate guilds and super guilds already had well-developed structures. They had also filled most of their available management positions. Climbing the corporate ladder would be extremely difficult for newcomers. Even geniuses would need a long time to reach a significant position. However, Zero Wing was different. The guild wasn't yet stable, and its foundations had various holes and lacked talented players however. Now that Zero Wing had a hope of becoming a superpower, a player had a chance of becoming an upper echelon as long as they joined the guild and performed well. Becoming the upper echelon in a super first-rate guild was much faster than trying to climb the corporate ladder in an already established super first-rate guild with such an opportunity before them. How could players and adventurer teams ignore this chance? This was the reason that White River City had become the focal point of Star Moon Kingdom. Large numbers of independent players and well-known adventurer teams swarmed the city, instantly pushing White River City's player population past 10 million. Moreover, these players' quality surpassed that of other kingdoms' capital cities. When Feng reached the city's Candlelight trading firm, he discovered that the guild residence wasn't the only busy area. Candlelight bustled with activity, and Liang Jing was busy reviewing the long line of lifestyle players standing near the shop's entrance. The line outside of the shop extended from one end of the street to the other. Moreover, the standards of these applying lifestyle players were considerably high. The weakest applicant was a basic lifestyle player. Not a single apprentice stood in line. There were also plenty of advanced lifestyle players waiting for their review. The scene stupefied the independent players that had just arrived in the city, and when other guilds members saw this, their eyes nearly fell from their sockets. All of the various large guilds offered incentives to recruit advanced lifestyle players, but very few usually took the bait. Yet more than 100 of these players had eagerly applied to the Candlelight trading firm, obediently waiting in line. The news certainly spread quickly. Feng was a little surprised by the thousands of lifestyle players applying to join Zero Wing. He had to admit that joining a top chamber of commerce had its benefits. He hadn't expected Secret's reputation to be so useful. Candlelight hadn't officially started working with Secret, yet so many lifestyle players had rushed to join Zero Wing. By the time Candlelight collaborated with Secret and started to sell products through the chamber's channels, he'd likely see several times more players trying to join his trading firm. Feng could relate to a certain degree. Although the former Candlelight trading firm had solid foundations and superb talent nurturing capabilities, it hadn't had enough channels to sell its products. Now that Candlelight had both, lifestyle players considered it the best place to develop following, which Feng headed to one of Candlelight's special workshops and handed a resuscitation potion recipe to Silent Wonder, leaving it to the chief alchemist to decide who should learn the recipe. He then visited his own special forging room and started to craft more void field magic arrays. After a little over an hour, Feng had completed 5 sets of void field scrolls out of 8 attempts. These 5 sets would enable many of Zero Wing's elite and expert players to grind in the Witch's Hill's Forbidden Land. Then, even without the void field, they could simply return to grinding in the Forbidden Land's outer region. Now that the area's monsters had died more than a few times, the respawn rate had decreased. Even the ordinary Tier 2 experts should have no problem helping the Tier 1 players grind there. Once Feng had settled his affairs in Candlelight, he made his way to Zero Wing's residence. Currently, Blackie and the other main force members sat in the residence's second-floor hall. They had been waiting for quite some time, and they all looked forward to the special stamina training. One's combat standard was the basis for their combat power, and the more they fought expert players, the more this idea proved to be true. They used to overwhelm their opponents with their basic attributes, but as players progressed in the game, their advantage continued to lessen. Commander, we really lucked out this time. We've just joined the guild's main force, yet we get to partake in special internal training. I wonder what the guild leader has to teach us. Seven Light, a young, Tier 2 swordsman, spoke excitedly to the middle-aged man beside him. I've already told you that I'm no longer Unbounded's commander. In the future, refer to me as Brother Bone. Stubborn Bone told the youth beside him, exasperated. But you're right, we've really gotten lucky this time. We actually get to train under Black Flame personally. I assume he'll teach us some kind of footwork or body technique. Every large guild had its own internal training programs. Some programs taught combat techniques that were exclusive to the guild, and others provided lectures. Stubborn Bone, though, was confident that this training session would involve learning a combat technique through practice. After all, Zero Wing was famous for its many techniques. Quite a few other players in the group were former adventurer team members as well. For example, Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon, the prior commander and vice commander of the Firecloud Fox adventurer team, were also present. These former adventurers were all curious about what Feng had in store for them. Everyone has gathered. Guild leader. Aqua Rose reported when she noticed Feng enter the hall. Good. Let's set off then. Feng nodded. He then led the team to the residence's first underground floor. Chapter 1979. Visiting the extraordinary tower again. First underground floor in Zero Wing's residence. Under Feng's lead, the group arrived before a strictly guarded room. 10 personal guards stood at the entrance. Zero Wing's main force members were shocked to see the personal guards. These NPCs were all level 75 or above, and the team was familiar with 2 of them, both Secret Silver personal guards. Even superpowers coveted such top-tier guards. Of the 2 Secret Silver personal guards, the level 76, Tier 2 Summoner was Aqua Rose's personal guard, while the level 76, Tier 2 Magic Knight belonged to Fire Dance. It had caused quite a commotion when the 2 women had obtained them. Although Secret Silver personal guards weren't strong enough to fight opponents of a higher tier like Feng's Anna and Kite, they could still rival Tier 3 NPCs of the same level. Not even a level 75 Tier 2 Peak Expert would be a match for these guards. As for current level 60 Peak Experts, they'd only have a hope of defeating the personal guards if they fought in a large team. Yet 2 of these personal guards had been tasked with guarding this room. Based on the other guards' auras and levels, it was safe to assume that they were at least Mysterious Iron rank. At this stage of the game, even a first-rate guild's upper echelons only employed Mysterious Iron personal guards. Secret Silver personal guards were simply too rare, even rarer than epic items. Meanwhile, the various large guilds and superpowers typically used Secret Silver personal guards to protect their guild warehouses, yet 2 of these NPCs defended a mere room. Why wouldn't this surprise the team members? However, these players' shock reached new heights as they entered the room. The room was incredibly small, and one would be hard-pressed to fit 100 people within. Only a magic array occupied the room, carved into the floor in the center. It didn't seem like a place that warranted Secret Silver personal guards' protection. Feng could not help but smile when he saw his team's confusion, but he didn't bother to explain the situation under Feng's commands. The team then split into groups of 10. Everyone, step in the magic array, Feng said as he did just that. Once everyone was in place, Feng inserted a magic crystal before a white flash enveloped him and the 9 members of his group. They vanished. The rest of Zero Wing's main force members finally understood what the magic array was for. They then entered the magic array and mimicked Feng's actions. One party after another. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves in a foreign town. It was one other than the Lost Town. Located in the Boneless Land, the Lost Town was no longer the desolate, abandoned place it had been. Dilapidated buildings had once dotted the area, and not a single NPC could have been found in the town. But while the town wasn't teeming with NPCs, dozens wandered along the main street now. Similarly, renovated shops, restaurants, and hotels now filled the town. The Lost Town now looked like any typical NPC border town. However, unlike NPC towns, several ancient, imposing buildings remained. Ancient divine runes and images had been carved into these buildings' walls, and among them, the most eye-catching was the square, white tower in the town's center. A pitch-black orb hovered at the tower's peak, radiating a frightening aura that deterred anyone from casually approaching. The most important thing Zero Wing's members noticed was the town's mana density. The mana here was no less dense than in Stone Forest Town, and it felt even denser as one approached the White Tower. The mana around this strange tower could even rival that of Silver Wing Town. Amazing. Where are we? Guild leader, are we training here? Everyone turned to Feng after observing the town for a moment. Even Aqua Rose and the other upper echelons were stunned. They all wondered when Feng had gotten his hands on such a wondrous place, setting aside the town's leveling environment. Its high mana density made the town incredibly valuable. This is the Lost Town. It also belongs to Zero Wing. Unfortunately, the town still lacks facilities, so I haven't opened it to the public, Feng said, chuckling. He gestured to the White Tower and said, "That tower will be your training venue." Although the guild members he had led here were all Zero Wing's main force members, none of them had known about the Lost Town before today. After all, Feng hadn't told anyone about it. Even the internal members he had power-leveled in the Boneless Land hadn't known that Zero Wing had secured the Lost Town. They had only known that a dangerous town existed in the Boneless Land. He hadn't kept this secret because he was overly cautious, but because the Lost Town's value warranted such caution. Even after 10 years in God's domain, He had never heard of a town or place that could train players to reach and progress in the realms of truth, and this training system had been designed by the main god system. It was far more accurate and refined than the training systems the various superpowers had designed, hence he couldn't afford to reveal this secret to the world. If news about the Lost Town's ability leaked, Zero Wing would instantly become public enemy number one. The various superpowers definitely wouldn't let Zero Wing off the hook, however. To increase the strength of Zero Wing's experts as quickly as possible and nurture more experts that could contend with peak experts, he had no choice but to take this risk. As players progressed in the game and reached higher levels, Zero Wing would continue to lose its advantages. The moment that Zero Wing fell behind, its enemies would strike. Feng had another reason for leading his main force to the Lost Town, as well. Now that Zero Wing had solved the issue of its magic crystal shortage, he could afford to operate the Extraordinary Tower every day. We retraining in there? Zero Wing's players looked at the tower, a little disappointed. Does it have advanced combat rooms? None of them showed any interest in training in a venue the main god system had created. They had already experienced such training systems before. One such example was the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. The Trial Tower held absolute authority over God's Domain's players. Not only could they test their strength in the Trial Tower, but they could also use it to discover their flaws and improve themselves. They assumed the tower before them was similar to the Trial Tower. Unfortunately, the Trial Tower only offered minor assistance at this point. It was unlikely that this White Tower, which looked far less impressive than the Trial Tower, would provide better training. Not interested? Feng could not help the smile pulling at his lips when he noticed the team's lack of enthusiasm. How about this? If any of you manage to get past the first floor within 1 week, I'll reward you with a bloodline that will improve your life rating. A bloodline? Guild leader, are you for real? Shadow Sword and the others' excitement returned. They had all heard of bloodlines, and many of them had taken part in the Demonkin King raid on Kama Island. They had seen the space-time bloodline that the Demonkin King had dropped. There was no doubt that the bloodline was a super powerful item, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a free pass to Tier 3. It could even help players when they challenged their Tier 4 promotion quests, of course. Feng nodded. However, you have to clear the first floor within a week. The tower's first floor? Shouldn't that be a piece of cake? Zero Wing's players then dashed towards the Extraordinary Tower, more than eager to get to work. Feng, however, casually entered the tower and headed for the top floor. He then called up the Extraordinary Tower system interface and released the second floor seal. This was the reason he had come to the Lost Town today. Chapter 1980, Second Floor, Unsealed. The moment Feng chose to remove the seal on the Extraordinary Tower's second floor, he instantly lost 100,000 of the 110,000 magic crystals. He had recently collected the divine runes on the Extraordinary Tower's exterior, then lit up with a steady, colorful brilliance. Mana flooded toward the tower from far beyond the Lost Town's boundaries, rapidly increasing the town's mana density. After several seconds of this, the Lost Town's mana density was even higher than in Silverwing Town, and after a few more seconds, it could rival the density in Zero Wing GT. Everyone within the Extraordinary Tower felt the change due to the increased mana density. The players within the tower received a well-rested buff, indicating that they could accumulate 15% of the double EXP buff after resting in the Lost Town for 48 hours. Sure enough, this Extraordinary Tower is really amazing. Feng was slightly surprised at how dense the mana had become. The mana density within the tower was at least 20% higher than in Zero Wing City. This meant that players would recover their stamina and concentration 20% faster inside the Extraordinary Tower than they would in the city. Even if players practiced advanced combat techniques, they could train continuously at an adequate pace in such a mana-rich environment. To God's Domain's expert players, training here was the ultimate dream. If Zero Wing offered such a precious training ground for lease, the various superpowers would likely form a long line for a chance to rent it, since mastery of an advanced combat technique would provide their players with a huge boost in combat power. Refinement Realm experts would be able to challenge Flowing Water Realm experts, and Flowing Water Realm experts would be able to challenge Void Realm experts. However, advanced combat techniques were not easy to master. Executing such techniques consumed a lot of stamina and concentration. Meanwhile, players' regeneration of stamina and concentration was normally extremely slow. Hence, players could practice their advanced combat techniques for only a very limited number of times each day, Yet mastery of advanced combat techniques required a lot of practice. Thus, the higher mana density inside the tower was a great boon. Shortly after Feng released the seal on the extraordinary tower's second floor. The divine runes and magic arrays carved on the inner walls lit up as well. Unfortunately, if he wanted to use the second floor's training system, he'd have to pay 5,000 magic crystals per day. Even a first-rate guild could afford such an expense for only a few days. The Manatite Vein Zero Wing had recently acquired was the only reason Feng dared to activate the second floor now. Despite the guild's recent expansions, Zero Wing would still have nearly 20,000 extra magic crystals after daily expenses. Hence, the guild could afford to maintain the second floor's operation. Feng then left the top floor and prepared to face the second floor challenge. Although he had comprehended the realms of truth's principles and had mastered the truth realm to reach the ascension realm, he had relied on his personal understanding to accomplish these feats. He hadn't received any official training or guidance, but now that the system's specialized training for the realms of truth was before him, he had to put it to good use. Furthermore, he had to prepare for using the ancient god's secret key he had obtained. Obtaining an ancient god's secret key was incredibly difficult. Who knew when he would find another one? If he wished to maximize the secret key's value, he'd have to grow as strong as possible. He'd be able to secure better items from the secret key only with better survivability. As Feng descended the staircase to the extraordinary tower's first-floor training ground, he noticed that it had implemented a similar system to that which had stopped players from entering the tower before he had taken ownership of the town. Players on the first floor were required to approach a magic array in the center. On their way there, the tower bombarded the players with various attacks. Although the attacks didn't cause any damage, they only repelled the players. The only difference between the first-floor training ground and the initial defense mechanism was the attack pattern they used. When Feng had found the extraordinary tower and tried to enter, he had faced only head-on attacks. However, in this training ground, players were attacked from every direction. Of course, players couldn't use any skills or spells. They had to rely on their own abilities to reach the center of the room. Fire Dance and her companions were moving towards the central magic array, but no matter how they tried to contend with the incoming attacks, the result was the same. None of them could get within 100 yards of the array. The training ground's radius was only 200 yards, yet no one could cross half this distance. Even Violet Cloud and Fire Dance, who were both close to reaching the flowing water realm, barely crossed the 60-yard mark. The best among the other refinement realm experts could reach only the 50-yard mark. As for non-refinement realm experts like Remnant Cloud and Stubborn Bone, they couldn't even make it to 30 yards. The first-floor training ground was far more difficult than the Extraordinary Tower's defense mechanism. Guild leader, this place is amazing. We already have to face more than a dozen head-on attacks before we reach the 10-yard mark. The attacks are so fast, too. Unlike players' and monsters' attacks, these attacks seem to appear and disappear abruptly. It's impossible to predict the attack trajectories and dodge. And that's not even the best part. Once we cross the 10-yard mark, we're attacked from all directions. No human can stop these attacks. That's right. Not only do the attacks come from every direction, but you have to deal with more attacks as you move forward. When you reach the 50-yard mark, the attacks even change their trajectories without warning. And the further you progress, the more the attacks change. These transformations are so frustrating. Even Big Sis Fire got defeated shortly after crossing the 60-yard mark. When Zero Wings players noticed Feng's approach, they burst into a round of enthusiastic comments. Despite their slow progress, they were all immensely excited, feeling as if the doors to a whole new world had just opened up before them. They were all experts that had joined Zero Wings' main force. Even the weakest among them was close to the half-step refinement realm standard, and many of them had mastered multiple combat techniques. Even so, they felt like infants learning to walk when they faced the training grounds trial, able to apply only a tiny fraction of their knowledge and combat experience. This was especially true for people like Remnant Cloud and Stubborn Bone, who had just joined Zero Wing's main force. They had never imagined that Zero Wing had found such an awe-inspiring training ground. They all felt as if they were learning something even more amazing than combat techniques. As they continued to challenge the trial, their reactions and ability to make instant judgments improved. However, they knew that they couldn't rely on these improvements to pass this trial. They needed to ingrain the appropriate reactions and the attack's transformations in their minds until they could react instinctively. It felt as if this trial were trying to engrave a complete set of basic combat techniques into their bones, enabling them to execute a technique with every movement. It seems you all have gained a significant harvest. I hope some of you break through the first floor's training ground in 1 week. I'll be waiting on the second floor, Feng said, chuckling. He then headed for the magic array at the center of the training ground. Chapter 1981, Trial Difficulty. What? Even the guild leader is going to train? I wonder how far the guild leader can reach. Didn't the guild leader say that he would wait for us on the second floor's training ground? That means he has to pass through the first floor. This trial is so difficult, I wonder how the guild leader will clear it. As Feng approached the first floor training ground, Zero Wings members stopped their respective training and turned to look at Feng, curious to see his performance. By this time, they had all attempted the training grounds trial already, so they knew that its difficulty was frustratingly high. Hence, they couldn't believe that Feng would succeed. As Feng got increasingly closer to the boundary of the training ground, he did not make any preparations at all, unlike everyone else. Instead, he stepped straight into the training ground, his gait not faltering even in the slightest the moment Feng entered the training ground. For beam attacks suddenly appeared and flew straight at him. The beam attacks of the training ground appeared with no warning at all, making it impossible for players to take preemptive action to evade them. Players had to rely on their sight and quick judgment to dodge the attacks. Of course, dodging 4 of such sudden attacks would not be a problem at all for the expert players present, so long as they gave it their all. However, despite seeing the beam attacks, Feng gave no indication of wanting to dodge them. Instead, he maintained his pace, continuing to walk forward, straight into the attack. Show. In the next moment, Zero Wings members saw the beam attacks pierce right through their guild leader. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, even after the 4 beam attacks faded out of existence, Feng still did not get sent flying backward. His pace hadn't even faltered. The beams had apparently passed through Feng to no effect. What's going on? I didn't see the guild leader making any evasive maneuvers. How did the guild leader do it? The spectating crowd was stunned as Feng kept moving forward. The beam attacks that had repeatedly given Zero Wings members a terrible beating actually had zero effect against their guild leader. Feng did not even sidestep the attacks. Right now, it looked as if Feng was merely taking a leisurely stroll through his backyard. As he walked toward the central magic array, the beam attacks would always miss their mark by just 1 or 2 centimeters, as if they were actively avoiding Feng, and bypass him ineffectually. When Feng crossed the 50-yard mark and faced 20-plus beam attacks simultaneously, one of the beams suddenly altered its trajectory just as it was about to reach Feng. However, despite this abrupt change, Feng reacted to it calmly and simply slashed it with one of his swords. In the end, the beam attack got sliced through cleanly. It did not even manage to slow Feng's advance for even a heartbeat, following which, as Feng continued advancing, the number of beam attacks that abruptly altered their trajectories increased as well. By the time he neared the 100-yard mark, the number of transforming attacks had already reached 8. However, this increase was trivial to him. It just meant that he needed to swing his swords a few more times at most. From a spectator's perspective, it would look as if the beam attacks were attracted to his swords, as if they all automatically headed toward the weapons. Are you kidding me? Did the difficulty of this training ground change? Zero Wings members were at a loss for words as they watched Feng's leisurely progress through the training ground. The players who were formerly members of adventurer teams, in particular, found themselves doubting their own eyes right now. Before today, they had rarely ever seen Feng fighting in person. Most of their knowledge regarding Feng came from battle videos. Now that they were seeing Feng in action with their own eyes, however, they doubted their senses. Meanwhile, after Feng crossed the 100-yard mark, the attacks he faced were no longer limited to straight beams and beams that abruptly altered their trajectories. Slashing beams joined the onslaught. The addition of the slashing beams instantly increased the surface area under threat by a significant margin. Moreover, the slashing attacks contained great power. When Feng tried blocking one with his swords, he found himself stumbling back several steps. So, this is the first floor training. Feng deflected a slashing attack with Killing Ray. Surprised by the change in attack patterns, the first floor training was much more difficult than the Extraordinary Tower's initial entry test. if the trial before the 100-yard mark trained players' dodging capabilities. Then the trial past the 100-yard mark focused on players' offensive and defensive capabilities. While Feng was entertaining such thoughts in his mind, the number of slashing attacks had very quickly increased from 1 to 4. The difficulty of the trial now already rivaled that of Reinbeck's trial, which Feng had undergone to obtain the Sea God's legacy. However, despite the high difficulty, Feng, who had already reached the Ascension realm, had no problem controlling his body's instinct to dodge and block the incoming attacks. This was also the most rudimentary usage of the realms of truth, the skillful utilization of one's own body. Instead of moving just his arms and legs, he had to employ his entire body. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to dodge and block all these beam attacks, following which, under everyone's gaze, Feng started advancing toward the central magic array at flying speeds. The numerous beam attacks couldn't hinder his progress at all. After a short moment, Feng finally set foot on the central magic array. Shock filled the eyes of Aqua Rose and the others, who were spectating outside the training ground. At this sight, although they had long since expected that the first-floor training ground wouldn't pose a problem for Feng, they still had not imagined that he would clear it so effortlessly. That's it for the demonstration. You'll have to rely on yourselves to get through, Feng said as he glanced at the flabbergasted crowd behind him. He then teleported to the second-floor training ground. The first-floor training ground provided very thorough training for players to master the Truth Realm. If not for him having already reached the Ascension Realm, he would have most likely had a difficult time reaching the central magic array, as even the slashing attacks had started altering their trajectories suddenly toward the end of the trial. Trying to defend against such attacks was extremely challenging. Merely moving one's arms and legs wouldn't be enough to cope with these attacks. One needed to coordinate their entire body with their weapons in order to effectively block and deflect these attacks. The difficulty was doing so was extremely high. At the very least, if Feng were still in the Truth Realm right now, he would have an even chance of receiving a direct hit from the changing slashing attacks. In other words, if one had just entered the realms of truth and barely had any attainments, clearing the first-floor trial would be impossible. Meanwhile, Feng's demonstration allowed everyone to understand that reaching the central magic array wasn't exactly impossible. After all, Feng had done so, and in a very leisurely manner at that. From start to end, he had not made any large movements. At Alice, the guild leader, really human? He actually got through such a challenge. After snapping out of his daze, Seven Light was bursting with excitement and motivation. So, this is the Sword King's strength? Watching Feng's leisurely display had likewise ignited Stubborn Bones' fighting spirit in the past. Although he knew that there was a massive gap in strength between himself and the peak experts of the various superpowers, he had attributed this disparity to the difference in basic attributes. He had believed that there wasn't much difference between them when it came to combat standards. In hindsight, he found his thoughts laughable. The difference was not limited to just basic attributes. Even his combat standard was inferior by leaps and bounds. Moreover, aside from Feng, he was also inferior to the guild's vice-guild leader Aqua Rose, the main force's commander Fire Dance, and the healer Violet Cloud only. The gaps between him and the three women were not as gigantic as the one between him and Feng. However, it was precisely because of this discovery that he became keen on the training ground before him. In the past, he did not know how far behind he actually was, but now he knew. Chapter 1982, Breakthrough. After Feng disappeared from the first floor, Zero Wings members quickly snapped out of their daze and resumed challenging the first-floor Trial Extraordinary Tower's second-floor training ground. So, this is the second floor's training? The scene before Feng took him by surprise at this moment. The space he stood in was no longer inside the Extraordinary Tower. Instead, he had arrived in an alternate realm. Unlike the first-floor training ground, the second-floor training ground consisted of a mist-covered staircase, which had 100 steps, and a pair of stone doors at the top of the staircase. It was obvious the second-floor trial required players to ascend the staircase and reach the stone doors. However, what caught Feng's attention the most was the mana density here, which was at least 50% higher than what he felt in the Extraordinary Tower. Surrounded by such concentrated mana, Feng felt his mind becoming extraordinarily clear. For a moment, he felt as if he could accomplish anything so long as he put his mind to it. In such a mana-rich environment, he would not have to worry about running out of stamina and concentration, even if he were to use advanced combat techniques non-stop. He could exert his full strength as much as he wanted. Feng finally understood why activating the second-floor training ground had cost 100,000 magic crystals, why the second-floor training ground required 5,000 magic crystals to operate every day, and why only 50 people could undergo the training at the same time with such an excellent environment, as well as the fact that the training ground here provided in-depth training for the realms of truth. The second-floor training ground was indeed worth every magic crystal he had paid. Given the opportunity, the various superpowers would be willing to pay 5 times that price to obtain such a training ground. After Feng familiarized himself with the environment here, he promptly stepped onto the snow-white staircase. Each step of the staircase was half a meter tall, requiring players to make quite a large movement just to climb one. A distance of roughly 13 yards separated each step. Even a Tier 2 expert would need some time to climb each step. They wouldn't be able to climb the next step in a single breath at the very least. The moment Feng climbed onto the first step, he felt his entire body weakening. His basic attributes and the improved life rating he gained from his dark iron bloodline became useless as soon as he set foot on the staircase. After 3 seconds, his basic attributes had fallen to the standard of a level 50, Tier 1 swordsman fully geared in bronze equipment. Even his physique had regressed to the Tier 1 standard. He was as ordinary as an ordinary player could get now. Meanwhile, before Feng could adapt to this sudden drop in strength, 2 Tier 1 swordsmen, who looked exactly like him and were geared in silver armor, appeared on the step he stood on. As soon as they had fully materialized, these swordsmen unsheathed their twin swords and charged at him within a breath of time. Both level 50, Tier 1 swordsmen crossed the 10-yard distance and arrived before Feng. Tier 1 skill, Gale Sword. Tier 1 skill, Triple Moon Intercept. Both swordsmen used an extremely rare Tier 1 skill. Moreover, their actions were free of any unnecessary movements as they struck directly at Feng's vitals. Upon seeing this, Feng hurriedly countered by executing Swords Orbit. Boom, boom, boom. After the swords of the two sides clashed about 5 or 6 times, Feng got sent flying off the staircase's first step. Meanwhile, once Feng fell off the step, the 2 silver swordsmen did not pursue him. Instead, they returned to their original positions and stood there quietly. So strong. Feng was astounded as he looked at his 2 opponents. Even after falling to the foot of the staircase, he had to take 5 steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. Although the clash with the silver swordsman was brief, Feng understood that their combat standard was already close to reaching the refinement realm standard. Moreover, their mastery over their skills was practically perfect, with both skills executed at a 100% completion rate. Their true combat power was definitely no weaker than a true refinement realm expert's. Aside from having very high technical standards, the silver swordsman's basic attributes were also far superior to his own. If he tried to face their attacks head-on, he would definitely get sent flying. The difficulty ramped up this much just by going up a floor. Glancing at the motionless silver swordsman, Feng roughly understood the difficulty rating of the second-floor trial. If a flowing water realm expert were to go up against these 2 silver swordsmen, the said expert would have no chance of getting past even the first step. The flowing water realm allowed one to perceive the actions of one's opponents and make simple, preemptive offensive or defensive maneuvers. However, both silver swordsmen were invulnerable to damage. Attacking them would be meaningless. Moreover, doing so would only expose holes in one's defenses to the silver swordsman. Executing simple defensive maneuvers, such as blocking or deflecting, would result in the flowing water realm expert getting gradually pushed off the staircase step after step. As for evasive maneuvers, those were simply impossible. With the disparity in basic attributes, movement speed, and reaction speed, a flowing water realm expert would find it next to impossible to dodge the attack of just 1 silver swordsman, let alone 2. In other words, a flowing water realm expert would not be able to achieve anything on this floor. Only if said flowing water realm expert had reached the truth realm might they barely defend against the 2 silver swordsmen. As for refinement realm experts that had entered the truth realm, they would very likely get sent flying off the staircase on the first exchange, following which, Feng stepped onto the staircase once more. This time, however, he did not choose to receive the attacks of the 2 silver swordsmen directly. Instead, he skillfully brandished his 2 swords and redirected the attack of one of the silver swordsmen toward the other silver swordsman's attack, the 2 attacks canceling out each other. This then created an opportunity for Feng to move past the 2 silver swordsmen and climb to the next step only. Climbing each step was a challenge, as he had to make huge movements to climb up the tall steps while deflecting the attacks of the 2 silver swordsmen. However, with each step he climbed, Feng could feel his understanding of the realms of truth deepening. When he ascended to the 10th step, one more silver swordsman suddenly joined the 2 silver swordsmen chasing after him, instantly increasing the trial's difficulty by a large margin. Things are finally getting a little interesting. Feng felt the pressure on him strengthening as he dealt with the relentless assault of the 3 silver swordsmen. Fortunately, it had already been quite some time since he had reached the Ascension realm. The combined assault of the 3 silver swordsmen was still within his tolerance range. Nevertheless, each time he wanted to climb a step, he had to prepare himself both physically and mentally for quite a while. By the time Feng reached the 29th step, he was facing 4 silver swordsmen and already close to reaching his limit. When he eventually climbed to the 30th step, one of the silver swordsmen suddenly turned into a golden swordsman. Before Feng could adjust to the change, the golden swordsman's improved strength and speed sent him flying back down to the 29th step. Due to the presence of the golden swordsman, Feng was stuck moving back and forth between the 29th and 30th steps. As the number of times Feng got sent flying increased, he began to grasp his shortcomings. His skill at utilizing external forces was still inadequate. Although he had redirected one of the silver swordsman's attacks toward the golden swordsman's, the golden swordsman's strength was simply overwhelming. Before the golden swordsman's attack could be nullified, the silver swordsman's attack was crushed, and the golden swordsman's attack would continue toward him 1 hour, 2 hours, for hours. After many hours had passed, when Feng was faced with the golden swordsman's oncoming long sword once again, he executed Sword's orbit and filled his surroundings with a galaxy of stars. In the next moment, however, the 3 silver swordsmen's attacks involuntarily moved to greet the golden swordsman's attack. Boom. After a loud explosion echoed throughout the entire training ground, the golden swordsman went flying up a step while the 3 silver swordsmen fell down the step. At this moment, only Feng remained standing quietly on the 31st step. Wonderful. I succeeded. Feng had an ecstatic expression on his face as he gazed at the collapsed golden swordsman. I finally have my own combat technique. Chapter 1983, Swords Transmigration. While Feng rejoiced over the new combat technique he had successfully created and prepared to test it on the golden swordsman and 3 silver swordsmen on the 30th step, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System. Congratulations! You have created a bronze combat technique. Please name your combat technique. Feng was stunned to hear the notification. Taking advantage of the distraction, the golden and silver swordsmen stood and charged towards Feng in a coordinated assault. By the time Feng snapped out of his daze, it was too late to defend himself. All 4 attacks struck vital points, and Feng's body vanished from the 30th step, reappearing at the very bottom of the staircase. Although Feng had to restart his climb from the bottom, he wasn't disappointed in the slightest. Rather, he stared at his notification window in astonishment. What? A bronze combat technique? Dubious, Feng examined the system's congratulatory message. Although he knew that he hadn't created a low-standard combat technique, he didn't think that it was so amazing to be categorized as a bronze-rank combat technique. Mastering a single advanced combat technique would enable players to challenge opponents of a higher combat standard. Of course, there was a limit to how effective these combat techniques could be. For example, the advanced combat technique, Void Steps, was most effective against Flowing Water Realm experts, but the footwork technique had little to no effect against Void Realm experts or above. After all, Void Steps relied on fooling an opponent's sight. Void Realm experts used more than one sense to locate their opponents. However, bronze combat techniques were a different story. Bronze combat techniques would even be effective against Domain Realm experts. If a Domain Realm expert failed to cope with a bronze combat technique properly, it could even cost them their life. Until now, Zero Wing had only possessed a single bronze combat technique, Lightning Flash, which he had only obtained through luck from the Primordial Divine Ruin. The only other way Zero Wing's players could obtain more bronze combat techniques was by entering bronze legacy tablets. But they were extremely rare and highly coveted by the various superpowers. Unfortunately, despite many Zero Wing members attempting to learn Lightning Flash, not one of them had mastered the secret attack technique, and Feng was no exception yet. He had just succeeded in creating his own bronze combat technique. Why? Wouldn't he be surprised? Of course, the technique's creation had been a coincidence. He had only created it, though, the inspiration he had gained as he tried to deal with the golden and silver swordsman's relentless assault. If he tried to create another bronze combat technique, He'd simply waste his time and energy just creating a basic combat technique required a solid foundation, and those that were capable of doing so were, without a doubt, geniuses. As for advanced combat techniques, only the various superpowers' old monsters had any hope of successfully creating one. Feng's success in creating a bronze combat technique was nothing short of a miracle as Feng reveled in the joy of his new bronze combat technique. The system reminded him to name the technique a name. The combat technique he had created was a variant of Sword's orbit that he had combined with the Realms of Truth's principles. After giving the matter some thought, Feng decided, let's call it Sword's Transmigration. Once Feng had entered the technique's name, the system rang with another notification system. Congratulations! You are the first player to create a bronze combat technique, rewarding 1 bronze legacy orb and the title Bronze Legatee. As the system notification ended, a green orb appeared before Feng. Creating a bronze combat technique offers such a benefit as well. Feng could not help his surprise to see the green orb. Bronze Legacy Orb, Epic Rank Item, can record up to 3 created bronze combat techniques. Players may learn the combat techniques in immersive environments. Each attempt will cost 100 magic crystals cooldown, 1 hour after each use. Feng had heard of many experts creating their own combat techniques in the past, although those techniques had only been basic or advanced rank. However, he hadn't heard of those players receiving a recording device as he had. If other players wished to learn the combat techniques, they had to either rely on videos or receive the technique creator's personal tutelage. Unfortunately, learning a combat technique was easier said than done. Experts struggled desperately to learn basic combat techniques, even if they had the assistance of a book. It was easy to imagine how much more difficult learning a basic combat technique would be without proper guidelines, not to mention learning advanced rank or higher combat techniques. Thus far, the various superpowers had obtained quite a few bronze legacy tablets. Yet despite possessing complete legacies that provided detailed instruction, Feng hadn't heard of a single player mastering a bronze combat technique. Meanwhile, the bronze legacy orb allowed him to record 3 bronze combat techniques permanently. This would be a great help. Moreover, the bronze legacy orb had a very short cooldown. He could allow 1 player to learn the technique he had created each hour. While the bronze legacy orb wasn't as effective as an actual combat technique book, which didn't have a cost or cooldown, it was better than a bronze legacy tablet. Following which, Feng examined his new title Bronze Legatee, advanced title. When using combat techniques, expenditure is reduced by 20%. Enjoy the status of Baron in any city, kingdom, or empire. Amazing. It actually grants a global Baron status. Developing in the various major cities will be much easier now. The Bronze Legatee title's benefits surprised Feng. Although the Demon Hunter title was a basic title, it was extremely rare and valuable. After all, it gave him the status of a world noble, and he had greatly benefited from the title thus far. Meanwhile, the Bronze Legatee title offered him a higher status than the Demon Hunter title. Unlike an ordinary noble, a baron would have access to greater benefits when purchasing items and lands in NPC cities. As he considered the situation, the names of a few super-large-scale neutral cities came to Feng's mind. These super-large-scale neutral cities were similar to the Sea of Trees. All of the various superpowers wanted access to these cities to conduct business. Only, unlike the Sea of Trees, these neutral were not located within secret lands. Gaining entry to these cities was much easier. Every one of these neutral cities had a player population of over 20 million in the past, even more than ordinary empires' imperial capitals. Hence, the various superpowers had frequently fought over dominance in these cities, while first-rate guilds and below had only been able to watch from the sidelines. I think the minimum level requirement to activate a super large-scale neutral NPC city was level 70. Now that I have the Bronze Legatee title, I can go and take a look. Feng immediately decided to set aside his Realms of Truth training. He knew that he had already exhausted his current potential at this point, and he wouldn't gain anything from continuing his training right now. If he wished to progress in the second floor trial, he needed inspiration. Following which, Feng took out a return scroll and left the Extraordinary Tower. Chapter 1984, White River City promoted Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. When Feng returned to White River City's teleportation hall once again, he discovered that the hall was quite busy. The teleportation hall had recently transformed, becoming even more magnificent than before. What? The city has been promoted. Feng was slightly surprised as he gazed around the building's interior. Originally, only the first-floor hall had teleportation arrays, but now the second and third floors of the open-air hall had their own arrays as well. The higher a teleportation array was located, the farther it could transfer players. Moreover, multiple platforms now floated around the main hall. These floating platforms could transport players to the second and third floors, and if players wished to, they could pay a small fee to teleport to White River City's airport, Central Plaza, or business district. The floating platforms moved even faster than dark gold mounts, becoming the fastest mode of transportation in White River City. By using these platforms, players could save plenty of time while moving around the city. While this new function might not seem like much, NPC cities would grow larger as they were promoted, accommodating more players. After a certain rank, running from one end of the city to the other would require a considerable amount of time. Although floating platforms had fixed destinations, they could save players half the travel time. Normally, NPC cities only activated the floating platform function once they had become a main city with a certain level of prosperity. However, this prosperity wasn't the equivalent to the city's player population. Rather, it referred to economic interactions between players and NPCs, as well as the shop's quantity and quality within the city walls. Thus far, only the various empires' imperial capitals had unlocked the floating platform function, and they had only done so recently. Kingdom's capital cities were still some time away from the upgrade, yet White River City had achieved the feat. As Feng walked through the city streets, he discovered that White River City was far livelier than it had been before the latest promotion. The number of merchant players in the city, in particular, had increased drastically. Moreover, more shops lined the streets now that the city streets had been broadened, selling level 50 secret silver leather armor. Price is open for negotiation. Selling various types of level 50 equipment with magic resistance. Welcoming long-term partnerships with adventurer teams. Purchasing energy essence and primordial crystals in bulk. Offer available long-term. Idle and merchant players fervently hawked their wares, all selling much higher quality products than during Feng's last visit to White River City. During his last visit, only the guild-operated shops had sold level 50 secret silver equipment, but now even idle and merchant players announced that such items were for sale. The city's various shops had even put up level 50 dark gold equipment on display, although their prices were ridiculously high. Not even guild experts could afford these equipment pieces. Once Feng had seen enough, he rented a floating platform and made his way to White River City's business district. Due to the recent promotion, the main street had changed significantly. Rather than a street, it looked like a commercial plaza. Not only had it tripled in size, but it was now home to a building that was over 70 stories tall. This building was none other than White River City's auction house. When the auction house had been upgraded, it had gained new functions. Players weren't the only ones who could consign items for auction anymore. Even NPCs held basic and intermediate auctions a few times a week. In addition, players could browse and purchase items that players sold from 1/4 of Star Moon Kingdom's towns and cities. Previously, players had only been able to view and buy items from White River City and its neighboring NPC cities. If players wished to find and purchase specific items, doing so at White River City's auction house was now the best option. Meanwhile, the most valuable of the auction house's new functions was the auction arena. Might was right in God's domain, and the game's auction houses were no exception to this rule. Once the auction arena activated, the auction house would hold a competition each day. The auction house would offer various rare items as prizes during these competitions, and players only needed to pay the entry fee to take part. The competition had 2 phases. The first phase was a test the system decided, and the second involved a battle between players. However, equipment wouldn't help players in this battle. The competition focused on testing players' financial strength and resources. While combat standards were also tested, they were insignificant in comparison. When the auction arena had been introduced in the past, it had caused quite the stir in God's domain. Merchant players that hadn't been suited for combat had gone mad over the arena, and while many of them had taken part in the competition themselves, some had also hired experts to fight in their place. Countless merchant players had made their fortunes through the auction arena, and some experts had obtained top-tier weapons, equipment, and tools with their success in the arena. Of course, due to the auction arena, God's domain's influence in the real world had expanded. However, The auction arena's appearance had also been responsible for the various superpowers' violent frenzy that had followed. It's finally time to wrestle over the city's management rights. Feng took a deep breath as he gazed up at the towering White River City auction house. NPC cities were different from guild cities. During the game's early stages, the various powers had to rely on player count and shop economy to spread their influence in an NPC city. These powers also used physical and economic oppression on those who moved against them. Even so, they couldn't gain any substantial authority in an NPC city, but once the auction arena activated, players could secure the auction house's management rights. While this change might not seem like much, a city's auction house was extremely important to players' daily lives. Taking control of an auction house was akin to controlling the NPC city's lifeblood. Indirectly controlling the player economy. If someone obtained an auction house's management rights, they could bar certain players from the auction house, for example. This would be a fatal blow to the city's independent players and various major powers. Both relied on the auction house as their main source of income, and without it, independent players couldn't sell their items, and guilds couldn't purchase materials. One could easily imagine the consequences of losing access to an auction house. The competition for an auction house's management rights would be held once a month on a fixed date. All NPC cities with auction arenas would hold the competition at the same time, preventing the various superpowers, who had an absolute advantage in terms of resources and experts, from monopolizing every NPC city in the game. Unfortunately, this arrangement also restricted the various large guilds' development. Guilds only had a limited number of resources and expert players, and the more NPC cities they controlled, the fewer resources and experts they could allocate to each location. Occupying a large number of NPC cities would be impossible for guilds that lacked sturdy foundations. Of course, only Feng knew about this right now. The auction arena function wouldn't activate the moment the auction house had been promoted. It would only activate once a certain number of auction houses in God's domain had risen to the appropriate rank, though the auction arena hadn't activated yet. This did remind Feng that he had to prepare funds and resources for the inevitability. Currently, Zero Wing's foundations were slightly stronger than an ordinary first-rate guild, and it would be some time before the Manatite vein affected the guild's development in a significant way. Following which, Feng entered the Candlelight trading firm and notified Melancholic Smile, instructing her to bring him the Tier 1 mysterious flames the guild had collected so far. He then took his fire spirit to the warehouse that housed the Holy Grail. He intended to increase his strength before he left to activate a super large-scale neutral city. The quest to do so was even more difficult than an ordinary epic quest after all, and he'd only get himself killed if he didn't prepare. Chapter 1985, Strengthening Fire Spirit. Candlelight Trading Firm's Private Warehouse. Due to the Holy Grail, divine might filled the entire room. The divine might's powerful pressure would even suppress Tier 1 expert players until they moved as slow as turtles. Despite having the strength to rival great lords of the same level, even Feng felt uncomfortable as he entered the warehouse. His movements becoming somewhat sluggish. Feng hadn't originally planned to use the Holy Grail since the power of evolution was so costly, and he wouldn't get a refund if the evolution attempt failed. However, if he wished to complete a super large-scale neutral city's activation quest, he needed to grow stronger. He had to rely on the fire spirit to increase his chances for success. He had no choice but to gamble on the Holy Grail. As Feng arrived before the stone platform housing the Holy Grail, he retrieved a crimson crystal ball from his bag. The crystal ball was none other than the fire spirit. Despite being an epic item, he could only use it to summon one Tier 2 fire spirit of the same level in exchange for 5 magic crystals. It was a toy compared to the Bible of Darkness. Even a Tier 2 summoning scroll could call forth a stronger creature than the Tier 2 fire spirit. The item simply didn't deserve its epic rank. This was also why Feng had decided to upgrade the fire spirit. The stronger an item was, the lower its chances would be for success, and before devouring any mysterious flames, the fire spirit could only be considered an epic item at best. Its quality would only increase after absorbing powerful mysterious flames. If nurtured properly, this crystal ball could even become stronger than fragmented legendary item. Feng then had the Holy Grail scan the orb in his hand. Dark purple mist emerged from the Grail, enveloping the crimson orb in Feng's hand. After 5 seconds, Feng received a system notification system. Designated item cannot be evolved to fragmented legendary rank. Cannot be evolved? Feng was stunned. He had never imagined that the fire spirit was so special. Despite being an epic item, the Holy Grail couldn't force an upgrade to fragmented legendary rank however. As Feng began to feel disappointed, the sound of a second notification reached his ear system. Do you wish to sacrifice 5,000 HP to enhance fire spirit's effects? Enhance its effects? Feng was surprised again to read the words in his notification window. However, he was stupefied to see the cost of this enhancement. How fraudulent! Evolving the Black Steel insignia had only cost 1,000 HP, yet enhancing the fire spirit's effects cost 5,000. 5,000 HP was significant even to a Tier 2 metric tons. Very powerful level 70 Tier 2 MTs would only have 100,000 HP at most, and the cost was taken from the player's base HP. Taking into account the percentage HP modifiers on weapons and equipment, players would lose far more than just 5,000 HP, but even after considering his options, Feng gritted his teeth and agreed to the cost. While 5,000 HP was a painful amount to lose, even for him, the fire spirit was extraordinarily valuable. Most importantly, he wasn't attempting to evolve the item to fragmented legendary rank. He could only enhance its effects. Logically, the risk of failure shouldn't be as high. Moreover, HP wasn't particularly important for a swordsman player like himself, and he could also rely on his bloodline to compensate for the loss. With the bloodline, he gained a lot more HP than ordinary players with each level up. He wouldn't suffer as much of an impact by losing 5,000 HP as other players after Feng agreed to enhance the fire spirit. More purple mist spilled out of the Holy Grail, far denser than it had been a moment ago. So much mist spilled out that it filled the private warehouse. As the purple mist continued to seep into the fire spirit, the miniature flame dragon woke and roared again and again. The sound pierced through its crystalline cage and echoed throughout the warehouse due to the purple mist's invasion. The baby dragon began to grow in less than 10 seconds. The baby dragon had transformed into a mature flame dragon and was nearly twice as large. Intelligence flashed in its eyes, no longer lacking emotion as it had earlier. Was it a success? Feng could not help his growing excitement as he gazed at the adult flame dragon god's domains. Players might not know about fire spirits, but Feng was very familiar with the items. He also recognized how valuable an intelligent fire spirit was. To put it simply, the difference between a fire spirit with higher intelligence and an ordinary fire spirit was like the difference between an expert and an ordinary player. Even if both fire spirits possessed the same basic attributes, the combat power they could exert would be worlds apart. Many powers had gotten their hands on fire spirits in the past, but trying to increase a fire spirit's intelligence wasn't easy. One would only have a chance of triggering an intelligence growth by sacrificing Tier 2 and above mysterious flames. Unfortunately, despite many owners feeding their fire spirits the appropriate mysterious flames, very few had succeeded in increasing their fire spirit's intelligence. A fire spirit was a very special epic item with endless potential. Countless experts had even guessed that, by feeding the item enough mysterious flames, a fire spirit could grow to become a Tier 6 god. Even Tier 6 god-ranked players would flee from a Tier 6 god with higher intelligence. Once the purple mist had dissipated, Feng carefully picked up the fire spirit and inspected its attribute panel as expected of the Holy Grail. Despite the fact that I haven't fed it any mysterious flames, the fire spirit has already grown so much. Feng was ecstatic when he saw the fire spirit's updated attributes. The new fire spirit didn't summon an ordinary Tier 2 fire spirit, but a bona fide Tier 2 advanced fire spirit with higher intelligence. Moreover, the advanced fire spirit would be 10 levels higher than the player that summoned it. An advanced fire spirit's life rating was only slightly inferior to an archaic species, and since it had higher intelligence, its combat power could rival ordinary great lords of the same level. An advanced fire spirit would provide far more assistance than ordinary Tier 3 monsters as well, possessing even more spells than a Tier 2 elementalist. A Tier 2 advanced fire spirit would likely beat a challenging Tier 2 peak expert. Black and blue advanced fire spirits could cast their spells with a 100% completion rate, and their basic attributes were far higher than Tier 2 players of the same level. While Feng marveled at the new and improved fire spirit, Melancholic Smile contacted him and reported, "Guild leader, I've gathered the Tier 1 mysterious flames you asked for." "Good. I'll head there right away." Feng nodded. He then disconnected the call and visited his special forging room on the top floor. Chapter 1986. consecutive growth. In one of the Candlelight trading firm's top-floor special forging rooms, as Feng entered the room, the sight of Melancholic Smile organizing various crystal balls on a stone table greeted him. Each crystal ball contained a Tier 1 mysterious flame, and there were easily over 20 of them on the table. If other guilds saw this collection of Tier 1 mysterious flames, they'd be astonished. Everyone in God's domain was privy to the existence of mysterious flames by this stage of the game. They knew that these unique flames were a great help to forgers and alchemists. Hence, the various major powers fought over any mysterious flame they came across. They wouldn't even pass over a Tier 1 mysterious flame. After all, mysterious flames were extremely rare and even coveted by Superpower's Master-level Crafters Guild leader. Here are all the Tier 1 mysterious flames we have collected so far. There are a total of 23. One did find another flame in the Blackwing auction house, but the bidding was intense. In the end, the price rose past our 5,000 gold budget, and another guild purchased it for 8,300 gold. Melancholic Smile said she hadn't fully understood how valuable Tier 1 mysterious flames were, since collecting the first few had been relatively easy with the clues Feng had provided. Furthermore, the guild shared the flame Feng used, and his mysterious flame was much stronger than Tier 1. She certainly hadn't expected a Tier 1 mysterious flame to sell for more than an ordinary epic item. Feng nodded in response. He then asked, "How is our business with Secret coming along?" "The basic arrangements have been completed. We have even started to sell many of our products through Secret's channels, but as we are only a basic member, we can only sell our products in up to 80 of the Chamber's NPC cities. Among them, only 25 can be within empires, and only 5 of those can be major cities. Of the 55 kingdom cities, we can only select 10 major cities," Melancholic Smile said. A little excited currently, the Candlelight trading firm's influence only reached across a little over 50 NPC cities, nearly half of which were located in Starmoon Kingdom. Now that Candlelight had joined the Secret Chamber of Commerce, it had access to an additional 80 cities. This more than doubled Candlelight's sales channel. Secret is quite impressive. To think it can even give its basic members 80 city slots. Feng was slightly astonished by Melancholic Smile's report. Joining a Chamber of Commerce in God's domain didn't mean that one would gain immediate and full access to its sales channels. That depended on one's rank within the alliance. Normally, newcomers were given positions as basic members. Only powerful superpowers could be promoted to an advanced member upon joining based on Feng's knowledge. Most chambers only granted 60 city slots to basic members, yet Secret had given them 80. It was clear how powerful Secret's foundations were. Guild leader, here is the list of cities we've selected. Once we begin our collaboration, Candlelight's income will double at the very least. We won't have to worry about lacking development funds, Melancholic Smile said, smiling as she took out a list and handed it to Feng. She had worked with Aqua Rose to choose the cities on the list. They had decided to do business in a total of 3 empires and 6 kingdoms, and although they couldn't sell all of their products in the selected kingdoms and empires, as doing so would be unprofitable, they wouldn't have to worry about a lack of customers. They would have chosen many more kingdoms and empires had they not been limited by a specific number of cities. After all, they couldn't afford to waste the referral fee they had paid to the Secret Chamber of Commerce. "I see no issues with the chosen cities," Feng said. Changing topics, Feng asked, "How is the resuscitation potions production coming along?" Silent Wonder and the others are doing their best to brew the potion now. Moreover, Candlelight has recently gained another master alchemist. Now we have a total of 4 master alchemists working on the potion, and they have made over 3 bottles thus far. Melancholic Smile replied she had very high hopes for the resuscitation potion. It was, after all, a potion that allowed players to resurrect themselves without losing any EXP. Moreover, the production cost for each bottle was only a little over 20 silver. Although the potion required a lot of rare materials, it had become very easy for Zero Wing to acquire what it needed with the Secret Chamber of Commerce's connections. Good. Continue production. Later, try to nurture as many master alchemists as possible. We need to ensure that we have enough people to learn the recipes Zipping's group obtains, Feng said. Chuckling, the resuscitation potion had been extremely popular during his previous life. At one point, it had even sold for 3 gold per bottle. 3 gold was incredibly expensive even for ordinary expert players, not to mention ordinary players. Only the various adventurer teams and guilds could possibly afford such a price normally. He wouldn't have bothered to push for so many resuscitation potions since there was a limit to the number of adventurer teams and guilds in Zero Wings territories. But now that Candlelight had joined the Secret Chamber of Commerce, they didn't have to worry about a lack of customers. Hence, they needed to craft as many resuscitation potions as possible. After Feng finished giving Melancholic Smile her latest instructions, he shifted his focus to the mysterious flames on the table. While one Tier 1 mysterious flame might be of little help to the fire spirit, he had a total of 23 on hand. Furthermore, he had upgraded his fire spirit to advanced rank. An advanced fire spirit would gain more from absorbing mysterious flames than a normal fire spirit. As Feng pulled the fire spirit from his bag, the flame dragon within quickly noticed the Tier 1 mysterious flames on the table and grew restless. Start absorbing. Show me how much you can grow. Feng immediately picked up a Tier 1 mysterious flames and placed it before the fire spirit. Like a hungry wolf, the flame dragon burst forth from the crystal ball and pounced on the mysterious flame. As the flame dragon devoured the mysterious flame, the flame grew weaker until it eventually vanished. Although the fire spirit's attributes hadn't transformed, the little dragon began to emit more heat. Its previously blurry form also began to sharpen. Feng immediately chose to feed the fire spirit another Tier 1 mysterious flame. With each mysterious flame the fire spirit devoured, the flame dragon's figure became clearer. By the time it had absorbed its 7th mysterious flame, Feng could see the scales across the flame dragon's body. After devouring the 8th mysterious flame, the flame dragon began to expand, releasing a low growl. The fire spirit's attributes finally changed. Tier 3? Feng's excitement grew when he saw the new attributes. Tier 3 meant that the fire spirit had now reached the Great Lord standard. With its higher intelligence, it was even more powerful than a Tier 3 peak expert of the same level, following which, Feng continued to feed the fire spirit Tier 1 mysterious flames 12th, 15th, 20th. Finally, after the fire spirit absorbed the 21st mysterious flame, it underwent a transformation. Not only did the flame dragon grow larger, but Feng could also sense that its life rating had improved. Wonderful. I finally succeeded. Feng's eyes glowed as he gazed at his fire spirit. Chapter 1987 Giant Race. The flames that surrounded the fire spirit's body expanded drastically, transforming from their original crimson color to a scorching white. Even the space around the flame dragon began to show signs of crumbling under the power of its flames. Tier 3 archaic species? Feng's heart skipped a beat when he examined the attribute panel. He hadn't thought that a measly 24 or so Tier 1 mysterious flames would be enough to upgrade the fire spirit to a Tier 3 archaic species. So many powers in his past had fed their fire spirits a large number of Tier 1 mysterious flames, yet the results of their efforts had been disappointing. Most powers had only nurtured their fire spirits into Tier 3 archaic species after feeding them a significant number of Tier 2 flames. Feng had assumed that his fire spirit would grow to the Tier 3 standard at most, and he'd have to feed it Tier 2 mysterious flames if he wanted it to become an archaic species. He hadn't expected the advanced fire spirit's absorption rate to be so effective. Now that his advanced fire spirit was a Tier 3 archaic species with higher intelligence, its combat power should be even greater than an ordinary Grand Lord of the same level. Though, if it really came down to a one-on-one fight, the advanced fire spirit would still have a high chance of losing since actual Grand Lords had far more HP. However, Feng was satisfied with these results. Although he could summon Kite and Anna to help him with his quest, he did not want to risk them. Resurrecting personal guards was very troublesome, and even if he resurrected them, they'd need quite some time to recover their losses. Fortunately, the fire spirit was a different story. Even if it died, he could simply spend magic crystals to resummon it. Furthermore, each time he summoned the fire spirit, now that it was a Tier 3 archaic species, he only had to spend 300 magic crystals. Moreover, its cooldown was even shorter than the Bible of Darkness's demon summoning. He only had to wait 30 minutes to resummon the fire spirit. However, unlike the Bible of Darkness, he could only summon a single fire spirit to fight for him at a time. Once Feng had finished upgrading the fire spirit, he collected a small stock of magic crystals and left the Candlelight trading firm. He then made his way towards the Adventurers Association in Star Moon City. Although God's domain didn't have many super large-scale neutral cities, there was one near every few empires and dozen or so kingdoms. Like the fairy country's forest city, These super large-scale neutral cities served as trade hubs between the game's neutral races and the nearby empires and kingdoms to enter super large-scale neutral cities. Like the Sea of Trees, players had to complete specific quests. The neutral city Feng aimed to activate was called Thunder Axe City, home to the giant race. Appearance-wise, giants looked no different than humans, only larger. Generally, giants stood at least 4 meters tall, and their physiques were even more powerful than Oars. Giants were born for combat. Aside from the Titan race, Giants' defense was the highest among the numerous neutral races in the past. Giant Shield Warrior and Guardian Knight players had been incredibly popular among the various major powers. Some of the various superpowers had even pressured some of their members to convert to the Giant race, since there was nothing that prohibited neutral race players from joining human guilds. However, they would be restricted within human cities. But how could such a small issue compare to the benefits of having a powerful MT? Of course, while the Giants' advantages were obvious, their flaws were just as glaring. Giants weren't very skilled with magic, and their mobility was atrocious compared to humans. Defeating players or monsters that were particularly fast and agile would give giant players a massive headache. These obvious weaknesses were the reason many players refused to become giants. There had been far fewer giant players than half-elf and beastkin players in the past. Meanwhile, as a super large-scale neutral city, Thunder Axe City had a wide variety of unique aspects. Chief among them was the city's location within the Icefire mountain range, a neutral map that was rich in ores. Due to their environment, giants were experts in the art of forging. Their forging techniques had been passed down from the Titan race, making their standards even superior to the dwarves. This was also one of the reasons that Feng had chosen Thunder Axe City. Although Zero Wing Current had many advantages, its position in the Empire was still precarious, and it would only get worse as time passed. The guild's foundation was too weak, and it had too few experts. While Zero Wing had enough manpower and resources to defend its current position in the Empire, it didn't have enough to launch an assault against its enemy. Zero Wing might possess more resources and experts than ordinary first-rate guilds, but it was an infant compared to the various superpowers. Zero Wing didn't have nearly as much territory as the various superpowers. After all, Star Moon Kingdom, Star Moon City. Once Feng had arrived in Star Moon City, he immediately headed for the kingdom's Adventurers Association. Star Moon City hadn't developed nearly as much as White River City, and most of the players that visited the Adventurers Association were level 55 or 66 elite players. Level 58 or higher expert players were still far and few between. Without hesitation, Feng headed to the second floor and approached one of its counters. Lord Spirit Slayer, how may I be of service today? The NPC beauty manning the counter asked with a smile. I wish to pick up an exploration quest. Feng said, very well. The NPC clerk revealed a list containing a large number of exploration quests and handed it to Feng. Lord Spirit Slayer, these are all of the exploration quests you can accept right now. With a nod, Feng carefully examined the list. The Adventurers Association had many quests to offer, and among them, the most difficult were Crusade and Exploration quests. Meanwhile, only players who had reached level 70 and 3-star status in the association could accept Thunder Axe City's Exploration quest. Although 3-star adventurers could accept the Exploration quest, it was even more challenging than ordinary epic quest. Players had only entered Thunder Axe City in Feng's previous life after he had reached level 75. At the time, peak experts had already reached level 77 and beyond and were geared in level 75 top-tier weapons and equipment. I'll take this quest, Feng said as he pointed to a quest named Giant's Hideout. Very well. I will mark you down as this quest's challenger. Please pay a 1,000 gold deposit. Should you abandon this quest, your deposit will not be returned. The NPC clerk informed him that other Tier 2 experts picking up quests on the second floor were astonished to hear the NPC clerk's comment. Crap. What kind of quest is that? A 1,000 gold deposit? That can't be real, right? Even my 2-star quest only required a 3 gold deposit. Many of the Tier 2 experts stared at Feng's cloaked figure in shock. Normally, the Adventurers Association only charged 3% to 5% of a quest's reward as a deposit fee, preventing players from picking up quests they had no hope of completing. The fact that Feng's quest cost 1,000 gold meant that its reward was worth at least 20,000 gold. After Feng accepted the quest, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. Chapter 1988, 3-star reward. System. Congratulations! You are the first player to accept a 3-star unique exploration quest. You have the right to choose between two option system. The first option will reduce the quest difficulty by 15%, but the reward will remain the same system. The second option will maintain the quest difficulty but increase the reward by 1 rank system. You have 10 minutes to consider. If you do not make a decision within 10 minutes, the difficulty will remain the same by default. I have such an option. Feng read his notification window in surprise. He had picked up 3-star exploration quests in the past, but this was the first time the system had presented such an option. While the Thunder Axe City's exploration quest was more difficult than ordinary epic quests, it awarded far more. It would also grant him the opportunity to occupy Thunder Axe City before other players. That benefit alone was worth the effort of completing the Giant's Hideout exploration quest. If he could lower the quest's difficulty by 15%, it would become easier than completing an ordinary epic quest, giving him a much higher chance of completing it. However, he could increase his reward by 1 rank if he maintained the quest's difficulty. In other words, he would receive the reward of an inferior legendary quest that was just as tempting, and Feng had accepted the Giant's Hideout exploration quest with the understanding of the quest's difficulty. After giving the matter some thought, Feng decided on the second option, maintaining the quest difficulty and upgrading his reward. The exploration quest's reward was a large part of the reason he had chosen it, aside from access to Thunder Axe City's resources. Although the Adventurers Association did not mention the quest reward, he knew what to expect: conversion slots for players. It wasn't easy to convert to a neutral race in God's domain, especially for the races with powerful racial traits. The stronger a race was, the more difficult the conversion quest would be. However, the Giant's Hideout quest awarded conversion slots for players upon completion. With these slots, he could convert the players into a giant without having to complete the conversion quests. As far as he could remember, the Giant's Hideout quest awarded 1,000 conversion slots upon completion. While the players he converted would not be able to enter most NPC cities in God's domain, they could enter towns and cities. Guilds and neutral races operated with a bunch of powerful MTs. Zero Wing would have a much easier time raiding team dungeons and field bosses. The Giant's racial traits were too perfect for MTs to pass up, and unlike half-elves and beast-kin, becoming a giant didn't improve a player's 5 senses or magical abilities. Instead, it granted a massive boost to players' basic attributes. If a Tier 1 metric ton converted to the giant race, they would gain the strength and defense to rival Tier 2 MTs. Their HPs would increase drastically as well. In return, though, their movement speed, attack speed, and reaction speed would decrease, making it more difficult to complete future promotion quests. If a Tier 2 metric tons converted to a giant, they'd become more powerful than human, top-ranked Tier 2 MTs, although they wouldn't reach the Tier 3 standard. The superpower that had completed the Giant's Hideout quest in the past had increased its strength by a large margin very quickly due to the 1,000 conversion slots. Its development speed had easily surpassed the other superpowers, and although the other superpowers had sent their own experts to attempt the conversion quest, they hadn't been able to catch up due to the amount of time needed to complete the quest. After Feng made his selection, the NPC clerk took out an ancient, yellowish-brown magic scroll and handed it to Feng. Lord Spirit Slayer, this magic scroll will help you temporarily remove the magic seal on the path. However, you can only use it once, so please choose your timing carefully. If you expended the magic scroll without completing your quest, a replacement will cost 1,000 magic crystals. The NPC clerk respectfully explained, I understand. Feng nodded as he accepted the magic scroll. Quests from the Adventurers Association were different from exploration quests found elsewhere. If players failed the quests they had accepted from the association, they'd at most lose some coins or magic crystals. They wouldn't suffer penalties that affected their performance in battle, such as basic attribute reductions. This was why most players preferred to accept quests from the Adventurers Association. Once he left the association, Feng made his way to the teleportation hall and traveled to a border town in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. This was also the closest town to the Icefire Mountain range. Unbeknownst to Feng, his actions in the Adventurers Association had aroused quite the commotion. No quest requiring a 1,000 gold deposit was ordinary, and many players within the association had begun to search for the Giant's Hideout quest. Although multiple players couldn't accept some of the Adventurers Association's quests, they would show up on the list of available quests until they were completed. What's going on? Why isn't there such a quest on my list of exploration quests? Maybe we aren't a high enough rank. That can't be possible. I'm a 2-star adventurer. Was that guy a 3-star adventurer? That's even less possible. Not even the first-rate guild's peak experts, who have focused on the Adventurers Association's quests, have reached the 3-star standard yet. A 3-star quest? Who was that guy? After Feng left, the players within the Adventurers Association fell into a heated discussion. They all wanted to know the identity of the player who had accepted this mysterious exploration quest. News of the event quickly reached the Star Alliance's residence in Star Moon City. IV never considered that the Adventurers Association had hidden such a major quest. Have someone notify Crimson Feather and the others. Tell them to become 3-star adventurers as quickly as possible. Galaxy Past, who sat in the guild leader's office, commanded after reading the report he had received from a subordinate. The various large guilds often had numerous teams focus on different aspects of development. Some teams specialized in completing the Adventurers Association's quests and raising their rank within the association, while other teams focused on quests that were only available out in the fields, and other teams focused on increasing their reputation in particular NPC cities. By doing so, guilds could secure greater advantages in the game. Notify Crimson and the others immediately. Purple Eye, who currently wore a set of luxurious, dark blue robes, replied, Guild leader, what should we do about the Witch's Hill situation? The guilds that own the 2 guild towns in the area have invited us to join their alliance, and I've heard that multiple corporations are now supporting the towns. Even Sin Realm, a first-rate guild from the Purple Thorns Kingdom, has joined the alliance. Why don't we join as well? The Witch's Hill had already become the center of attention in Star Moon Kingdom. The map was the sole producer of primordial crystal fragments, and as long as players reached Tier 2, they could enter the Otherworld Gate, which offered bountiful resources. If the Star Alliance could secure a foothold in the Witch's Hill, it could help the guild's development considerably. Sin Realm, is it? After giving the matter some thought, Galaxy Past shook his head and said, Let's wait and see for now. Tell them that our guild has some matters to settle first, so we can't join them at the moment. Are we really going to give up on such a good development opportunity? Purple Eye asked, confused. According to the Secret Pavilion's information network, the evil god's temple hides in the Sin Realm's shadows. I doubt that Zero Wing will tolerate the guild towns parading much longer, Galaxy Pass said, chuckling. If those 2 towns can truly defend themselves, we can join them then. I understand. Purple Eye nodded. She then sent the guild towns' representatives a reply. The upper echelons controlling the guild towns in the Witch's Hill received Galaxy Past's reply at the same time. He has rejected the offer? How cowardly. He is actually willing to ignore such a golden opportunity? It seems Zero Wing has beaten the Star Alliance into submission already. I agree. How can the Star Alliance even be considered a first-rate guild with such a cowardly attitude? The Star Alliance's cooperation doesn't matter. Once we've completed our preparations, not only will we destroy Zero Wing City, but we'll also keep more of the profits for ourselves. We'll make Galaxy Past regret his decision. Multiple major powers' upper echelons revealed delighted grins as they gazed at the map of the Witch's Hill on the table before them from within a secret meeting room. Chapter 1989, Basic Level Strengthening Potion. Purple Thorns Kingdom, Glory Town. Glory Town was built atop a mountain and surrounded by tall walls. Although it was only a border town, its defenses nearly rivaled a fortress. There are already so many players here? Feng was a little surprised to see the thousands of players outside of the teleportation hall. The monsters near Glory Town were level 70 and above, and a neutral map not far away was a level 80+ map. Just surviving in Glory Town's map would be challenging for current players, not to mention setting foot in the neutral map. Most of the thousands of players Feng could see were level 56 or above, with the highest at level 59, and more than 100 Tier 2 players wandered the street outside of the teleportation hall. Moreover, most of the players in the town didn't wear a guild emblem, proving that they were independent players. Independent players were typically weaker than guild players in terms of levels and equipment, yet so many independent players were visiting an area that the various large guilds had yet to touch. Why wouldn't Feng be surprised? The independent players around him didn't think anything of Feng's arrival. They simply went about their business. Wind Basilisk Grinding Party is recruiting a healer. Must be level 57 or higher. Recruiting 2 level 57 or above DPS for the Black Cave Bat quest. Tier 2 players get priority. Players shouted as they recruited teammates from the street outside of the teleportation hall. Whether they planned to quest or grind monsters, they all acted as if this were normal. However, if Starmoon Kingdom's experts saw this, they'd be astonished when basilisks and black cave bats were level 70+ monsters, at least 10 levels higher than current players. The level suppression would be substantial with such a massive difference. Even level 60, Tier 2 players would struggle against these monsters, much less Tier 1 players. Yet these independent players intended to grind these monsters as if it were natural. After a short moment, Feng noticed that these parties and teams had recruited quite a few members before they headed past Glory Town's main entrance to grind or quest. Is this really the Purple Thorns Kingdom? Feng was momentarily stunned as he watched these teams leave. He was quite familiar with Glory Town, a place the Purple Thorns Kingdom's army constantly had to protect from monster assaults from the nearby neutral maps. This wasn't a safe place. In the past, players had only dared to visit this town after they had reached level 65. Wind basilisks were level 72 chieftains, and although the black cave bats were only special elites, they usually moved in large groups. The great black cave bats that led these groups were also chieftain-ranked monsters. The 6-man parties and 20-man teams Feng had seen might be able to take down one wind basilisk or a single group of cave bats, but only barely. If they accidentally aggroed additional monsters, they could even team-wipe. These players might have a chance if they all wore top-tier equipment, but that wasn't the case for these independent players. From what Feng could see, they all wore average equipment. With such equipment, killing the area's high-level monsters would take a long time. In Feng's opinion, these independent players would be much better off grinding level 60 or so monsters. Feng also soon discovered that these players weren't limited to those outside of the teleportation hall. Plenty of players occupied the rest of the town streets as well. Similarly, these players were all level 56 or above. Feng guessed that there should be more than 30,000 players in Glory Town at the moment, and they were all elites or stronger. Normally, one would be hard-pressed to find such a gathering of elite and expert players in an NPC town, even in the various empires, yet this phenomenon was occurring in the Purple Thorns Kingdom's Glory Town. As Feng reached the town's main street to investigate further, he noticed that an extraordinarily large number of players were setting up stalls alongside the street. Player stalls took up every available space on both sides of the street, and every one of them sold considerably valuable items. They either sold rare herbs or high-ranking items that were normally hard to find on the market. Among the items sold, one item, in particular, caught Feng's attention: the basic level strengthening potion. This was a super rare potion that, when consumed, granted players an ignore levels +7 buff for 6 hours. While ignoring a difference of 7 levels might not seem like much, fighting monsters that were 10 levels higher was still incredibly difficult for Tier 1 players, despite the recent reduction on the system's level suppression during the previous updates. Only Tier 2 players had the power to do so without too much of a problem. However, as long as Tier 1 players had sufficient attributes and combat standards, they could fight higher-leveled monsters efficiently, increasing their leveling speed after consuming the level strengthening potion. In the past, the level strengthening potion had been immensely popular among elite and expert players. No wonder why so many players are grinding here. Realization dawned on Feng. Although the basic level strengthening potion wasn't as effective as Zero Wing's Void Field magic array, it was the best option for independent elite and expert players when grinding higher-leveled monsters. After this discovery, Feng approached one of the stalls selling the basic level strengthening potions. More than 10 players had lined up at the stall, everyone a level 57 or higher expert. The strongest among them was even a level 59, Tier 2 expert. Producing the basic level strengthening potion was laughably cheap compared to the Void Field, with each bottle only costing 8 silver to brew. In the past, basic level strengthening potions had sold for roughly 50 silver per bottle. Unfortunately, the potion's recipe was painfully rare and could only be acquired by opening treasure chests found in level 50+ maps. Moreover, the luck attribute wouldn't affect its drop rate, so players had to rely on their personal luck to obtain it. Each recipe had easily sold for around 800 gold in the past due to its rarity. Meanwhile, only 2 players manned the stall that sold the basic level strengthening potions, a man and a woman. Both appeared quite young. The handsome young man was a level 58, Tier 2 assassin named Smiling Breeze. Most of his equipment consisted of level 50 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment, with a few pieces of level 55 mysterious iron equipment. Even independent experts would have a hard time getting their hands on such items at this stage of the game. As for the beautiful young woman, she was a level 57, Tier 1 summoner named Cool Summer, and her equipment was in no way inferior to her companions. However, unlike Smiling Breeze, she did not possess a Tier 2 class insignia. Instead, she wore an advanced alchemist's insignia. Why are these two people? Feng was astonished to see these two players. He was actually familiar with both of them. After all, the brother and sister duo had been very famous in the Black Dragon Empire in the past. Smiling Breeze had ranked as one of the Black Dragon Empire's top 10 assassins, while Cool Summer had been a master alchemist. Moreover, Cool Summer hadn't just been a basic master alchemist, but an advanced master alchemist. Even the various superpowers had been wary of her. Although the siblings were independent players, ordinary large guilds had avoided provoking them due to their superb combat power. Although the younger sister, Cool Summer, hadn't been as strong as her brother, she had still been a refinement realm experts, and the various large guilds' ordinary experts had been no match for her in battle. As Feng wondered why these two were in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, a group of players approached the stall. Surrounding it, Sin Realm is conducting business here. Anyone who isn't a member needs to scram. Chapter 1990 Heavy Sword. The town's main street fell silent as the shouted announcement echoed. Very quickly, the players waiting in line distanced themselves from Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer's stall. Even the expert players that had waited to purchase basic level strengthening potions had retreated. Why are Sin Realm's people here? Does Sin Realm plan to expand its control to Glory Town? Damn it! Sin Realm's members again. They've already prevented us from grinding in the normal resource maps, and now they want to claim this town, too. I don't think that's it. Glory Town isn't a resource-rich map. By the looks of it, it seems they're interested in the basic level strengthening potion. Those two players are certainly unlucky. They've actually attracted Sin Realm's attention just for selling some products. As the crowd watched Sin Realm's 100-man team, which had already surrounded Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer stall, they flashed the guild players indignant looks. They also pitted the sibling pair, but despite their true feelings, the surrounding players only dared to discuss the situation in whispers. Even though only 100 of Sin Realm's members were here, which the crowd outnumbered by several fold, no one dared to voice their opinions loudly enough for the guild players to overhear. Even the level 59, Tier 2 experts gritted their teeth and reluctantly left the scene. They all knew that they wouldn't have a future in the Purple Thorns Kingdom if they provoked Sin Realm. They'd be lucky if they only died a few times. In the past, players' accounts had been crippled, forcing them to start over due to Sin Realm. In the Purple Thorns Kingdom, Sin Realm was king. Other kingdoms generally had 2 or 3 first-rate guilds and over a dozen second-rate guilds. The Purple Thorns, however, only had 1 first-rate guild, Sin Realm. The kingdom's second-rate guilds could also be counted on one hand. Sin Realm had absolute control over the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Otherwise, independent players wouldn't have bothered to come to a place like Glory Town to grind under the crowd's hateful gazes. The fierce, young man leading Sin Realm's team stepped forward. He wore dark gray armor and carried a great sword with a deathly aura. As he emerged from the Sin Realm group, the crowd gasped. What? Crocodile Breaker. Why is the heavy sword here? This young man's appearance gave the watching players goosebumps. Sin Realm had 7 great experts, and every one of them was one of the guild's core upper echelons. Crocodile Breaker was one of these great experts. His role in the guild was to deal with players that opposed Sin Realm, and he had easily over 3,000 expert player deaths under his name. He had even set the record for defeating 100 players single-handedly, and those 100 hadn't been random nobodies. They had all been guild experts, and one had even ranked on the God's Domain expert list. The reason behind Crocodile Breaker's astonishing success was his unbeatable strength. He had even whittled the expert that ranked on the God's Domain expert list down until the player had died due to Crocodile Breaker's immense strength. He had gained the nickname Heavy Sword. While the watching players were surprised by Crocodile Breaker's appearance, the young man arrived before Smiling Breeze's stall. Pack up. Today, you two have the honor of joining Sin Realm, Crocodile Breaker proclaimed, flashing Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer an arrogant grin. The guild leader has decided that you two will be instantly promoted to core members when you join, and you won't have to grind for GCPs like everyone else. If you perform well, you might even become guild elders in the future. If you don't have any questions, come with me. Although Crocodile Breaker's words seemed like an invitation, his imposing aura hinted that he'd slay the sibling pair if they rejected his invitation. When his aura and pressure washed over the spectators, they shuddered. However, many of the watching experts envied Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer for receiving this forceful invitation. Although Sin Realm behaved like a tyrant in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, it had the strength to stand behind its actions. Becoming one of the guild's core members was a golden opportunity. At the very least, one could freely roam the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Even the upper echelons from the kingdom's second-rate guilds had to tread lightly around Sin Realm's core experts. As for Sin Realm's guild elders, even the kingdom's guild leaders treated them with respect, as everyone expected the siblings to leave with Crocodile Breaker. Smiling Breeze shook his head and stated, "Thank you for your invitation, but my sister and I are used to living on our own, and we prefer to keep it that way." Cool Summer nodded in agreement with her elder brother. As soon as Smiling Breeze finished speaking, however, the crowd felt the surrounding temperature fall by several degrees. An intense killing intent filled the street, so powerful that even the various Tier 2 experts felt a chill crawl down their spines, rejecting Sin Realm's invitation. A cold glint flashed in Crocodile Breaker's eyes as he stared at Smiling Breeze. "Do you know the consequences for those who reject Sin Realm's goodwill?" As Crocodile Breaker finished his question, the Sin Realm members around him stepped forward, clearly ready to act at a moment's notice based on their postures. Is Smiling Breeze stupid? He actually rejected Sin Realm? Sin Realm has even sent Heavy Sword for this. Does that guy think he can escape with his life? The crowd watched Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer in shock. They had never expected to find players who would dare to reject Sin Realm within the Purple Thorns Kingdom. The overbearing guild had even annihilated peak adventurer teams, and those teams' upper echelons had been so crippled that they had to delete their accounts and start over. Getting rid of two independent players would be child's play for Sin Realm. Even Smiling Breeze felt a little nervous in this situation. He had no doubt that if he continued to reject the invitation, Crocodile Breaker and his minions would take action. Although NPC soldiers patrolled the town, he wasn't confident of escaping if Crocodile and the other Sin Realm members attacked. It would take the NPC soldiers too long to react and arrive to stop Sin Realm's members. As Smiling Breeze tried to find a way out of this predicament, a low voice rang out of the crowd. "Excuse me, but are you still selling basic level strengthening potions?" As this voice broke the silence, the tension on the street loosened considerably. Almost as one, the crowd turned toward the voice's origin. They were all curious to know what fool dared to interfere with Sin Realm's affairs. As they turned, the spectating players found themselves looking at a cloaked player. At a glance, everyone assumed that this player was a young swordsman. As the swordsman approached Smiling Breeze's stall, his leisurely gait made it seem as if Sin Realm's players were nothing in his eyes. Chapter 1991 Power of a Bronze Combat Technique. Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer were dazed as the swordsman youth arrived before them. They had never expected that someone would dare stand out during such a critical moment. The swordsman youth was none other than Feng, who currently used his original appearance as he Feng. Both siblings would be a benefit to Zero Wing. Since he had found them here, he might as well use this situation to make them owe him a favor. "We do. We still have plenty." Cool Summer instinctively responded to Feng's question. However, she spun towards Sin Realm's members after snapping out of her daze and hesitantly said, "But?" Crocodile Breaker frowned at Feng. Although he said nothing, the relaxed atmosphere regained its prior tension. Everyone could see that Crocodile Breaker was truly furious now. Sensing Crocodile Breaker's rage, the surrounding players could not help but take a few steps back. This guy must be nuts. Is he really trying to challenge Sin Realm's prestige? The crowd stared at Feng as if he were a dead man walking. "Brat, you sure have guts, don't you? You dare to interfere with Sin Realm's affairs?" Crocodile Breaker hissed as he glared at Feng. "Are you trying to die so soon?" It had been quite some time since he had encountered anyone who openly dared to provoke Sin Realm. Naturally, he didn't mind teaching everyone the price for such an insult. While Crocodile Breaker had addressed the stranger, The several Tier 2 experts around him surrounded Feng, sealing off any path of escape. Seeing this, Cool Summer began to worry. She felt that Feng was simply too foolish. Although the town had NPC soldiers to protect its citizens, players weren't absolutely safe from harm. If Sin Realm's members wanted to act, not even her brother could stop them. As she considered the situation, Smiling Breeze called out to her through their party chat, saying, "Once the battle starts, I'll hold them back as long as I can. Use the chance to flee with this swordsman. As long as you two find the town's NPC soldiers, Sin Realm's members should give up the chase." "Brother, you need to be careful. Crocodile Breaker won't be an easy opponent," Cool Summer said as she nodded. She agreed that the plan was their only way out of this predicament. Although everyone expected Feng to make a move, he didn't seem on high alert in the least. Instead, he looked at Cool Summer and calmly asked, "Wonderful. I'd like to buy every basic level strengthening potion you have. How much will it be?" Hearing Feng's offer, Cool Summer was speechless. Despite the situation's painful tension, Feng was in the mood to discuss the potion. If they didn't make a move now and allowed Sin Realm's members to surround them, they'd be doomed. She even began to suspect that Feng truly wanted to purchase the potions and that he didn't actually have any intentions of helping them. "Brat, you must really be tired of life," one of the Tier 2 assassins around Feng bellowed. He hadn't thought that Feng would dare to belittle them to this extent. The Tier 2 assassin dashed towards Feng to scare the swordsman, although he didn't plan to attack the man. Crocodile Breaker hadn't given the command to attack, and if he struck this swordsman, the town's NPC soldiers would attack him and the rest of his team. However, after the Tier 2 assassin used shadow steps to appear behind Feng, and before he could place a tracking mark on the swordsman, a blue light flashed before him. The level 58 Tier 2 assassin's vision faded to black, and his body collapsed to the ground, a piece of equipment appearing next to his corpse. As if space had frozen, the main street fell deathly silent. Everyone only recovered from their daze after a few seconds. "What's going on? What just happened? How did that Tier 2 assassin die?" Although the spectators saw that the Tier 2 assassin was dead, they didn't understand what had just occurred. The Tier 2 assassin had been charging at Feng a moment ago, yet his body had fallen to the ground a second later. "Brother, do you know what just happened?" Cool Summer whispered to Smiling Breeze as she stared at the slain assassin. "I didn't get a clear look, but I think that swordsman is responsible," Smiling Breeze said as he stared at Feng, an indescribable shock filling his heart. Despite having reached the trial tower's 7th floor, he had failed to witness Feng take action. All he has seen was a blue flash envelop the Tier 2 assassin. To make matters worse, he hadn't been able to react to the situation. He had only realized that Feng had acted after the assassin had died. It was unbelievable. Sin Realm's members were just as stunned, unable to believe that their companion had fallen. What did he do? This question consumed their minds. It wouldn't have been as unusual if anyone else had died. But the Tier 2 assassin was one of Sin Realm's top-ranked experts. Why wouldn't they be afraid after watching such an expert die in an instant? "What are you afraid of?" Crocodile Breaker roared. "We're in an NPC town. He attacked us first. The NPC soldiers won't let him off the hook." Crocodile Breaker's reminder snapped his companions out of their daze, and they began to close the distance between them and Feng. They planned to distract the swordsman until the NPC soldiers arrived. "Fellow friend, you need to run. You'll be in trouble if you stay until the NPC soldiers arrive," Smiling Breeze hurriedly warned Feng. Despite Feng's frightening strength, attacking another player in a town was unwise. If the NPC guards captured him, he'd suffer a tragic ending. "You think we'll let you get away so easily?" Sin Realm's members sneered at Feng as they began to attack. They had been rather apprehensive of making a move, but now that Feng had attacked them, the system would determine that the swordsman was the guilty party. If they attacked now, they'd simply be defending themselves. Spells and arrows bombarded Feng as Sin Realm's Tier 2 MTs formed a tight circle around Feng, leaving no gaps for escape. However, when the spells and arrows struck, they only hit Feng's afterimage. Before anyone had time to realize what had happened, Feng had appeared beside the approaching Tier 2 MTs, his blades slicing the MT's vital points. Purgatory Pentaslash. Despite targeting Tier 2 MTs, Feng ended them in no more than 2 slashes. In the end, Two Tier 2 MTs died without the chance to activate their life-saving skills. When Crocodile Breaker saw his companions dying, his expression darkened. He immediately activated his Berserk skill and launched a vicious slash at Feng with his greatsword. Sin Realm's other Tier 2 experts activated their Berserk skills as well, assisting Crocodile Breaker from the side and aiming to pin Feng down despite seeing the greatsword, with its deathly aura, and the multiple Tier 2 spells flying toward him. Feng didn't move to dodge. Instead, he dashed forward and brandished his two swords against Crocodile Breaker. Swords Transmigration. Suddenly, a beautiful galaxy of stars appeared around Feng before exploding boom. The impact threw Crocodile Breaker back by over 10 yards. Even after he landed, he had to stumble several steps back before he could stabilize his position. Both of his arms had gone numb, and he couldn't lift his weapon. He had also lost 20% of his HP. In contrast, Feng remained unharmed. How is this possible? Crocodile Breaker stared at Feng, dumbfounded when he activated his Berserk skill. His strength was even higher than a Great Lord's of the same level. He nearly had enough strength to rival a Grand Lord, and he had the support fire from the Tier 2 Elementalists and Cursemancers around him. Still, Feng had sent him flying, not the other way around. To make matters worse, he could tell that this swordsman hadn't used a skill or spell, both of which would change the user's ambient mana when activated. Crocodile Breaker's companions were just as stupefied. The Berserker, known as Heavy Sword, had been thrown from a head-on clash. Moreover, Crocodile Breaker had already activated his Berserk skill, while his opponent hadn't. So, this is the power of a bronze combat technique? Feng was similarly surprised to see the results of his attack. He had never thought that a bronze combat technique would be so powerful. Boss Croc, the NPC soldiers are here. This swordsman is dead for sure. Sin Realms players sent Feng gleeful sneers when they noticed the approaching NPC soldiers. Although Feng's combat power had exceeded their expectations, his demise was assured now that the NPC soldiers had arrived. Regardless of how powerful he weighs, it's over. Why didn't he run away? Cool Summer anxiously muttered as she watched the town's guards surround Feng, just as Sin Realms members assumed that they'd get to watch Feng struggle against the NPC soldiers. The Tier 3 NPC leading the patrol squad approached the swordsman and respectfully asked, "Lord Bronze Legatee, how may we be of service?" Chapter 1992, Taking Action in Purple Thorns Kingdom. Rows of level 150 NPC stood at attention before Feng between him and the street crowded with players. When they heard the level 150, Tier 3 patrol captain's question, the watching players were stunned. How is this possible? Why aren't the soldiers arresting him? Who is that? Is the system bugged? Questions plagued the players' minds, and Sin Realms members were particularly stupefied. The scene they had just witnessed had thoroughly altered their worldview. It was common knowledge in God's domain that any player that attacked another within an NPC town or city would be killed, captured, or both. It was an ironclad rule, yet this player had just broken that ironclad rule. In fact, the NPC soldiers, who were supposed to administer justice to Feng, treated the swordsman with respect. "Brother, am I dreaming?" Cool Summer asked as she tugged on Smiling Breeze's sleeve, blinking in confusion as she watched Feng. Glory Town was one of the most heavily fortified towns in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, and its laws were just as strict as in NPC cities. The NPCs that ensured order within the city wouldn't ever pardon a player that had intentionally committed murder. Not only would the guards kill the offender on the spot, but they'd also lock the player in jail for another 2 or 3 days. Unless one could escape the NPC soldiers' pursuit, avoiding punishment was impossible. Despite hearing his sister's question, Smiling Breeze didn't reply. He was preoccupied with his frustration over this situation. Naturally, Feng wasn't particularly surprised by the NPC soldiers' reactions. He was, after all, a bronze legatee, enjoying the status of a baron in any NPC city he visited. Although the baron rank was the lowest among nobles, one was treated differently in NPC cities based on their title. Although Sin Realm's Tier 2 assassin hadn't attacked Feng, the assassin had planned to use a tracking skill on him. Using a tracking skill on a normal player in an NPC city might not be a crime, but using it on a titled noble was. The system would consider the act as a premeditated attack. The NPC soldiers wouldn't question him for killing the Tier 2 assassin. Needless to say, Although the other Sin Realm members hadn't landed an attack, they had attacked him. He could kill these players without consequences from the system as well. This was the true benefit of being a titled noble, of course. If two titled noble players fought, the system would deem the first to cause damage as the offender. However, an advanced town like Glory Town might not have a single ordinary noble, much less a titled noble. Hence, Feng didn't have a reason to hold back and could slay all who had attacked him. These people attacked me. What is the most severe punishment they can receive according to the laws? Feng asked the patrol captain, smiling as he gestured to Crocodile Breaker and his minions. Lord Bronze Legatee, since they have attacked a titled noble within the town, they can be imprisoned for a maximum of 3 days. The patrol captain replied, flashing Crocodile Breaker's group a frosty glare. Good. Lock them up for 3 days, then. Feng nodded, understood. Upon hearing Feng's instructions, the patrol captain waved a hand and signaled his soldiers to arrest Crocodile Breaker and the rest of Sin Realm's members. The crowd gaped in shock as they watched the NPC soldiers arrest Crocodile Breaker's group. Feng had clearly attacked and killed a player first. Yet Sin Realm's members were going to jail. This would be a huge loss for the guild, damn it. How does he have a titled noble position in Glory Town? Crocodile Breaker's expression darkened after hearing the patrol captain's command. He knew a little about the privileges a titled noble enjoyed, but he hadn't dreamed that Feng would be a titled noble here. Spending 3 days in jail was far less acceptable to expert players like himself than losing a single level in God's domain. Time was money. He would fall far behind the frontline players if he lost 3 days. Not only would he fall behind in terms of levels, but his weapons, equipment, and skills would as well. Boss, what should we do? Sin Realm's members grew anxious as the NPC soldiers approached. Spending 3 days in jail was akin to being locked out of God's domain for 3 days. To players like them, who had already gotten used to living in God's domain, this outcome was worse than death. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Crocodile Breaker shouted. The only way to escape imprisonment was to flee Glory Town. They'd be ruined if the NPC soldiers captured them. As soon as Crocodile Breaker gave the command, the Sin Realm members held nothing back as they used their life-saving tools to flee. Trying to fight the NPC soldiers would be suicidal. The level 150 Tier 2 NPCs could kill them with a single hit. They'd be pulverized. If they fought, not only would they die and lose a level, but they'd still be stuck in prison for 3 days. When Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer saw Sin Realm's members turn and run, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Now that these guild players were gone, they could escape danger. At worst, they would have to leave the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Although doing so would waste the investments they had poured into the kingdom, it was a better option than being hounded and killed by Sin Realm's members. However, as Crocodile Breaker fled, he retrieved a magic scroll from his bag and activated it suddenly. A pitch-black magic array formed above the main street, radiating a dense, lethal aura. The aura extended toward Feng and the two siblings so quickly that it was almost impossible to evade. However, the aura didn't inflict any damage, but left Feng and the sibling pair a debuff, the Death Mark. No matter where the marked players ran, the Death Mark would reveal their location to Crocodile Breaker during the next 12 hours. The Death Mark would even be effective while the players were offline, and its duration would only decrease while they were logged into the game. Although I don't know who you are, I promise that only death awaits you since you have made an enemy of Sin Realm in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Crocodile Breaker bellowed as he glared at Feng with bloodshot eyes. Many of the expert players in the crowd felt a chill crawl down their spines as they sensed the killing intent within his voice. He had wanted to kill Feng to prove Sin Realm's might to the watching players, but he hadn't expected the swordsman to use him as a nameless pawn and damage Sin Realm's reputation instead. He swore to himself that he wouldn't rest until he killed Feng personally. Naturally, he couldn't let Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer off the hook. Either it's over. Those three are doomed. I knew something like this would happen. Provoking Sin Realm in the Purple Thorns Kingdom is simply suicide. No one can save those three now. The various expert players and adventurer team members present could not help but sigh at this turn of events. They knew Crocodile Breaker wouldn't easily let this matter rest. He would kill the trio back to level 0 at the very least. Realizing the same, Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer revealed grim expressions now that they bore the Death Mark. Sin Realm would track them down and kill them even if they left the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Is that so? Let's see you try it. Glancing at Crocodile Breaker, who was about to activate an instantaneous movement magic scroll, Feng used Instant Strike to appear before the Berserker. He then brandished Killing Ray Sword's orbit. With the attack speed boost from Instant Strike, the Sacred Sword moved so quickly that not even Crocodile Breaker, who still had an active Berserk skill, could defend himself before multiple swordlights devoured him. In the blink of an eye, his HP plummeted, and his body collapsed to the ground. Chapter 1993. Kingdom Uproar. Crocodile Breaker's death shocked the spectating crowd and Sin Realm's retreating members. None of them could believe what they had just seen dead. This is a trick, right? The heavy sword actually died in a single move. Players new to the Purple Thorns Kingdom might not be familiar with Crocodile Breaker, but those who resided in the kingdom knew his name and nickname quite well. He had become many players' nightmare. Many of the kingdom's expert players that had resisted Sin Realm had died by Crocodile Breaker's hand. Yet such a powerful expert had died instantly. No one would believe them if they retold this tale. That player is amazing, brother. Cool Summer exclaimed as she watched Feng loot the battlefield. He might even be stronger than you. MHM. His swordsmanship is so fast. Smiling Breeze nodded in agreement. Feng's performance had shocked him as well. I've seen almost every top-ranked swordsman in the kingdom in action, but none of them are close to his level. Just who is he? Not only was he a Tier 2 player, but he was also an assassin, the class famed for its speed, but he hadn't been able to keep up with Feng's attack. He hadn't even caught the moment this swordsman had executed the skill. By the time he had realized what was happening, Feng's attack was over, and Crocodile Breaker was dead. When he tried to put himself in Crocodile Breaker's shoes, he doubted that he'd be able to activate Vanish, an almost instantaneous life-saving skill, in time. When he recalled his decision to send Feng and his sister away while he protected them from behind, he found the idea laughable. Crocodile Breaker's death had undoubtedly dealt Sin Realm's members quite the mental blow. As a result of their momentary pause, only a small number of the guild players had actually escaped Glory Town. The NPC soldiers captured the rest of them. The players that had died lost a level and a piece of equipment as a result, in addition to resurrecting in the town's prison to spend 3 days behind bars. Friends, Sin Realm's people have left. If you intend to flee, you should do so now. I doubt it will be long before the guild sends reinforcements. It will become far harder to leave Glory Town once they arrive. Feng addressed Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer. Once he finished collecting the items Sin Realm's members had dropped, Feng's warning snapped Smiling Breeze out of his daze, and he gratefully replied, "Thank you. I'm Smiling Breeze, and this is my little sister, Cool Summer. May I have your name, friend?" Feng. Feng answered truthfully, although he had considered using Black Flame. It would cause a commotion if the public learned that Zero Wings guild leader had appeared in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. The kingdom's various major powers would certainly pay more attention to him, and if that happened, it could affect his quest. Feng. Could you be Zero Wing's honorary elder? Smiling Breeze stared at Feng in surprise. Zero Wing had become considerably famous in God's domain. Its success in repelling a veteran super-first-rate guild's offensive and joining the secret chamber of commerce had earned the guild some notoriety, increasing Zero Wing's chances of becoming a super-first-rate guild itself in the future. With so much attention on Zero Wing, it was only natural for the public to grow familiar with the guild's peak experts, including Feng. Thus far, Feng had displayed great strength in multiple battles in Starmoon Kingdom. Not only had he become well-known in his own kingdom, but he had become extremely famous among the Purple Thorns Kingdom's expert players. During their free time, expert players enjoyed discussing nearby kingdoms' experts and comparing themselves to figure out who was stronger. Cool Summer stared at Feng in shock. As well, she felt as if she were dreaming. Brother, is this really happening? We actually got to meet Zero Wing's honorary elder, Feng. Cool Summer whispered to Smiling Breeze, her eyes glowing with excitement. Even existences like Crocodile Breaker were out of reach for independent players like them. Not to mention an honorary elder from a guild with the potential to become a super first-rate guild. A single sentence from Feng was enough to cause most second-rate guilds to shudder with fear when nearby players overheard Feng's introduction. They couldn't help but gape at the swordsman. They finally understood why Feng had been so relaxed during the earlier exchange with Sin Realm's members and shrugged off Crocodile Breaker's mighty aura. That's right, Feng replied. At a loss for words after seeing the two siblings surprise both Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer had been beyond his reach in the past. Smiling Breeze had been one of the top 10 assassin experts in the Black Dragon Empire during his peak, and if not for his status as an independent player, he would have likely reached Tier 5. As for Cool Summer, she had only been a step away from becoming a Grandmaster Alchemist. Second-rate guilds hadn't had a prayer of encountering her, and even first-rate guilds had treated her like a VIP, doing almost anything to recruit her. I know what plans you two have after this? Sure, Feng asked. Remaining in the Purple Thorns Kingdom is no longer possible now that we have a tracking mark on us. We'll probably head over to the Black Dragon Empire and check out the situation there, Smiling Breeze replied. Sighing. The Black Dragon Empire? That is certainly a good place to develop, Sure, Feng said after giving the matter some thought. He then sent the two players friend requests and said, Zero Wing has a branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire as well. If you encounter any trouble or run into Sin Realms people, you can contact me. If you need to buy or sell anything, you can also do so at the Candlelight trading firm. I'll make sure you both enjoy the membership benefits. Although Sure, Feng had considered inviting Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer to join Zero Wing, he knew that they'd never accept. Many superpowers had tried to recruit them in his previous life, as well, even offering incredibly lax conditions that barely restricted their freedom. In the end, however, the siblings had rejected every offer. This proved to him that these two weren't interested in joining any guild. So he shouldn't try to force the situation. Befriending them would be a wiser choice. If these two ever changed their minds, they'd at least consider joining Zero Wing. Thank you. Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer expressed their gratitude. Continuing, Smiling Breeze said, We really don't know what to say. If you need our help with anything in the future, please feel free to ask. We'll help you to the best of our abilities. Ordinary players might not understand the benefits of Zero Wing's protection and the Candlelight trading firm's membership, but they did. Countless independent players dreamed of such an advantage. After conversing with Sure Feng for a little while longer, Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer departed from Glory Town. Meanwhile, the players on the main street were in an uproar over Sure Feng's battle with Sin Realms members. Some players had even uploaded the battle videos they had recorded to the Purple Thorns Kingdom's official forums. The instant the battle videos were available, they became the most popular topic of conversation throughout the kingdom. Many of the kingdom's players had negative opinions of Sin Realm due to its tyrannical behavior. But since the guild was so powerful, they were forced to endure its control. Now that Sin Realm had suffered a massive defeat in Glory Town, with one of its 7 great experts falling in battle, it was only natural that the populace's general mood was quite jubilant for a time. The kingdom's population grew curious about Sure Feng's identity, and many players found themselves admiring the swordsman. As news of the battle spread, everyone soon discovered that Sure Feng was actually Zero Wing's Yi Feng. Due to this revelation, the entire kingdom was in an uproar, with many players expressing their desire to join Zero Wing. Hoping that the guild would establish a branch guild in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, the overwhelming reaction even surprised Sure Feng. At this point, over 200,000 players, a truly frightening number, had voiced their desire to take down Sin Realm. Just how much of a tyrant is Sin Realm in the Purple Thorns Kingdom? Sure Feng was astonished as he read the forum post containing a petition to deal with the offending guild. The average large guild didn't even have 100,000 members. Only second-rate and above guilds could amass such a collection. It didn't take long for news of the matter to reach the Purple Thorns Kingdom's various major powers, especially the kingdom's tyrant, Sin Realm. Chapter 1994, Unexpected Joy. Purple Thorn City, Sin Realm's residence. The glorious, magnificent guild hall was hectic due to the incident in Glory Town. The guild members in the building struggled to control their bloodlust after learning about the defeat, and some players had even tried to form an expedition to flatten Glory Town. Meanwhile, Sin Realm's upper echelons had gathered in the guild leader's office. Guild leader, we've looked into the situation. The player that killed Crocodile Breaker is Yi Feng, Zero Wing's honorary elder. An indifferent man in purple gold robes and carrying a silver staff addressed the emaciated man in the guild leader's seat. Although the emaciated man looked like a shriveled tree, he felt like a towering mountain. Some of the guild's upper echelons didn't even dare to look him in the eye due to the powerful pressure he gave off. Sin Realm's members only felt awe and reverence towards this emaciated man. He was the strongest guild leader in Sin Realm's history. Lone Beacon. Sin Realm had still been considered a lowly second-rate guild a few years ago, but after Lone Beacon had become the guild leader, Sin Realm had rapidly developed. Now, it was a publicly acknowledged first-rate guild under Lone Beacon's leadership. Sin Realm had increased its development speed after joining God's domain. The guild was now even stronger than some veteran first-rate guilds and had taken full control of the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Many first-rate and super-first-rate guilds had even failed to accomplish such a feat. Zero Wings Yi Feng? Lone Beacon's lips curled into a smile. That is interesting. As soon as we lay our hands on the Witch's Hill, someone from Zero Wing appears in the Purple Thorns Kingdom? Guild leader, this Yi Feng is too arrogant. He actually dared to kill Crocodile Breaker in our own territory. It's a slap to the face. A robust, tanned berserker growled angrily. Please, let me lead a team to teach this guy a lesson. We'll show Zero Wing that just because it barely resisted an offensive from Miracle, that doesn't mean that it can strut around before Sin Realm. Irontooth is right, guild leader. Yi Feng has come to our territory alone and killed Crocodile Breaker. If we don't take care of him, we'll become a laughingstock in the kingdom. Everyone will assume that we fear Zero Wing. The other guild upper echelons promptly voiced their agreement. It might have been acceptable if Zero Wing had sent an army into Purple Thorns Kingdom, and the two guilds had clashed, but Feng had come here on his own. He had even publicly announced his identity before the kingdom's populace. If they didn't deal with this player and prove to Zero Wing that they weren't to be trifled with, then Sin Realm's reputation would be in tatters, all right. Irontooth, take a team to Glory Town, Lone Beacon said, nodding. He, too, felt that it was necessary to teach Zero Wing a lesson. He then continued, however, Yi Feng is extraordinarily strong. Take the steel puppet with you as a precaution. The guild's upper echelons were surprised by Lone Beacon's decision. Sin Realm had only obtained the treasured steel puppet after many difficulties. The guild had lost more than 10,000 lives and numerous Tier 3 magic scrolls. Although the steel puppet couldn't fight on its own like a summoned creature, needing a player's control, it could kill players as easily as killing ants. The steel puppet wouldn't have any issues dealing with Tier 3 experts, much less Tier 2 players yet. Lone Beacon wanted to use the steel puppet against a single expert player from Zero Wing. He was simply making a mountain out of a molehill now that Feng bore the death mark. The guild could easily track his movements. Sending Irontooth and his team, along with some magic scrolls and magic array scrolls, would be more than enough. There was no need to mobilize the steel puppet. The steel puppet? Irontooth rejoiced when he heard his guild leader's command. Hurriedly, he replied, "Leave it to me. I'll make sure Yi Feng regrets ever setting foot in the Purple Thorns Kingdom." Following which, Irontooth, one of Sin Realm's 7 great experts, walked out of the guild leader's office to organize a team for his trip to Glory Town. In the meantime, Feng had arrived at Glory Town's town hall. Although Glory Town was not located in a high-resource map, based on the situation, Feng felt that this was an excellent place to make money and recruit expert players for Zero Wing. Although the monsters around Glory Town were average in all aspects, a specific rare herb was available in the area, the Phantom Flower, the main material for producing the basic level strengthening potion. Even in a herb-rich country like the Purple Thorns Kingdom, the Phantom Flower was far from common, and it didn't even grow in Star Moon Kingdom. Other kingdoms and empires that contained the Phantom Flowers didn't produce the flowers in large quantities either. This was why Cool Summer had come to Glory Town. Due to the basic level strengthening potions' popularity in the past, the Phantom Flower had become incredibly valuable. Each flower had initially sold for 3 silver, but the price had eventually skyrocketed to 15 silver currently. One could count the number of basic level strengthening potion recipes that existed in God's domain on one hand. Since so few players grinded in high-level maps right now, the demand for this potion wasn't particularly high yet, either. However, as players progressed in the game, they would need more EXP per level, making it far more difficult to level up. Fighting higher-leveled monsters would soon become a necessity if players wanted to increase their level quickly. At that time, the basic level strengthening potion would become intensely popular, which, in turn, would increase the scarcity of the Phantom Flowers. Although Feng didn't yet have the recipe, he could take advantage of the situation to stockpile Phantom Flowers. Producing basic level strengthening potions would become impossible without them, after all. Naturally, more of the potions' recipes would surface as time passed. Lord Bronze legatee. How may I be of service today? The town hall's senior administrator took the initiative to approach Feng as he entered the building. I wish to buy 2 plots of land. Feng replied, very well. These are all the lands available for sale in the town, the senior administrator said as he revealed a map of Glory Town. Despite being an advanced town, Glory Town's size was only the size of an intermediate town. As a result, it didn't have many lands for sale. As Feng inspected the lands in the town's central district, he noticed a dark blue marker. It was particularly eye-catching since the rest of the markers on the map were light blue. How is this possible? There's actually a plot of advanced land for sale? Feng was stunned as he stared at the dark blue marker. Chapter 1995, Advanced Land. How much for this plot of land? Feng asked, suppressing the excitement in his heart as he pointed at the dark blue marker on the map. In the past, the various superpowers had considered advanced lands extremely valuable. Unlike ordinary lands, players had absolute control of the advanced lands they purchased. In other words, like guild towns and cities, players wouldn't be limited to the type of construction they could build on the land. Instead of building shops, guild residences, or private houses, players could construct auction houses or battle arenas. Though only a fool would build a battle arena in an NPC town, as doing so would not yield any profits. NPC towns didn't have much mana, and a battle arena wouldn't provide enough benefits to the players training within without a high mana density. The wisest way to use a plot of advanced land was to build an auction house. Auction houses couldn't be constructed on ordinary lands, and NPC towns didn't usually possess auction houses. Of course, player-constructed auction houses didn't hold much attraction for players. They were already available in NPC cities, and every NPC town and city had a teleportation hall, allowing players to travel from one location to another easily. Moreover, NPC auction houses were usually connected with multiple other NPC auction houses, which allowed players to sell and purchase items from multiple NPC cities. In contrast, player-constructed auction houses were only connected with other auction houses the player owned. However, player-constructed auction houses had an advantage that NPC auction houses lacked: the freedom to choose the form of currency required. Instead of coins, players could use credits or magic crystals. Many of God's Domain's players dreamed of earning real-world money through the game, but transactions involving credits and in-game items were troublesome. Normally, players were only willing to go through the trouble for bulk or high-value transactions. However, player-constructed auction houses removed the hassle of credit trades. The services player-constructed auction houses offered were convenient for small transactions, and the guilds operating the auction houses could collect processing fees, earning a large sum of credits. If the auction house's trade volume was sufficiently high, the ruling guild could even earn enough credits per day to make the various superpowers jealous. Of course, obtaining such an income was impossible if one relied on a single NPC town's auction house. But there was a saying, many a little makes a mickle. If Feng could construct an auction house while God's Domain was still in its early phases, he could earn a fortune. Moreover, an auction house in an NPC town would be far more popular than one in a guild town. This was due to the more convenient transportation methods. Every NPC town and city in the Purple Thorns Kingdom allowed direct teleportation to Glory Town. Lord Bronze legatee. This plot of land's price is somewhat special. In addition to 14,000 gold, you'll also have to pay 300 mana stones and 300 pure magic cores if you wish to purchase it. The senior administrator said, mana stones and pure magic cores? Feng released a sigh of relief when he heard the senior administrator's price. Normally, advanced lands cost both coins and resources. Fortunately, the resources required this time were not particularly valuable. Feng could easily synthesize mana stones from magic crystals, and he could collect pure magic cores from killing level 50+ Great Lord ranked demonic beasts. Neither of these items would be difficult to acquire for 0 Wing. As for the 14,000 gold, the cost was practically negligible. 0 Wing had earned quite a bit of profit recently, and he had the compensation the Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds had paid for their transgressions. Even though most of the compensation had been paid in materials and lands, quite a few guilds had paid with coins. Overall, Feng currently had over 170,000 gold in his pockets. This was also why he had decided to activate a super large-scale neutral city. After speaking with the senior administrator, Feng contacted Melancholic Smile and had her send some manpower to Glory Town. He also instructed her to send mana stones and pure magic cores. In less than an hour, Feng had received the required 300 mana stones and 300 pure magic cores. He then purchased the advanced land, in addition to 2 plots of ordinary lands, spending a total of 18,000 gold. After purchasing the lands, Feng used the auction house design, which the guild had recently acquired, and instructed his guild's architects to construct the auction house on the advanced land. He then spent another 5,000 gold to construct a guild residence and a shop on the 2 plots of ordinary land. Suddenly, 3 extremely eye-catching buildings rose within Glory Town. The Candlelight trading firm was especially impressive, and although it wasn't as majestic as the advanced auction house, it was a 3-story building. Moreover, it occupied just as much area as Zero Wing's new residence. Glory Town's players immediately noticed the appearance of Zero Wing's residence and the Candlelight trading firm. The town wasn't particularly large, after all, and none of the town's lands had been purchased by any major powers. Glory Town was merely a border town, a temporary leveling area for a small number of independent players. There was no real value to purchasing the lands here. Why is there a player-constructed auction house? Didn't they say that it wasn't possible to construct auction houses in NPC towns? Zero Wing is so awesome. It has even pulled off something like this. But what's the point in constructing an auction house here? Player-constructed auction houses don't usually have a lot of items for sale. The customer base is so much smaller than NPC auction houses, so there isn't much point in using a player-constructed one. True, but isn't Zero Wing Star Moon Kingdom's overlord? It also has a big city like Zero Wing City. This auction house here should be connected to the one there. If that's the case, it should have a lot of items for sale. Glory Town's players were all curious about the Candlelight auction house that now graced their town. They immediately entered to inspect the building and its services. However, once players examined the items for auction, they were stupefied. The Candlelight auction house had just as many items as the auction houses in NPC cities. Most importantly, many items could also be purchased with either coins or credits. Players could even spend credits to buy a single piece of bronze Oregon. This discovery excited the players that didn't have many coins, but had spare credits lying around. Moreover, the weapons and equipment the Candlelight auction house offered were much cheaper. Amazing. The Candlelight auction house is simply amazing. Crap. There are so many pieces of level 55 mysterious iron equipment for sale. You won't even find this many in NPC cities' auction houses. Everyone's eyes turned bloodshot as they read through the item lists in the Candlelight auction house. Meanwhile, news of Glory Town's new auction house soon reached the Purple Thorns Kingdom's official forums, with a particularly eye-catching title. Candlelight auction house appears in Glory Town.